How's everybody doing tonight? We've got, I'm not sure the name of this. It says Justice Guard at top. It says AK-47 at the bottom. It also has a model number, which is LQ901. I'm going to record that. Hold on a second. I just don't want to lose that information. LQ901. Yeah, it's, I think Justice Guard is the name, and AK-47 is a description of what it is. It's basically a model gun. It's kind of like large enough that you can hold it like a human. You can see the arms there. There's like some ghost arms there holding it. We don't really know the size of the person, holding it, but it's some sort of person, so, you can hold it. These are rubber bands at the top, so it shoots rubber bands. It says here 2 shooting modes. Fixed fire, burst fire. And it says bullets. So, like, it also somewhere says 315 pieces. So it's 14 plus. I believe, yeah. 315 pieces. Level 4 out of 5. Assembled size, it's giving there in millimeters. But I think you can get trigger brake insurance. Let's look at these parts here. Cross wheel escapement, ejection sliding module, removable clip, fire selector system, rubber band bullet, keep safe and fun. Robotime, that's, I'm never sure what to put. Designed by is it like designed by Robotime, published by ROKR? I usually put ROKR, but I should probably start doing ROKR/Robotime. But it seems to always be a pairing of ROKR and Robotime. So it says here bullets, but at the same time it clearly loads rubber bands. Maybe that's why it's burst fire and fixed fire. Maybe I'll be really impressed if it's moving bullets through a clip and shooting them out of here. Somehow I doubt that that's the case. I also want to see if I can make this not orange. Like, if you look at this, that looks good, right? But if you go here, that looks very orange. Okay, if I hold it up, it looks a little better, but... Alright, maybe it's just the light. Let's see. Let's start building it and see. Maybe I'll play with the light off the camera, but maybe I won't. Maybe it's going to be okay. 315 pieces, but... So that doesn't sound like something we could do in one night, but for some reason I think we may do better than we think, because, like, a lot of these pieces are going to be rubber bands, bullets, and targets. And you can see from looking at it, look at the size of these pieces. It's like usually the bigger the pieces, the quicker the assembly goes. It's those ones with all the tiny little pieces that take forever, which is kind of why we haven't been doing much with the ROKR excavator lately. It's one of those puzzles that's full of tiny pieces. Alright. Let's stop speculating and let's get this open. I didn't check if they have a PDF online with the instructions. Before we get too far forward, let's see if we can find out if they've got some instructions online. Should we search like ROKR or Robotime? I kind of don't want to search AK-47 because, let's search the LQ901. ROKR LQ901 instructions PDF. Let's see if we get anything. Because that would be ideal. If not, Then we're going to photograph. So there's the main website. So it's listed on the website. There it is. Six hour assembly time. Wow. That's a lot for 300. It looks like fairly decent size, but if they're estimating 6 hours, they usually estimate, I would say, a low end time. They're not usually estimating a high time. Now, look at all this like marketing, text, video. Let's maybe take a quick look at the video while we're here. I'm not sure if we're even gonna get the sound. I'll try. ROKR. That went by too quick. Let's play it again. Has half the mobility as it shows in that ad, because it really shows a lot. I wonder if my sound is still, my voice is still coming through. I'm going to wait 20 seconds and then turn on the volume on my computer, because sometimes when I play audio from the video from the iPad, then next thing I know, my computer, my mic is not working. So let me just test here. Video from the okay. My mic's working. All right, so let's just get back to opening this thing up. So we went to the website to see if there were instructions, and then we ended up playing a video. But I think we didn't see instructions, right? They got a lot of product details, a lot of video regarding assembly. The delicate model needs your patience and concentration. The grand result will be rewarding. Yeah, I don't see a PDF. I remember I missed that shotgun. That was both of these guns were available for review in the beginning, before I sort of took the hint and started reviewing. Before I started doing these model builds, I was getting recommended them and I wasn't clicking on them. But I remember this like shotgun catching my eye. Anyway, I missed it. That was like when I first started the review program. I think back then I still was a little concerned, just because it's like I remember thinking, like, when I was at that review program, like, why are they offering this thing, and what happens if I click it? Will I be put on like some kind of watch list or something? But I think now I just realize, or at least I assume, they're just trying to sell models. And nobody really, like, if you watch like mainstream TV, you'll see, by the way, I found a piece from another model. I should put that in the box. So if you watch mainstream TV, you'll get the impression that like all this stuff that's perfectly legal, you're being like watched for. So like some other guy, he's got like 100 guns and he makes videos like blowing things up and firing all his weapons, and YouTube's paying him $1 million, but you watch mainstream TV and you get the impression that if you chew a piece of bread into the shape of a gun, you'll be like put on a terrorist watch list. So I feel like a lot of governance comes not from writing laws, but just like pretending that laws exist. Like having TV personalities pretend laws exist that don't. So remember that. And if you want to look into something, see see whether or not it's legal. Don't rely on TV, because TV will fill you up with fears and no good, accurate information. So I guess I'll leave this kind of as a background here. This is like a Monopoly playset. You can, like, you know, when you open Monopoly and it's got this plastic with like the bills and the houses and stuff. So does this bag count as the 315 pieces? Probably not, if they're saying it's going to take 6 hours to build. Oh, this looks like... So there's wax and there's sandpaper. Those are normal. But there's also washers, screws. There's the sandpaper. There's this. I saw a second sandpaper. Yeah, there's a second sandpaper. So I guess this is a file and that's a sandpaper. There's a spring. That kind of makes sense. There's some more springs. There's a screwdriver. Not sure what I'm looking at here. This is clearly a complex build. Probably not going to be done in one day. Yeah. So there's a lot going on here. We haven't even opened the... Like, this doesn't even normally exist. Like, there might be a couple rubber bands, but this whole tray is something new. I mean, the wax normally exists, so I guess the wax and the file we know what to do with. But a lot of this stuff we're seeing for the first time in one of these builds. I mean, metal screws, like over an inch long. Metal springs. We don't even know what these are. These may simply be the targets, but like, what is this thing? It's like a 3D, is it a magnet? It's like a 3D block here. Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out. At this moment, we don't know what we're looking at. It looks like we have a mix of half-size sheets and full-size sheets. Honestly, the pieces do look small, but maybe these are just certain pieces. This looks like the magazine, just the curve on it. So if you look at this, it's only part of the magazine. It's only this front part here. Okay. It does seem to be a decent size. We'll find out soon enough. But 6 hours, that's like minimum 3 episodes if we do 2 hours a night, which we don't always do 2 hours. Look at this, different color wood. There's the handle. There's that back. No, this is that pump. This is the back. I'm sorry, I'm not the best at names of gun parts. I apologize. My sons who play video games and watch videos about the weapons in the video games could probably tell you more about these gun parts. I can't. I could tell you about maybe track and field equipment, musical instruments, comic book creating software. I mean, I could tell you about like some things, but I can't tell you about guns. I don't know anything about them. I fully support the Second Amendment, and I'll tell you why. Because gun laws limit the guns in the hands of people who follow the law. But the people that you don't want to have guns are the people who break the law. So if guns are illegal, then the people who follow the laws are disarmed, and the people who break the laws, not only do they remain armed, but they're now facing a population that's been disarmed. You see how that works? So I think the Second Amendment, other people have even more reasons for supporting it, and they'll say, a lot of things, excuse me. Some people will say, like, last resort against a tyrannical government. And I think that sort of hints at something much more mundane that uses a similar argument, and that's just local police, local sheriffs, city police departments, anything that's not the army, They're under the same Second Amendment laws as everyone else. I mean, people sometimes think like, oh, we're going to repeal the Second Amendment and the cops will still have guns. I mean, where are you getting that from? That's not the way laws work. You repeal a law and the law is repealed. So if you say people can't have guns, then your security can't have guns, your cops can't have guns. Nobody has guns. That's the way laws work. There's no like magic that says like these people don't have to follow the law. Well, that we do see some of the people acting like that. Some of the people pushing for these laws, they have private security, but those people are what Stalin and Lenin used to refer to as useful idiots, meaning like they're protesting to take their own rights away because they're too stupid to understand that that's what they're doing. Thus, they're useful idiots. All right, so there's the boards. So it's 3 half-size boards. And these full-size boards, these are quite big boards. No, I don't see any pieces that take the... Oh, man, I just broke something. Hopefully it was just a board and not... Yeah, it was just a board and not the pieces on the board. I don't see any pieces that take up the full-size board. In fact, I don't see any even taking more than 2/3 of the board. So that's... I'm not sure why the boards are this big. Anyway, there's 3 dark full-size boards and 3 light full-size boards. They're fairly thin, which I'm not a fan of thin boards. And I'm not a fan of thin boards and small pieces. They tend to break. They tend to become loose. Anyway, let's reserve judgment until we start building it and see how things go. The instructions are like 1 piece of paper. By the way, I still have no lights in my room if you're wondering why the lighting is so weird. We just got a little desk lighting going. Otherwise, the room is dark here. So it's basically 1 piece of paper that like folds out. That's the entire like instructions here. Looks like they move by panels and then pieces. So I think I'm going to rename some elements on the scoreboard. I think I'm going to say panel and piece, and I'm going to move 315 to the bottom instead of a total. So I'm going to say piece. Yeah. I'm going to change the scoreboard a little bit. So where it says total, that's going to be just piece, which means for a second it's going to say piece on both sides. But where it says piece, I'm going to change that to panel. It's going to help us to follow the instructions. So that means that I need to put both at 0, and then I'm going to go to the name, and I'm going to add the 315 to the name. I'll say like 315 pieces. 315 pieces. All right, is that all? Let me take a look at the scoreboard. Panel, piece, day 1, ROKR Justice Guard, AK-47, 315 pieces. All right, I guess it's time to start building. So, these panels, I feel like I could say 1A, 1B, because if you look here, this is panel 1. There's cells 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So really, These are not panels. These are segments. So, should I still leave the word panel? I'm going to do the ambiguous segment because there are subpanels. I mean, panel has a meaning in comic books, and that's where I, first started calling them panels. But clearly, there's multiple panels in a segment, so I renamed it to segment. All right, we're almost ready to get started. We just got to digitize the instructions. Let's just do one for now. We'll do more later, but let's start with one. Is that going to be readable? Going to be zoom inable? I'm not really sure. We'll find out in a second. No, that's no good. I think I need multiple pictures just to get this one instruction. As insane as that sounds. 1, 2, 3. Now it's going to be tough to keep these instructions in order because now I'm breaking them down into like littler pictures. So just to get through segment 1, it takes looks like 8 pictures. Yeah. Not sure if we even got all the information. That's crazy. 8 pictures. Just to get that digitized. Scanned. I mean, I could do the scanner, when I have time. The reason why I always say I'm going to do the scanner and then I don't do it is because I have to take the scanner out from under my dresser, plug it in on my desk, and do the scanning. And that's really easy to do on the weekend. But right now, it's like championship season for my son's track meet and track meets. So this is the last weekend. On Sunday, he has the Eastern States meet. And then we're finally done with track season and we go into... So summer and fall, there's no meets. There's just training. So my weekends are going to be free after this last weekend. But they haven't been free because, in fact, they've been insane for the last month because it's not only the championship track meets, but his 2 older brothers graduated, one from high school and one from business school. So we've just been going insane for the last month. So if you're thinking like I'm incredibly lazy because I keep saying I'm going to scan these photographs and then I don't, these instructions, and then I don't scan them, it's because I literally don't have time. But I will soon, because the only time I have is on the weekend, and lately I don't have the weekend time. But I will soon enough. So right now I'm rotating the images because they turned out to all be like facing the wrong direction. Like the way I scanned them, like I scanned them landscape, but my phone, even though they clearly came out as landscape images, my phone still interpreted them as being portrait images. So now I have to like rotate all of the images 90 degrees before they're useful. And there were 8 images, so that's taking a second. And I realize it's not the most interesting content. I probably should have had one of those question decks ready to go. But anyway, I'm almost done, and then we'll start building. All right, I think that was the last one. Yep, it was. All right, let's try again. One, no, that's not it. All right. Almost there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Upload. Now, lately, when I upload these, they take a minute to show up on my iPad. Even though they say that they're uploaded from my phone, I then go to the iPad and they're not there yet. Like, okay, the folder's there, but there's no images. It says the folder is empty. So I have to wait a minute for those images to start showing up. Excuse me. I think I uploaded one that's not correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. I just see that the numbers on the images are like 2801 through 2806, and then the previous one is like 2791, which is 9 lower. I don't know why that would be, but let's see if 8 images show up. All right, so just to show you here. All right, let me go to my phone. So on my phone, you can see like 4 of the 8. So, yeah, am I showing the phone? Okay, yeah. So like 4 of the 8 are already uploaded. But when I go to the drive from my iPad, there's AK-47. That's where I uploaded them. It says the folder's empty. I don't know what's the problem. Does it wait till they're all uploaded and then tap the button to upload? I don't know. Maybe I gotta close and reopen the Google Drive. Let's try again. JRYE AK-47. Yeah, it's still showing it's empty. So let's just start reading the instructions. You know, just old school on the. Let's see here. Get the zoom in camera. And look at the first instruction. So they need a few pieces there. Wax the gray parts with Remind. I mean, does the wax branded with the name Remind? Do you see that? Wax the gray parts with Remind. They gave us wax. Here's the wax. I just didn't realize the wax was called Remind. All right. So if I look I'm looking at my phone here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. So my phone uploaded 8 images, and right now there's 5. So there's clearly some delay. So let's count. All right, so the first panel of the instructions, like panel 1A, let's call it, involves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. But I would say really there's only like 1 piece and then 4 pins. So F2 is the piece, and then we need pins called D1, D2, D3, and D4. So that's going to be like 4 pieces, right? Well, segment 1, and then 4 pieces. Okay. All right, so I realize that where it says piece, it should say pieces. I mean, let's just be consistent here. All right, so now it says pieces. So we need F2. F2 and then D1 through D4. Here's the D sheet. I have a tool that helps me pop pieces out. The tool has a there's a magnetic whiteboard marker. All right, so this is a D sheet. I don't know if it's the only D sheet, but here we see D1, D2, D3, and D4. So those are the pins that we need. And they've got the numbers printed right on them. Well, numbers and letters. D1, D2, D3, and D4. Now, when I punched them out, they got little like splinters on the end. So we're going to have to get the emery board. Is that the proper name for this tool? I'm just going to sand them all. Sandpaper. They gave us another sandpaper. I don't know why they gave us two, but they did. So there's D1 and D2. And then they wanted a major piece. And I don't know why I decided it's a major piece, but I guess it's kind of like the length of the gun, F2. So I don't recall seeing any pieces that were that big. And they say wax the gray parts. So where are these gray parts? Let's see if our instructions are digital yet. Well, we still don't have 5. And we don't have... Yeah, that's not right. One of the images isn't even correct. How can I delete that? All right. I uploaded an extra image. So I should be starting, let's see, 2802. That's obviously not the first one. So I think we still don't have... oh, you didn't see what I was doing, but basically, I think it's supposed to start at 2801 or maybe 2800. All right, let's see if this loads. Yeah, 2800. So now you too can see the instructions. So F2 and then a bunch of pins, D1 through D4. That's where we start. So this was the D sheet. Where's the F sheet? Here's some fairly big pieces. This is the E sheet. Here's the F sheet. So the F piece we're looking for is F2. This is not that big. I mean, this piece is just not as big as it looks in the image. And I also don't see any gray. I think they meant gray on the instructions. It's not gray in reality. They just, the instructions were grade the areas that need to be waxed. So there's obviously going to be movement in those areas. When they need to be waxed, it means there's going to be moving pieces, and therefore they need to be waxed. Kind of stuck here. Feel like putting the sandpaper in there. I feel like if I just tear it out, it's going to splinter. Well, it did splinter regardless. You can see that huge splinter there. Probably from this angle you can see it. Or better yet, from that angle. You see that splinter right there. We're going to get rid of it. Wow. I guess these emery board sucks compared to a sandpaper. It's like not working. All right, there we go. All right, next we need to sand the gray areas. So the gray areas are these two, this and this. That's what needs to be waxed. So let's get the wax out. Not sure if I was on camera. This and this. This and this. That's what needs to be waxed. I don't think there's any harm if you wax up everything. But definitely at least wax those two areas. I don't know. Am I like over waxing them? I'm just breaking off pieces of wax. All right, now the D1, 2, 3, and 4. D1 goes here. So 1, 2, 3. That's where the D1 goes. And then D2, D3, and D4. I think the question is, how do they go in? How deep do they go in? So that's the orientation that they go in. Let's see if we look at the next panel. If we look at the next panel, you can see they're driven in as deep as they can go. By the way, it moves from one panel to the other with a bullet. Do you see that bullet in between the two panels? So just that's something. It's something they decided was worth doing. All right, so D1. Oops, it's not going in. Okay, D1. They go right in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, from the back to the front of the gun. The front of the gun being the business end. The back being the handle. D1, B2. Is there an orientation of this? There's no ink. There is a little ink. Okay. So there's a little ink there. I'm putting them in the uninked side, with my logic being that they're probably going to connect to some other stuff on this side, and that makes this the outside. But at the same time, we've got like 1/4 inch at least of wood hanging out the outside. But probably we're going to attach other stuff to that. And probably this is the inside. But, you know, I'm not really sure. I think so, because when you look at the instructions, it doesn't show the ink. So we should be putting the pieces into the uninked side. There's not much ink. Just here and here and here. Just not sure if you even can see that. There's the ink. So ink side out, we put the pieces on the other side. All right. That's, you know, segment 1A. If you notice, segment 1A was actually just breaking out F2 and waxing it, and then the bullet goes to segment 1B, which is adding the pins, and then segment 1C, see, bullet from A to B, bullet from B to C, and then in C, we're adding 2 more pieces, F4 and F3, and they're going to attach to those pins that we just put on. So we're up to 6 pieces. And we need F2 and F3. So we were just dealing with the F board. So where's F2 and F3? There's F1. There's F4. All right, there's F3. Where's F2? What does it look like? It's a very busy piece. I don't think it's on this board, or am I staring right at it? Honestly, it looks like F4. Like they're in the instructions, it says F2. No, in the instructions it says F4. I don't know why I was looking for F2. F3 and F4. Those are the pieces we need. They look just like the instructions. I don't know why I was saying F2. That was a mistake. F3 and F4. Oh my goodness, this thing like popped out. It's like I got this metal tool that does the job. It's like my fingers don't do the job. The metal does the job too good, or maybe it was just that one piece popped out too easily. I'm like trying to not pop it out too much. All right, so wax the gray parts again. So on F4, That's basically, they don't say to wax F3. They say polish the parts with sandpaper. So we got to do that. And we got to wax in here on F4. All right. Now, how do we put this together? Something looks off. I think we have to flip it over, right? Yeah, flip it over. That's the inside. And then F4 is going to go on like this, clipping to these three pieces. And then F3 is only going to get one connector. So F3 goes like this. And this is the connector. That hole is the connector. And it connects to here. And then this is going to pass right by it without connecting. If all goes well. Yeah, there we go. So there's probably going to be other connectors at some point. It looks pretty loose right now. I wonder if it's supposed to go all the way down across. It can. You can push it all the way down across this thick section in the middle. Is that correct? I don't know. So you see it gets wider right here. But on this one, you don't see that because I put F3 over the wider section. Is that correct? I don't know. Let's try F4 is going to go across all three pins. And this is like the direction that it goes. So is it also going to snap down onto the fat part? It seems like it is, yeah. So there it is. Now the fat part is not visible anymore on any of the pins because F3 and F4, they went over the top of them. So let's see where this goes. Okay. So that was panel segment 1C. Segment 1D, it's kind of like, oh, okay, it's on the next image. Did I make a good image? Because it seems like I see the bullet here. Okay, and there's the bullet. Okay. I just need to zoom in. Alright, so panel 1D. I may drop the ABCD thing in a minute because it may get tricky to remember. But anyway, there one image for C, and then this one is D. Looks like we're going to use some springs already. In fact, that's all we're doing in this panel. Segment 1, panel D, we're adding 2 springs. And I just want to point out, these springs are the same size, but they're different colors. One of them is black and the other one is white. And there's a little like guide here to measure the size. And then those springs, where do they go? P5 and P6. It's unclear to me where they go. It's got some words in the instructions. It says fit the end of the spring with the groove bottom closely. Do not leave a gap here. And then there's kind of an image saying like this is good, this is not good. So it looks like they slide onto or in between 2 pieces of wood. Honestly, I'm not sure where they go. I'm looking at the instructions. And I'm not really seeing on the piece of wood anything that looks like that. So it's showing where to put the springs. And to me, I think they would go on these, now, I don't know why I'm saying that. They don't necessarily go there. It just would be easy. Whereas what they're asking for, it looks like here is one spring in this little notch here. And then the other spring is here. I don't know if you even can see that. So there's a notch here. And that's where the one arrow is saying to put a spring. And then there's another notch here, and it's saying to put the spring. So they're both on F3. But here's the problem. The graphic below that shows this section having springs. So the instructions say put them here and here. But then there's a window underneath that shows a spring being put here. I think maybe it's a super close-up of this, and it's trying to say get the spring in the middle and push it down. I don't know. We're going to give it a shot. Maybe it'll be clear once we're looking at the piece and working with it. I think the springs count as pieces, so we'll put it up to 8. So we need a black and a white spring that are the size, exact size that as they show them on the paper. It says 1:1. So that means exact size. All right, I see some springs. It indicated one should be white and the other should be black. All the springs are metal colored. I don't know what they're talking about, black and white. Yeah. Yeah, there's no difference between color on these springs. Actually, there is a little bit of a difference. This one is like more metal color and this one is like more black. So I'm going to grab those two and assume that's what we're looking for. I'll measure them against that instructions to see if they're the right size. That's not right. So white really just means metal color. I feel like a piece fell out there. Oh, the black spring. You can't even see it, probably. I'll put it on top of the wax so you can see it. So that spring is black because it's tougher to see. This spring is metal color, which I guess we're calling white. So, yeah, that's the right size. Okay. I don't think these springs are going to stay in, honestly. And if they start falling out, I don't know how I'm going to find them. If they start falling out and rolling around on the floor, I'm not going to be able to find them. All right, so the black spring goes here, and the white spring goes here. And the spring has to go into the sort of lower notch there. That's what they say anyway. Yeah, it doesn't stay in. This has no chance of staying in until they add something that locks it in. It's in there, but what's going to keep it there? I don't know, nothing at this point. You can't even see it. It's there. Hard to see, but it's there. Okay. Both springs are in there. There's one spring. There's the other spring. It's there. I don't know if I can get you an angle to see it, but it's there. Yeah. Okay, follow the bullet to the next panel. And looks like we're grabbing some new pieces. D5 is the major piece. Then D6, 7, and 8 are basically combined to make some sort of locking pin. So we're adding 4 pieces. That's bringing us to 12. Give you a close-up there. That's what we're doing. So D5 is a fairly big piece. And then D6 and 7 go together to create 1/2 of a locking pin. They go through D5 and go to the other half, which is D6. So D is 5, 6, 7, and 8. F, E, this should be D, right? So D, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 5 is the bigger piece. Okay, there's D5. It's actually not that big. Okay. There's a D6 and there's a D7. They're saying, oh, 2 D6s. D5, D6, D7. Okay, so we don't need D8. Forget I said D8. You need D5, 2 D6s, and a D7. That's what you need. Okay. Well, I thought I'd get a cool shot of the piece dropping out the bottom, but I feel like all I did was break the board. Wow, that piece went flying. Well, that was a disaster. All right. So one piece went off of the, what's going on here? Oh. The piece went off of the board. Oh, well. Okay. So if we hold it with the printed side up, the D7 is going to go through from the bottom. Printed side up. There's not much printing, just a little. I don't think it really matters though, because the way these pieces go on, I think it'd be the same no matter which way you put them on. So even though the instructions specifically asked us to do it this way, I don't see how it would have made a difference if we did it the other way, because the middle, the fat part of the piece goes into the D5. And then you put so the D7, the fat part of D7 goes into the middle of D5, and then you put D6s on both sides. So tell me how it would have made a difference if we put it through from this end, because they specifically said in the instructions to put it through on the painted end, the inked end. But the way they go through, they end up like identical. So how would it have made a difference? It's basically the same. And I've lost track of the A, B, C, D sort of thing, but here's the next segment. No pieces get added. We're just going to attach the two things that we built. So we can attach the D5 piece to the F2 piece. Maybe it's going to lock in the those springs. Maybe it's not. I don't know. We'll find out. So if we're holding this like this, then the new piece we built goes into that sort of, you see how this is an oval and this is an oval? It's going to slide from one end to the other. It's got a trigger. That's obviously a trigger. All right, so now it's relevant to know where the ink side is. So the ink side is going to be above, kind of. I moved this piece somehow. Ah, okay, yeah, like that. You can see how the piece is like hooked together. So it goes forward, it goes backward. That's the action there. I'm afraid to flip it over because the springs might fall out. So I'm not going to. I could maybe go to a different camera. If I had the handy cam set up, I could go underneath. But I'm not going to do that. Alright, so looks like it's time to go to the next image. Now, is this the next image? You know how we can check on this sheet? Yeah, that looks right. So what do we got to do here? P8 and P10. P10 is, I think it's a metal cylinder. It shows the 1-to-1 there. D8, D10. But it's showing them connecting to something else. What is that something else? It seems like, did we skip an instruction? Let's see here. Like, what did we miss here? Yeah, it doesn't look like we skipped anything. So what is this? Refer to the tool assembly on the right of the part list. Oh, that's a tool? Tool assembly on the right of the part list. Oh yeah, there it is. There's the tool assembly. So tool assembly. H8, G2, and G8. That's the tool assembly. H8, G2, and G8. H and G. There's the E. Oh, are they going to be on the short sheets? The small sheets? H and G. That's A. That's B. That's C. Well, I guess they're going to be on the dark brown sheets. We already used up everything else. Okay, there's G, and there's H. All right, so for this tool, what did we say we needed? H8 and then G's 2 and 8. So G2 and G8. G8 is something crazy. It's got a logo on it. G5 I just accidentally popped out. But G8 is a crazy piece. What is going on there? This is a tool, but it's a cool tool. Alright. So, next, I believe, was G2 and then H8. Here's the G sheet. Where is G2? Piece is falling out. Yep, all of the G5s fell out. G20, G20. There's a G2. It's a very small piece. Let's count these pieces building the tool. So we're up to 15 pieces. I'm not sure if building the tool counts in their count to 315 or not. I'm counting it. If we end up at 318 instead of 315, I guess we'll know why. It's funny, they have me building the tool that comes with this puzzle, and it looks like I misplaced the tool that I had. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. I'm sure it'll turn up, but that's for the moment. It's gone. That piece broke. Oh my goodness. And you know, because I didn't have the tool to punch it out with. I'll use my finger. It's a small piece, and it broke. Wow. They both broke. That was a crap piece. Well, it's a good thing this thing is only considered a tool, because it probably doesn't matter that we... Why did they make this piece? Look at this. Exactly when I didn't have my metal tool to punch the pieces out. What did I do with that metal tool? Well, it doesn't even matter if I find it now. The damage is already done. I broke both G2s. Here's the tool. I'm not sure it would have even helped, you know, but probably it would have helped to punch the G2s out. The G2s are now broken. I'll put them in broken. I don't know if that's, you know, gonna work or not, but we don't really have a choice. I think they'll work. Is it the skinny or the fat end that's supposed to go in? I think it's the skinny end. I was trying to put the fat end in. It's actually the skinny end that goes in. Wow, absolutely. It's such a tiny piece. I can barely even see it. Okay. Gotta be one of the smaller ones. Like broke unevenly. Wow. So it's such a, like, it was a tiny piece to begin with, and then you break it in half and there's like nothing left. I'm gonna use these needle nose pliers to try to get it in. I can't even hold them. How am I gonna work with them? Yeah, I cannot even hold it. Let's try again. Mind you, I just exploded that piece into nothing. Mind you, I'm just building the tool. I'm not even putting it in. I'm not even building the gun yet. I'm just building the tool. I'm going to try to put the bigger piece in. No, it's not going to fit the bigger piece. It's got to be a smaller piece. And we got to hope that they don't need a second of these because I smashed it. I smashed half of it. If you have to use a second one, it's only going to be a second half. Yeah, it was the smaller one that would have fit. This one's a little too big. Found a piece to the other one. Alright. I'm going to go back to trying the fingers. Because I couldn't get it in with the needle nose. I couldn't get it in either way. But maybe I won't break it with the fingers. Okay. No, it's not in. It felt like it went in and then I see it sitting on the table. Did it go in and then fall back out? Maybe it was too big. Because maybe I took half from one and half from another. Alright, it's... I had it in and it came back out. One more try. This is a waste of time. This is a tool. It's probably not even going to be useful unless it's a tool that you use after you build it to operate it, in which case we probably do need it. But honestly, it looks like a keychain of some sort. I don't think it's going to be useful for anything. Alright, I got it in with the pliers. Now we need what? H2? H8. Yep. That's H8. It's like right there, H8. So the whole reason we need this tool is just to line up the metal. And the next thing that we're... Are you kidding me? And this one fell apart like sideways. Like it split down the middle and became two pieces. No luck with this thing. Alright, we gotta get it on here. So we're putting two broken pieces onto two other broken pieces. Like unbelievable. And this is a tool. It's supposed to help us. Alright. That's on. Maybe. I don't know. You know what? That thing is stupid. I'm not going to use it. When I attach this piece, which I need to do now, I'm just gonna needle nose it in. I don't even need this. The only thing this is here for is to hold the metal cylinder while I line up the other piece. So D8 and P10. P10 is the metal cylinder, and D8 is the, I don't know, it's a piece on the D sheet called D8. There's a 1-to-1 here to show what size that metal cylinder is. But I only see one. No, there are two different sizes of metal cylinder. So, like, I'm trying the smaller one first. It might be too small. Let's get this here. I think that's it. I think that's the size. Alright, so I'm going to drop it here, because that's what they say to do. This is apparently a helpful tool. And then we just need to do that. Press to the end with a tool. Basically, we're just doing that, or we did that. So now we can find D8 and drop it on there. Here's D8. The cylinder is going to go through that middle section. Okay. It moved. This thing moved. It's off. Unbelievable. Because that tool, because the wood in that tool split, it's now not staying on. All right. How deep does it go in? Press to the end with the tool. I think it ends up in the middle if you press it to the end. I think that's what they want. It kind of makes sense, like it's an axle or on an axle. All right. So we put the cylinder in there. Cylinder is now through D8. Now, D8 and P7. So D8 is going to attach to an existing spring. This one. You see the pinhole next to it? Hold on. So the existing spring here, and then the pinhole underneath it. See the pinhole? So this thing that we just built that has this little piece to wrangle the spring, and then it has this cylinder to, I guess, go into here. This is becoming a rather complex puzzle, and complex puzzles sometimes don't work. You know, it's like there's a lot going on, there's a lot of moving parts, and you can't really work with them once you've built the puzzle. It's like either they work or they don't work, you know? Or sometimes they work partially, but it's tough to repair it. You have to basically take the whole model apart to repair it. All right, so we are adding a piece now. We're adding P7. And they give us a 1-to-1 for the P7. And the P7 is a spring, 25 millimeters. And it's going to get added in this space here. So remember this piece that moves? Well, P7 is going there. P7 is a spring. And there's the one-to-one reference for P7. So it's actually a fairly big spring. Yeah, I see a middle-sized spring. I'll tell you, this is a complex build in terms of the moving parts that we have to get to work. And we have to get them to stay in place, because sometimes as you're building it, you twist it around. Pieces aren't locked in yet, they fall out. All right, that's P7. It's the right size. One-to-one match. All right, so P7 goes in that spot. Is it going to fall right through? Yeah, there's like, what's going to keep it on? Something doesn't make sense here. I'll tell you why I say that. Look at this. Is that clear, what I'm showing you? The spot they want us to put the spring, it's currently nothing holding it in place. Like, I can put the spring there, but I don't know what's going to keep it there. Maybe just the tension of the spring. Okay, I did it. I put the spring there. Yeah, I guess the tension is going to keep it there. I feel it on both sides. So it's kind of like halfway through. I guess, I don't know. Is that good? Hopefully. Hopefully that's good. And now the bullet shows us going here next. And adding, this is good. We're adding F8 on top of this whole structure. So all this stuff, all these springs that are like half in, half out, they're going to get kind of locked in. I can't even tell if that spring is still there. Yeah, it is. You can, like, when we put the white piece behind it, we can see the spring. It's a little bit off camera. There it is. You can see that black spring is still there. So we're going to put a piece on top of here. F8, and hopefully that's going to lock some of this stuff in. I think F was a white sheet, right? All right, F8. That's the piece we need, F8. I mean, it's going to look fairly similar to the piece that's already there that we're going to attach it to. Okay. Ink side out. There's a little bit of ink there, about the same as there was on the other side. This is piece F8, and we got to drop it onto here without losing any of the springs and other things that we had loaded. There's a pinhole here. There's a cylinder here and a pinhole here. Maybe that's the place to start. It definitely needs to line up. It's a little tricky, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where we're going to slide those on. But the pinhole is going to be the trickiest one, I think. Definitely don't want to force it on. but it has to somehow get on. Because if you force it, you might break it, or you might knock other things out of place. Alright, is that pinhole going to line up? I'll squeeze sort of inch by inch until we see if that pinhole is lined up. You see there's the little cylinder. I don't know if you can even see it. It's so dark in there. Can you see the cylinder? Yeah, there's the cylinder right there. Let's see if we can get it in. It's not going in. It's a little bit off. Why though? Everything else is lined up. Well, what did we do with the needle nose pliers? Those could come in handy right now. Can sort of angle that thing. We can angle the cylinder with the needle nose pliers. The problem is I'm not even sure which direction it's off. You know what? That's lined up. I just got to push that through. I guess it's not lined up. It looks like it is, but if it was, it would go through. Alright, hopefully we didn't jostle any springs out in the process. Wow. It's not, is it in? I don't see it from the top. Yeah, okay, I do see it, but it's so far away. We need to squeeze this thing tighter or something. Or maybe we need to push from this side with a paper clip. Let's try that. Alright. We're going to get a paper clip in there. See if we can push that up a little bit. Oh, it worked. I felt it come out the other end. Alright, kind of keep it mid. Alright, we did it. Alright, what's next? Bullet goes this way. Okay, is that what's next? D14. I'm using the paper to just confirm that we're in the right place. So we did the spring, then we put this top on. Yeah, this is not the right image. We need this image. Yeah. Well, let's see. Did we miss an image? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're missing one. I took 8 pictures. There's one missing. Let's see if we can figure it out. 082, no, 012, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're missing 3. Let's get it there. All right, give me a minute to get image 3 there. Are we seriously only up to image 3? How long is this stream? We're at 90 minutes. Oh my goodness. I thought we would do a little better. I thought we would at least get through instruction 1. Segment 1. I thought we would at least get through segment 1. All right, good news is I found the image that didn't get uploaded. And it should go in order. I don't know if it's going to pop into what we're looking at some point. I guess let's just start while we're waiting for it to show up in the Google Drive. Let's just take a look at the instructions. You know, old school style. Let's see here. It's a pretty complex instruction. Fit the end of the spring with the groove bottom closely. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, I think I'm looking at the wrong spot. Oh, that's already done. Okay, we are looking here. Okay. We're going to add some new piece, and apparently that piece is where the spring is going to go. So we're adding 4 pieces. Piece 6, I think, is a spring. And then D's 9, 10, and 11. So 4 pieces. And by the way, the instruction now showed up over here. It was 3, right? Yeah, that's the one loading, so that's got to be it. All right, so yeah, there's the 4 pieces. That brings us to 22 pieces. So D9, 10, 11, and then P6, black spring. So we got to do our 1-to-1 thing again, and make sure the spring is, I guess, black color. So that size, black color. I tell you, yeah, okay. You know what it is with the black springs? They're invisible. When they're like, you can't even see them. You definitely can't see them on this black surface, but you also can barely see them in this bag. So there's a black spring, right? There's like 2 springs here. They're like overlapping each other. It looks like only 1 spring, but one of them is silver and one of them is black. The black one, I think, got away. All right, I'm going to grab 2 springs just so we can confirm that they're different colors. Wow, these things are tricky. Can't get my hands on it. All right, are these different colors or the same color? I really can't tell. You know what? I don't think it's a big deal whether the spring is black or white. Because can you even tell the difference between the colors of these springs? I don't think I can. So there's 2 springs. Is one of them black and one of them white? I think this is the black one. So I'm going to put the white one away, which is really just metal color. Honestly, I don't think the color of the spring matters too much. Unless the color is just a way to differentiate the springs and one of them's stronger than the other. Anyway, I think I got the right one. So thinking about, you might have heard me talking about my middle son going away to college soon. So I just had this flashback, like just now while I'm sitting here, to a college memory. And it was my freshman year at Marist. And it was a Sunday, so Sundays were sometimes boring. And, there wasn't like classes to go to. And me and the guys that I was friends with, I don't know who started it, but we went, not even to grass, but we went to the parking lot. There was like a parking lot. We were in the last, it was called Sheehan. I was in Champagne the first semester, Sheehan the second. So Sheehan was like the last building before the parking lot, and on the other side of the parking lot was, I don't know if it's still called the McCann Center, but it was an athletic center, which I believe at the time was called the McCann Center. So we were playing football just in that parking lot. Like, none of us were on the football team. We were just playing like, the way kids would play in the street with a football. We were playing that way on some Sunday afternoon. And I just had that memory. And then there was other days when we actually played basketball in the McCann Center on the weekend. And I remember one time playing like neighborhood kids, like kids from Poughkeepsie. They somehow got in the McCann Center on the weekend. It's like crazy that I feel like that probably doesn't exist nowadays, but back then you could like go and play on the court. On the court where like Marist College plays D1 basketball, you could go on the weekend, and if it was open, you could play on the basketball court. I mean, it was pretty cool. I remember playing on that. So anyway, we played football just in the parking lot, and I just had a flashback to that memory. And it was like one of the funnest things I did there. It's like at college. Somehow I'm remembering it more than anything else. But then I'm also remembering playing basketball, which is like, I don't fancy myself a basketball player. I'm not that tall, but I remember when I was playing in gym in high school, the basketball coach was also phys ed teacher, and he asked me to try out for the team, and I didn't because I said, would I play? And he said he couldn't promise that. And I said, well, then I'm staying on track, because track, I know I compete every weekend. Basketball, I just know basketball is a tough sport. Like, only 5 guys are on the court at once, and of course the coach has every right to play who he plays. And my son might be going in a position of being a bench warmer, but he's fine with it. I wasn't. And that's like not something I can deal with. I need to be competing. So I couldn't do it. So that's why I continued with track, and track was fine. I was MVP in high school. I was MVP at the 2 colleges. I have no complaints about doing track. But like when I was in high school, the coach asked me to try out for basketball, and I didn't, because I didn't want to spend all my time like sitting on the bench. But then when I played basketball at the McCann Center, those like kids from the neighborhood, they thought I was on the basketball team, because I guess out of all the kids among my friends playing basketball, I was the one who looked like a basketball player. I was basically scoring all the points. And then I said no, and one of the kids said football, meaning like, oh, you're not on basketball, you must be on football. I said no, track, meaning like I'm on track, not basketball or football. And the kid like made a face and said to the other kid, track? I think nowadays track is a pretty respected sport, but I guess in 1991 it wasn't that like, it wasn't yet that it hadn't, people weren't in love with track yet in 1991. I mean, they were in 1984, people loved track, so I don't know what happened, how it like fell out of favor, but I guess it did. At least in 1991, these Poughkeepsie neighborhood kids weren't impressed with track. All right, so I put 9, 10, 11 plus the spring P6. I put them together here just like the instructions said. The spring looks like it's a little off center. I'm not going to worry about it too much, but so see that? I'm not sure how I fixed that. Maybe just pull the spring down a little bit. Maybe twist it a little bit. Yeah, that spring is twisted. So anyway, those kids at Marist thought I was a basketball player. And then when I played at Siena, which was like a year or two later, people again thought, they knew I wasn't a Siena player because I was playing intramurals. And they knew I wasn't a Siena college player because I was playing intramurals at Siena. But I scored, I played one time in the MAC Center while I was like in the middle of workout. Someone asked me to play, and it was like a 3v3 game to 11, and I think I was, the game lasted like a minute, and I was like, probably hit like 11 out of 12 shots or something like that. Or maybe I also passed for some people to get layups. The point is, I was hitting every shot and making every pass, grabbing every rebound. I was like unstoppable. And then when I played the first intramural game, I basically scored like all the points. So people would think like, oh, you must have played basketball. No, I never played basketball. At least I never played basketball with a uniform on. I used to play at the campground. We used to go to the campground over the summers, and there would be people at the campground on the weekends, but during the weekdays, there would be nobody at the campground, and there was nothing to do. You could swim, you could run, you could practice shot put or discus, or you could shoot foul shots, and if there was anyone on the court, you can play them 1v1, 2v2, whatever. So basically, I just played at the campground every summer, and that's, I was playing like all day, every day, and that's how I learned to play basketball. And, baseball was a similar story, although I stopped playing after 8th grade, but I used to play with these guys at school, and a lot of guys would have like their Little League shirts, and they were like all-stars in Little League, but I was always the first one picked when they picked teams because I basically would hit a home run every time. So there's two sports that like I never played with a uniform, basketball and a baseball, but apparently I did well at both of them. I played soccer with a uniform all through grade school. But then in high school, I just did track, and in college, I just did track. But I was MVP, so I feel like that was something, How many people were MVP of their college sports team? I got a plaque in my gym right now. I'm proud of it, It wasn't a big deal. I mean, I didn't do any training when I was in college. I stopped training after junior year in high school. I basically was just running on fumes through senior year in college, but I guess it was enough. Anyway, so did we count those 3 pieces? The 4 pieces? I think we did. Too much talking about basketball, not enough counting pieces. All right, what did we do here? We built that. Then F8. Is this really the next thing? Okay, so we counted those 4 pieces already. And then the next panel is right here. And that's another one that takes a cylinder. The cylinder is P22. There's also P9, which I'm not sure what that even is. Is that a washer? Is P9 just a washer? I think we have to refer to the instructions here just to see what P9 is. Yeah, P9 is a washer. So P22, I think, is the longest cylinder. Did they give us a 1-to-1 for P22? Yeah, they do. There's the 1-to-1. It's 20 millimeter. So it's 3 pieces, a cylinder, and 2 washers. That's what we're looking for here. So 25. P22, the cylinder we got to measure, and then there's 2 washers. I remember there was a bag of all washers. There's the washers. All right. Is this P22? No, that's too big. This says on the bag, it says LQ901, that's the model number, but then it says 3C23, and this one says P14, 3C17, 9 pieces. So one of these, 3C23, why is that? What is that code for? It's on all the bags. All right, 2-1-V2. I guess we just look for a cylinder of the right length. Yeah. Yeah, we got cylinders here of the length we need. So the reason I stopped training after junior year in high school was basically to get a job at the golf course. And I got a job at the golf course basically to learn to drive. Like, rather than taking driver ed, I got the car driving golf carts. I think during previous episodes, I had been doing these questions from this deck, and there were a lot of them were like HR questions, and actually I think I might have forgot this one. So probably the statute of limitations ran off, and plus it's a private company, so I don't think I broke any laws. But when I got the job at the golf course, they asked if I had the driver's license, and I said no. And I saw the facial expression, and I said, but I have a learner's permit. And I actually didn't have a learner's permit. I think I got it like before I actually started, so it wasn't as much of a lie. But, you know, basically, I got the job parking golf carts so I could learn how to drive golf carts, not have to pay $500 for driver ed, which I'm about to pay. I paid for my middle son last year, and I'm paying for my youngest son this year. So they're taking driver ed, which is $550, whereas I worked at the golf course and learned how to drive by parking golf carts. So, yeah, so that was slightly unethical. I said I had a learner's permit, and I didn't. But there was never a problem. I mean, I worked at the golf course parking golf carts. There was no problem. I don't think you legally need a license to drive a golf cart. I mean, they ask you to, like for people who are visiting the golf course to golf, but as a worker, I mean, it's private property and I'm driving a golf cart. It's I don't think you technically need a license. I mean, you do need a license. Like it was American Golf Corporation that I worked for, and they're not going to give you the golf cart if you don't show them a driver license. But here's the thing. That's their rule. That's not like a law. I mean, maybe things are different nowadays, but they're probably the same. I think even nowadays, you want to drive a golf cart on private property, I don't think you need a license. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm checking the chat to see if anyone's correcting me, but I don't think so. All right. These washers are like tough to get a hold of. And now that I open the bag, they're probably going to fall out. Anyway, I'll slip them on the bottom there. Okay, now, why did I need these two things? A cylinder, P22, and two P9s. And when it says, when assembly, press this part slight downwards. So this thing that we just built, which has like a spring on it, this is supposed to be added to the thing that we previously built. And it's supposed to be locked in place with this cylinder going through these pinholes. And I guess this pinhole, is that the one we're going on? I'm not really sure. I got to figure out yet. But anyway, the cylinder is going to slip through these pinholes, some pinhole here, and it's going to get washers at each end. These are not nuts, they're washers. But they're plastic washers going onto a metal cylinder. So I think there'll be some friction that'll keep them on as long as it's fairly tight. All right, I haven't even figured out where to put these yet. Okay. If we hold it like, it looks like they're showing it like this. Does that look right? Yeah, it looks like to be the way they're showing it in the picture. And then we're going to slide it down here. And the pinhole, where's the pinhole? Is it just there? Because that's long, that's much bigger than a pinhole. Anyway, let's do it. I think what we can do is put the rod through one cylinder before we even start it. And then we'll put it the other end of the cylinder once it goes through. So we're kind of like, instead of trying to put on two sides at once, we'll put one side on now before we even put it through. All right, good. So we got one side on. So that's going to drop through here. And the angle, watch the angle on this. So if you're holding it like this, the higher side is towards the back. There's a spring in there, so it's going to take a little bit of it's going to take a little bit of, basically you got to push down on it because there's a spring. The spring wants to push it back out. So we're going to push down. It is not reaching, the pinhole is not reaching the opening. And I don't know if it's because I'm afraid to push the spring hard enough, or if something is not lining up the way it's supposed to. Let's try again. I'm going to try to get like, so I can look in here. Yeah, definitely went further that time. Oh, it went much further that time. So something wasn't lined up. And now we get this through. We put the washer on the other end, and then we let go of it and see if the spring pops it out. All right. The spring didn't pop it out very much, but I guess it just has to pop out a little. This is one of those things where I'm not sure if it's working or not. I feel like we can't move to the next step unless we know that this is working. Because if that spring isn't lined up properly, you know, like in the beginning, the spring was like pushing this thing back off. Now it's like not doing anything. So let's pull this washer off. Let's pull one of the washers off. And let's take this piece off and try again. Because the spring needs to have some tension. It can't just be like, it has to be functional. The spring has to be functional. Wow, that thing went flying. All right, let me see if I can find where that washer went. I heard it, so I might be able to find it. Yeah, that thing is gone. I'll just take a new washer. All right. Hopefully they gave us extras. You know, this thing, washer, is not the right name. This is clearly a nut, but it's a friction nut. All right, let's try it again. See, now it popped right off. So why didn't it do it? Why didn't it pop off? There, it's popping off. Popping off, popping off. Maybe I pushed too hard. All right. You see it. It's ejecting. It's working. But somehow when I put that pin through, it wasn't working. I think if it doesn't work this second time, I'm not going to take it off a second time. I'm just going to jiggle it around until it works. All right, it's working. But we didn't put the nut on yet. Yes, I now call it a nut because as hard as I had to pull to get that thing off, it's clearly a nut, not a washer. It's a tension friction nut, but it is a nut. You know, I actually have a lot better stories from Marist than I do from Sienna. But, okay, so the spring is working now. But you know what? Sienna launched my career. And I don't know where I was going at Marist. So, I'm sure some people have, I think Bill O'Reilly went to Marist. I'm sure it worked out good for some people. I'm glad I transferred to Sienna. All right. Let's see what's next here. All right. D14 and D13. Am I on the right? Okay. This is 3. This is 4. Wow, we're only half. We're still not through 1. But it's a 2-hour show. Nah, I gotta stop. Okay. Let me do... it's 10 minutes to 2 hours. Let me do a little bit more. So 1, D14, 1 and 2. What do those 1 and 2 indicate? I don't understand what they're saying. 1 and 2? When have we started labeling arrows? All right, let's take a look at D14. And maybe the look of the piece will tell us something. Because looking at those instructions, that's not telling me anything. And the pictures really have to tell the story because the ROKR instructions are generally not written in intelligent English. Sorry to say. I don't know if they use like Google Translate or an intern, but I mean, the picture has to do the job. The text, it's not really going to get it done. All right, D14. There's D14. It looks like a staple. Let's pop out D14. This is like the tiniest little nothing piece, this D14. So this hole down here, it just says, the instructions just say like 1, 2. I don't know why they say 1, 2. This is the first time we're using this concept of 1s and 2s. All right, I put the piece in there. It falls right back out. Maybe I'm supposed to be 2ing it right now. Oh, am I supposed to be putting in two D14s, like one facing up and one facing down? All right, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. If there's a second D14. If there's not, yeah, there's a second D14. All right, I think I'm supposed to be putting 2 of them in. So that's put up to 27 pieces. Why did they only show 1 of them in the picture? Because they only show 1 and they show it in the 2 position. But if you look in here, if you look at the piece, I think they're supposed to go back to back, 1 up and down. But what if I'm wrong? Well, I've got the video here. I can backtrack later. All right, so I think they're supposed to go like sort of back to back like this, like 1 up, 1 down. So let me do the up one. And then I'll turn it upside down so I get gravity on my side. I'll also pinch the pieces. And then let me get 2 going down. Wow, that's tricky. You may not be able, like 1 clearly moves around, but 2 you can't get in. What are we doing here? It's not going to work. All right, we got to do 1 first. The gravity has to keep the 1 out of the way while we do the 2. All right. That's not going to fit. That's not going to fit. This is not going to happen. One, 2. The reason why I think it's supposed to happen is if you zoom in on this picture, it looks like there's something there when they're putting the 2 in. So that to me means that 1 is supposed to go in here. I was trying to give you a close-up view of that, but you probably only saw my hands. Anyway, there was nothing to tell. It didn't fit. Well, that looks good. Let's see if we can get it in now. I'm about to sand this piece and make it fit. What if I put it in like halfway? Get them both like halfway? That's not working. These the same on each side? Wow. I feel like I should be able to do this, but it's not working. I might stop here. That's a shame. I've spent the last 6 minutes trying to get these 2 staple looking pieces to fit in here. I think maybe these need to be squeezed tighter. That's even probably the purpose of these pieces, just to squeeze them in, just to squeeze these other pieces together and keep them squeezed. But I don't think I've got them squeezed enough to get started. Like the pieces that are supposed to hold them in place, I don't have them in place enough to get them on. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to shave one of these pieces. Do not try this at home. Well, I left a little nub. Hopefully it's enough. You know, I still can't get this through. And if I force it, I'll probably break it. That's looking good, actually. I think this is going to work. Well, if the only purpose of it is to keep these locked together, I think it's going to do the job. So there it is. I got it through. Cheated a little bit, but it's in. All right. Next. D13. Oh, fuck. So, we weren't supposed to put in 2 D14s. We were supposed to put a D14 and a D13. So, we should have looked ahead in the instructions. The D13, let me guess, it's like flat. So the problem with that, yeah, the D13 is flat. So the problem with that is that we already used our two D14s. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull one of them out and hope. You know what? We're not going to do anything. We're going to hope that we only needed one of each piece and they gave us two, and in which case our modification was basically converting a D14 to a D13, and there's no problem. There's not a problem until they ask for another D13. All right, so next up is D12. We got 25 seconds. All right, let's go over 2 hours because we can finish with instruction page 5 if we add 3 pieces. 12, 30, and 23. They look like fairly easy pieces, so I guess it's 30 pieces. D12, D30, and D23. All right. Did I say D23? That's a huge piece. Yeah, there's D23. D12 is a fairly big piece too. Wow. Okay. Huge pieces we're going for here. And then D30. All right. Where's D30? There it is. Wow, they're all huge pieces. What have we gotten ourselves into? Okay. So D says to sand and wax something. All right, let's turn it like this to match their picture. And they want us to sand and wax this curve here. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, we need to sand and wax that, definitely. Okay, now D12. See those two bumps? They're going to match up with this. Does that make sense? Well, whether it makes sense or not, that's what they're asking us to do. Okay, yeah, it makes sense because then this stuff aligns as well. And this aligns. Yeah, this is whatever it is, we did it. I mean, I think it's just kind of extending the gun a little bit. Probably we're going to build off that in a second. All right, so next is D30 and D23. So what do we got to do with those? Again, we got to wax them. So, all right, D30 and D23. This is kind of the way they're going to face each other, like this, actually. And they want these edges waxed. Not sure yet why, but they want them waxed. All right, now last 2 pieces for the night. So I think this is one connector, and the other, let's see, 1, 2. But it's unclear where that 2 is going through. Maybe right here, in which case this piece is probably going to move. It's unclear where the first piece goes in. I think it's got to go to that piece, just because the shape matches. But then once that's on, where does the other piece go? Well, it should line up once that's on. Right. Yeah, there we go. You put one piece on, the other piece automatically lines up. Does that look good? T23. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then this piece goes on as well, 2 connectors. these two connectors into those two slots. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay, so we got it. So I just hit on this thing and I felt the action from the spring. So that's pretty good. So that's like working pretty good. I don't know what part of the weapon that is, but it seems to be working. So here's all the goodies we came with. These are a couple of pieces. I don't know where we're going to use them, but they just kind of fell out when I was assembling it. And this is a tool they had us made yesterday. Some metal pieces, some rubber bands. I don't think the rubber bands count as pieces. What does count as pieces are things that come from this wood. So let's see, the next up on the instruction is going to add 2 of those pieces, just to look at the instructions here. E4 and A37. A37 is just a little pin, but E4 is pretty big, and it's going to go on the outside of this. We just added these 2 pieces in the previous instruction, and we're going to build on top of that, and then there's going to be a little piece that goes there. So E4 is the big piece, A37 is the little piece. I'll advance the counter. It's now up to 32. There's some A's here. Is A37 here? I see A36. I see A35. There's A37. It's actually shaped like a gun, A37. So I was using this tool yesterday. Let me see if I can find it again. Well, I found the tool that I was looking for, but I dumped everything else that I had in the same area. I don't know how the tool ended up at the bottom of the pile, considering I was using it yesterday. So there's A37. It's a little bit of a nothing piece. And it came off with a splinter, so we got to shave that down. You know, I gotta give compliment to that Miss Davis, because although there's some weird parts, but a lot of what's in there, like the people overly relying on computers, I mean, that's in Electromagnet. The first graphic novel, it was like, which I wrote, you can look at that. It was like deception via the media, including computers and that. But then the second one was an over-reliance and an over-trust and an over-outsourcing. It was kind of like a lot of the themes in Miss Davis were also going to be in that Electromagnet second graphic novel. They still could be. I don't know when I'm going to finish it, but it's not finished yet. And I'm currently working on Vin Duty, so that's going to be the one that gets finished next. But why I give this Miss Davis credit, it was every episode was fun and kept you engaged, and it wasn't too like heavy-handed. It was kind of like, it felt pretty natural. Of course, when I did Electromagnet, I used some gimmicks to keep it, flowing, but they did a better job. I mean, I kept like the thing that I do, because it's something that I understand probably coming from sports in my novels, is I create a goal. I create, rules and laws of the universe that can be used in advancing to the goal. And that's it. That's basically how I keep the readers involved. They're just waiting to see how the goal plays out. But this was different. It was just a lot of fun, and you just kept watching because you felt like it's a good, fun thing to watch. Like, you The reveals were cool, but they weren't what was keeping you there, and there was no like ticking clock, and there was no overarching. Well, there actually was. There was a search for the Holy Grail in this Miss Davis, so there was an overarching thing, but it never felt that heavy. Though, yes, I guess the search for the Holy Grail is the ultimate MacGuffin, so to say that it didn't have one would be ridiculous. Let's just say it never felt like it was relying on that. So here's E4, there's A37. Now, how does this E4 connect? It's going to connect to these 3 pins, and it's going to connect to those 3 ovals, obviously with the ink side out. So there's not a lot of ink here. It says like designed by ROKR, and it's got a few lines, some more lines over here and here. That's the ink. It's not much, but it's ink, and we're doing ink side out. So we put this on first, or do we put I think we put this on first and then we put the pin in it next. So let's get this done. Is it lined up? Seems like it's higher than it should be. No, it doesn't. It seems fine, actually. But it can't seem to, like, this is like pushing it away. Is that supposed to go through something? Alright. Like, I feel like it should, either this should go through something because it sticks out wide, or this should go below it. It clearly doesn't go below it, so the next question is, does it go through something? And I don't think it does that either. Looks like it's a little low. Oh, there's something. Maybe that goes through here? Yeah, that's it. And now all the pins line up. So there was a little piece there, and it goes through the board, and when it does that, then all the pins line up. Looks like 2 of them are flush. This piece is flush, but 1 pin sticks out. I guess that pin's longer than the others. And now, once this E4 is on, then we need to put this A37, which I believe just goes in the very last slot here. This like little thing there. You know, so like pick up your A37 and just put it in that last slot. Doesn't feel like there's anything behind there. Yeah, there's not. Just goes in that last slot, and that's it. Alright, what's next? I think we're on this same image. Oh, yeah, same image, but the other side. And looks like we're just adding 1 piece, and that piece is D34, but there's instructions. You see it says 1, 2, 3. I'm not yet sure what those instructions are referring to, but let's find D34 and then we'll figure it out. That's B, that's A. Is this C? Yeah, that's C. A, B, C. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so where's D? There's E. That's D. 1 piece. D34. It's a fairly long piece. This is D34. That's it right there. That's obviously some characters to shoot at. Oh man, this D33, if I take the D34, yeah. The D33 is like hanging by a thread. I might as well just pop it out. I'll put it up here with the other things. Now, the long side of D34 goes like to the front of the cannon. The back has kind of a hook. Maybe that's why they're saying 1, 2, 3. Maybe 1 is stick the hook in, 2 is push it forward, and then 3 is put the other pin in. That's the way I'm going to interpret the 1, 2, 3 message. So the question is, where does it go? I think it's this very back slot here. There's a slot at the very back. There's another slot here. So let's see. In, push forward, push down. 1 is in, 2 is push forward. Man, that thing does not want to move forward. Maybe push it in a little further. Yeah, now it pushes forward. And then push that in 3. So we're up to step 3 already. Step 1 was dropping it in. Step 2 was pushing it forward because it was hooked. And step 3 is putting the front in. All right, it's starting to look more and more. I forgot to count that piece. We're up to 33 pieces. Anyway, it's starting to look more and more like something's being built here. All right, so looks like this is the last step of part 1, and it's actually just a QC check. Scan for assembly videos. So they have assembly videos, but they didn't have a PDF. I'm reading from here. So this is the QC. Pull the trigger and move the brake to the lower end of the slot. Release the trigger and return to the original position. If it cannot be reset, check whether the reset... Excuse me. So we're supposed to pull the trigger, move the brake to the lower end, release the trigger, return to the original position. If it cannot reset, check whether the reset spring is assembled. All right. So there's the trigger, right? So pull the trigger and move the brake to the lower end. So while the trigger is pulled, we're going to move the brake down. Is that the idea here? Well, I can no longer get to the brake. Oh, from this side I can. Okay. Pull the trigger. Move the brake down. Release the trigger and return to the original position. Release the trigger and return to the original. If it cannot be reset, check whether reset. Alright, I mean, it looks to me like everything works. Everything goes back to position when I let go of it. I mean, is that what we're trying to do here? If so, we did it. Alright, are we up to panel 2 yet? It's not going to the next page. So, let's see here. So I uploaded everything. I photographed the entire, like, is this going to be 2? The entire instruction, yeah. So, probably need to sort by date. Or, no, sort by... Yeah, that looks good because you can see the... I'm just flipping through here. We probably need to sort by image number. But it seems like it's going. If you can see the... Oh, it's kind of blocked by the scoreboard, but... Trust me, this is image 2809, this is image 2810, this is image 2811, so it's probably everything's fine. Anyway, we're finally on panel 2, and what we need to do is, what the hell are we doing here? So we're extending the tool, or are we just assembling something? Yeah, we're just assembling something. We're taking F5, P10, and we're just putting it halfway through. So F5 and P10. So F5 is a metal cylinder. And the page comes with a little 1-to-1 where you can check the length of it. I think it's the smallest cylinder is the length that we're looking for. So in this bag, which contains the giant spring, it should be the small cylinder should fit. Or is there an even smaller cylinder? I don't know. It's got a 1-to-1 image, so just line up cylinders until one of them's the right size. Okay. Yeah, that's not the smallest one. I pulled out one that wasn't. There should be a smaller one. And that's the one that's going to fit there. Yeah, I see it way at the bottom there. Of course, the small piece is going to fall to the bottom. Also, when I was at Peacock watching that Miss Davis, they had 2 shows about LeBron James playing in high school. One of them was like fiction and one of them was a documentary. But like, they had 2 of them. And they were both on like the top of the Peacock menu. Crazy, right? I think LeBron broke the scoring record. They probably anticipated he would be in the finals. They thought like, anyway, it is a good time to release it, but it probably would be better if he was in the finals. Better for those shows. I don't care who's in the finals. All right, P10, is that the nut that looks like a washer? No, I don't know what P10 is. Is it correct? P10? Oh no, P10 is the cylinder. We already have it. What we need is F5. F5 is not on this chart, so it's probably a piece of wood. Where there's D, E. So is this going to be F? No, that's E. So this must be F. Yeah, this was F. All right, so F5, and we're up to 35 pieces. There's F5 right there. So they want us to use the tool to get that halfway through. I'm not sure we need the tool. We definitely need to sand this circle piece. I don't know where it's going, but it came out with splinters. And circles tend to turn. You know, squares don't turn. Triangles don't turn. Barbs don't pull back out. But circles turn. So you usually have to sand them. And also wax them. Alright, so we say use this tool. The top half of the tool is missing, but I think it'll still work. Not as good, though. Whoa, this thing is tricky. Alright, I'm just going to grab it by the side with needle nose pliers and jam it in there. That's my plan. Alright, I got it somewhat in there. So I got it started. So now I could put it on the tool, which I believe is measuring also height of how far you push it through, but the measuring thing flaked, if you remember that from yesterday. It flaked and only the thin portion is attached. So I'm just going to eyeball it, get it halfway through. That's the plan. So I don't know if it's exactly halfway through yet. It sticks out on both sides. Maybe we could go a little bit like further in terms of getting that halfway through. I don't want to push it too far. Yeah, I pushed it too far the other way. So it's going to be like a wiggle contest. All right, I got it. I think I got it anyway. Halfway through. All right, what's next? Do we count those two pieces? We did. All right, it's a lot of pieces here. P4, B6, B12, that's 3 pieces. Brings us to 38. And then another B12, B6, another B6, F6, the piece we already built. And, oh yeah, and then the part we built on the other side. So 3, and then 1, 2, 3, just 3 more. So there's only 6 pieces here. I know it looked like intimidating, but it's only 6 pieces. So P4, 2 B6s, 2 B12s, and an F6. All right. The problem is that the P's, I think, aren't in a sheet, even though they look like they should be, just like looking at this. So what is it, P4? So P4, what is that? I see what it looks like, but what is it? Rotation shaft. It looks like the Chevy logo. But if it's a P, then it has to come from one of these bags, right? Huh. Oh man, I just dropped some pieces. That says P14. They were looking for P4. Yeah, there it is. Looks like the Chevy logo. Like Chevy motor or whatever it's called. I'm sure you know what I mean. Chevrolet, like a Chevy Suburban. This piece that we're going to pull out of here looks like the logo. I saw the piece through the bag. Where'd it go? All right, here it is. So there you go. Looks like a Chevy logo. At least I think so. Does it look like a Chevy logo? Kind of does. All right. So then B6 and B12. I believe the B's were on one of these little boards. So 2 B6s and 2 B12s. Yeah, there's the 2 B12s right there. So, yeah. 2 B6s and 2 B12s. And then, for some reason, the next piece is on the F board. F6. Looks a lot like B12, but it's on the F board. Where is that F in board? D, E. Come on, one of these has to be F. Okay, the top one was F. And there's the piece right there. F6. So it's actually bigger and shaped different from the B6s, but whatever. On paper it looks similar, but when you see it in real life, it's not that similar. There's the P6. Oh, sorry. There's the P6, and there's the B6. And there's the B12. Just sand these pieces down. Not sure if it'll matter. Okay. So we start with B6, ink side up on the Chevy logo. Wow, it goes like all the way in. I guess the B12 is going to stop it. Yeah, okay. Puts a stop to that. All right, now we need another B12 and another B6. Right? This is all going to stack on top. So actually, the next piece to go on top is the B6. F6, sorry, F6. And it's going to go like this. Is it meant not to go across? Okay, there we go. All right, now B6. Does it go the same angle as the other one or different? Seems like there's only way to put it on. You could put it like opposite the other piece, but I think it's easiest to just put it like so they're both facing the same way. So this is what you get when you follow those instructions. Strong piece. I don't know what it's for, but there it is. All right. I feel like we're missing something with that D20. What is that? Okay, yeah. We were missing something. On the fold of the page, the main piece that we just built, I'm not sure what they're saying to do with it. They're showing it with a gear and a, I don't know, eraser. I'm not sure what they're talking about there. And then D19 and D20. Okay. Let's assemble D19 and D20. That seems doable. Okay. There's D21, D22. There's D19. And D20 is right next to it. So D19 and D20. Not sure why we're building those. I guess it'll make sense at some point. And then I still don't know what they're talking about in that top instruction. They might just be saying sand and wax it. So you can see on the bottom of the page, D19 and D20 get put together, so I'm doing that now. But on the top of the page, it shows that piece that we just built, I think getting wax. I'm not really sure. This thing. I guess we'll wax it up. Okay. And then wax this up. Did we advance the counter for D19 and D20? I think we did. Alright, so what's next? I don't know. A lot going on here. F8, F1, F18, P19, and F19. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. So that brings us to 47. Now F18 F1, F19, and P10. All right, where are the Fs? 18, 1, 18, and 19. All right, here's 1. That's F1. Then we need 18 and 19. They're over here. 18 and 19, the last two pieces here. And then P19. What is P19? Counterweight. P19 is a counterweight. It might be that little metal piece that we've bumped into a few times. Yeah, there's the little metal piece. Is that it? It's definitely got some weight to it. I think that's the counterweight. P19. It's the heaviest piece. You'll see in a second. Yeah, counterweight. Just like a block. I thought it was maybe a magnet, but it's just a block, and it's like a huge block. But that's what it is. So let's start getting to work here. So F1 goes on to F18 on the end here. And then F19 goes on the other side. Doesn't seem to want to go on. Alright, got it. Pain in the neck, but got it. Okay, now. Isn't this counterweight going to slip right through? Like, what's holding it in? Maybe the next instruction is going to make it stay in. For now, it's just a little bit of, like, tension is keeping it there. I don't know how much they want me to push it through. But anyway, there's a little construction that they wanted built. Now, these instructions continue. So, they want us to take the thing we just built, take the thing we built previously, did we ever use that roller piece? Let me see here. Gotta look at previous instructions. Yes. We were supposed to use a roller. It doesn't really change anything. It's just, it's supposed to be in there. I'm not sure how we get it through at this point without opening this back up. I think we gotta push it out and feed it through. Should have known that goes there. Alright, we're going to try to do it. It's not going to be easy, but we're going to try to do it. Right through. All right, let's start with getting it in there. Okay. Kind of easy, actually. So once that's in there. Okay. And now we just got to get it to go through to the other end. Felt like it went in. Yeah, that's in. Right. So we were, oh, you missed what I was doing. Sorry. I got this wheel to go inside. Oh, you still can't see. I got this wheel to go inside of this construction. And as you can see, it spins. So that's good. All right, now the thing with the counterweight. All right, so we're going to pick up some new pieces. D22. And then it says D22, not D21. I don't know why it says that. But it also shows another piece as being D22. I don't know what's going on. I'm just going to advance it by 2, go to the D board, and see if I can spot the pieces. Obviously, there's something wrong with the instructions. There can't be 2 completely different pieces, both named D22. Well, I suppose there could be. Oh, you know what? There's only one piece. That second part of the instructions was a close-up of this part of the piece. Oh my goodness. Snapped right out. Another piece for the pile. I don't know. How do we attach this? Are those bumps supposed to be there? I think they are. Alright, so hold the piece like this. This cranky piece goes into the middle here. Probably going to be another piece on the other side. I don't think I did that right. I think it goes like this. Yeah, like that. And then the counterweight goes in there too. All right, that piece fell out. I'll put it back at the end. So that metal counterweight is now getting kind of locked in by getting pushed into these pieces. Come on, get in there. Get in the hole. Doesn't want to go in. There we go. As soon as I said it, it went in. Okay, and this piece goes on top. So, where the hell did this piece come from? Why did we build that piece if we're not using it? Oh, we are using it. We're using it. I don't know whether to keep this up or keep this down. I think to keep it down. What am I even building here? What part of the gun is this? Like scope or something? Alright, let's get this on first. And then this piece second. Yeah, so there's some movement there, but not much. And then... Alright, the D21 goes on top. That's perfect. All right, so we matched. Why is that like not straight? Unbelievable. How did this get on here if it's not straight? Well, I got to pull this out as much effort as it took to get it in there because something's not right. Oh, no, it is right. All right. I have to go previously. Yeah, to here. Okay, it's not right. Well, it can be made right. We just got to flip it over. Yeah. Yeah, flip it over. And now it's right. We probably could have just flipped this over. We didn't need to take it off and on. I think, I'm not sure. Study yours first. See if it just needs to be flipped over. Doesn't fit. Oh no, it fits. Wow, it's a lot of work for a little bit of payoff. All right, D21 finally. That's going to keep everything locked in. All right. And the middle section's not on. Come on. It's like I get one section on, the other one falls apart. Look at that bulge in the middle. It's like, obviously, that middle piece is not going in. Yeah, this middle piece is not going in. But it needs to. Maybe I should do the middle piece first. Have some flexibility at the ends. Sorry, this piece is just not going in. This middle piece is very important, but it's not going in. All right. I pushed it hard. I was thinking like it's going to break or it's going to go in. Luckily, it went in. Thought it might break. All right. D21 was the 50th piece. Now they want us to go down here. It says pay attention to D17's attention. Pay attention to D17's attention. Okay, so don't mess up on D17. Got it. There's D18, there's D17. All right, so I want us to make sure we don't mess up on D17. Whatever could that mean? So let's find out. So if we hold this piece like this, that matches what they're doing. Then we hold D17 like this with the curve pointing to the middle of the piece. And then we should be able to, slide it forward onto this piece? Let's see. Yeah, that worked. So this is probably going to be like you pull something. At some point, this was going to be, I think. All right, D18. Sway it for easier insertion. All right, we have to sway D18. All right, so... and we have to wax the gray parts. So it looks like they're waxing this like entire piece. Probably should have waxed those circles when I had a chance. I'm not sure what they're waxing here, to be honest. But I did see D18, so let's get that in. There's D18. Sway it for easier insertion. So it's going to be tricky to get it in, but if we sway it, we'll be all right. That looks fine. That doesn't look tricky at all. Yeah, that wasn't tricky at all. What it does, though, look like there's a missing piece. Maybe it's supposed to go in the other section? Like, why is it so easy? Like, it's so easy it's gonna fall out. Check waxing. The protrusion edge must be waxed. Wax the upper edge and the lower soles. Wax the edge. So, wax on, wax off. D18's falling out. A D15 end cap. They need a D15 end cap. Alright. D15 end cap is piece 53. I think this needs to go in further or something. It's like, let me see here. I don't get it. There's nothing keeping this back piece in. Do I need to go? Oh, okay, I get it. All right. I got it. This needs to go further down. Like this piece is supposed to go all the way down and then pull forward. So that's then what's going to make this piece work, is that it's also going to go fully inserted. So that's why they're saying like sway the piece. Yeah, all right, I'm swaying the piece to get it in there. And then it's going to clip at the bottom. I assume so. I definitely need to sway that piece to get it in. Let's also wax it. That can't hurt, right? You could sand it if you really can't get it to fit in. You like it to fit with tension, though, so it stays in there. All right. It's not quite all the way in. Almost. Well, let's wait and see what they do with it. I mean, it might be in good enough at this point. All right. D15. We still need to put the D15 on. And then we're finally done with part 2. D15. Where's D15? There's D15. So we have to put that on. Where exactly? So if we hold it like this, that little nub at the end. Okay, I'm not sure what we built tonight, but we built something. So we have this big gun, and we have this little something with a lot of wax. When I was setting the scoreboard up just now, it seemed like it said day, I don't know, maybe day 1 and day 2 videos both said day 1, because it seemed like it said day 1 when I went to change it to day 3, so sorry about that. It happens sometimes. Now, turning to the instructions, I believe we finished. Did we? Yeah, I believe we finished instructions segment 2 yesterday. I think it was adding this end cap here was the last part of segment 2. I'm not even sure what this thing is, but this is what we built in segment 2. So we're moving on to segment 3. All right, so let's see what segment 3 is all about. Well, the first part of it is A1 and F10, and then quickly F11. So let's call that 3 pieces. On our way to 315 total, I believe is what it says. All right, so A1, F10, and F11. And we didn't even open the boxes yet, but we will. A1, F10, F11. All right. So these 2 parts are assembled. These 2 parts are assembled. And then we've got a bunch of like boards that have been, or pieces that have been falling out of boards. I don't know why, but that's been happening. All right. And then of course there's a lot of metal in this puzzle. It seems to be a rather ambitious puzzle. On day 1, we watched the video of what it's supposed to look like when it's done, and it was pretty impressive. I don't know if it's actually gonna, not just how it looked, but how it like worked. So I don't know if it's really gonna work that good, but let's see. We'll find out soon enough. So day 1 was 2 hours, and day 2 was 1 hour. This puzzle says it takes 6 hours. So that would mean we're about halfway done. I don't think we are halfway done, but we're some amount done. I guess we'll find out soon enough. All right, here's the F sheet. And is A one of those little sheets? Yeah, I think A, B, and C are the little sheets. So A1 is really just a pin. Let's see if we can find A1 here. Where's A? Yeah, A1. So there's 2 copies of A1. We need one of them right now. All right. Well, I knew that. The second A1 fell out. So we're going to have to hope we don't lose that. It's such a tiny piece. And then we need F10 and F11. F11 is, we have a couple of them. It's kind of like a curved piece here. And then, what is F10? There's F9, it's a big piece. F10 is kind of a squarish piece. Here it is. So there's two F10s and two F11s and two F1s. I feel like I should go ahead and interpret it times 2, because whatever we're building here, we're probably going to build it twice. The only thing is maybe one of them is going to be a mirror image of the other. Like, I don't want to assume that they're going to be identical. Sometimes they're mirror images. So if it doesn't say times 2, we're not going to build it twice. I'll just build it once. Alright, so I just want to get it right. It's not, I mean, this side is a notch and this side is a hook. I mean, this side, the whole corner is gone. This side, it's like cut into. There's also a pinhole on one side and not the other. The F10, the A1 though, I believe, is it the same size pin on each side? It should be. I'm not really sure, but I think so. I don't think there's any difference. Alright, so once you put A1 into F10, continue holding it like this, and then F11 goes on top here. I think we can wiggle it all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, there it is. What it is, I don't know, but there it is. There's the, whatever the heck they needed built. We did it. Okay, continuing here. We have to add a P5. I'm not sure where to add it. In here, in this little notch here? Is that where they want the P5? There's a little notch there, and I think they want to add a spring in there. That's where I'm going to add it. Hopefully that's correct. Springs here. I think there's 3 left, and they're all the same size and metal color. I'm not counting that humongous spring. So the instructions come with a 1-to-1 picture. So just to be sure, we'll confirm it with that picture. But pretty sure that I can't go wrong here. Whatever spring I take is going to be an F1. These 2 springs are stuck together. Alright, there's the spring. There's an issue if it's white or black sometimes. Alright. It says white, and white, I believe, is actually just means steel color. Black is painted black. White is just metal. Just means metal. There's no actually white painted pieces. Alright, here's instruction 3. With a 1-to-1 for the F5. And then, by the way, you can see here there's also a 1-to-1 for 2 P11s. So let's add 3 more to the counter for the P5 and the 2 P11s. Alright, so that matches the 1-to-1. And then the 2 P11s go in the 2 pinholes. Yeah, there's 2 pinholes. How far deep do they go? And are there also P9s at the bottom? P9s are the little nuts. So you put a P9 onto a P11 and put it through there, and it's 2 of them. Honestly, that's an eerie image. Well, anyway, I'm not going to bring up why I say that. That just would be a downer, but it struck me as a little odd. Okay, so let's get this spring in here. If we can. I can't even see what I'm doing. Am I putting the spring in there? All right, check the... It looks good on the close-up camera. In real life, this spring is invisible. You can feel it, but you can't see it. I can see it on the close-up camera, though, so it seems to be there. All right, now we need 2 washers. As I recall, the washers were falling out of this bag, so I should be able to find them on the floor here. Yeah, there's 2 washers. And now we need 2 9s, which should be in here. And we should confirm the length, because there might be different lengths of cylinders. So there's the 2 washers. Let me see here. And here's the 1-to-1 on the cylinders. We need 2 of them. Well, these 2 just jumped right out, so hopefully that's the right size. I can't get them to stay there to check the size. My goodness, they spin. Does that look like the right size? I think it is. I think that's the right size. I don't like this, as they call it, jewelry work. These like tiny little pieces. It's not my thing. I like pieces that you can hold on to with your hand, but it is what it is. So we're gonna get it in there with the needle nose pliers. Wait, is that the needle nose pliers? I don't want to accidentally grab the clippers. Yeah, it didn't happen. All right, let's try the fingers. Okay. So there you go. We put the cylinder into the little nut job there. Let's try another one. All right, there we go. Now it goes through the 2 pinholes from the bottom. Well, you can drop them in, you can hold it upside down to drop them in. I don't know if there's going to be something on the top, but for now, just kind of goes through there like that. There's a lot going on here. A spring, 2 cylinders, 3 notches, a wooden pin sticking up. There's a lot going on. I'm not sure where it's all heading, but there's a lot there. All right, what's next? All right. It says chuck assembly figure. Do you think they mean check assembly figure? Let's check the assembly. I think that's good. All right, now we need 2 plastic pieces, P2 and P3, and they're going to go on top of those 2 posts. So we're up to 63 pieces. Those plastic pieces, once you get the right one, they're pretty easy to work with. They're almost too easy. It's like Lego bricks. Probably why, I guess wood is the sweet spot. Like metal, too difficult because the pieces are so tiny. And then plastic, too easy. I guess wood is in that sweet spot of some challenge without being like impossible. Alright, so we got a piece that's shaped like an L or a P, whatever you want to think of it as, and another piece. I don't know what you would describe this shape as. Probably, there's probably some logo that looks like that, but I don't know. Anyway, fell right out. All right, let's do it one at a time. All right, so the P. Well, it's loose. We need to put another nut on top or it's going to fall out again. Yeah, it's totally loose. All right, what's the angle to get this one on? It's like kind of like the one is like kicking the other. But again, everything's going to fall apart. There needs to be some locking pins. Well, the next thing we do is we put the second F10 on top, and then we put the two locking pins. You can see, I'll just show you there. So a second F10 on top, and then two more P9s. So that's going to bring us to 66 pieces. I'm not sure if I'm doing this piece counter correct or not. Sometimes I think I assemble pieces and forget to increment the counter, but anyway. So we need another F10 and two more locking nuts. Now, I believe I poured all the nuts out, so I just need to like find them here. Actually, I see at least two of them still in the plastic. All right, and then F10 is the same piece we've been working with. So it definitely wasn't two copies. Maybe there were just extras of those other two pieces involved. Or maybe we're yet going to use them on the other side. So now we got to make it match the shape of the first one. So the corner out here and the notch here and the two pinholes are going to line up. I don't anticipate this being easy. I think it's going to be tricky. I think we should just no, we can't let the pins fall out because now we have the plastic on. So we need to get this through. Maybe do it sideways. Ooh, I think we got it. That is looking good. All right, let's push it down there rather than push our luck. And let's try to get these nuts on. These nuts. All right. Looks like I got one of them on. Come on. Did I get it done? Think it's gonna fall apart as soon as I let go of it. I don't know. I think we got it, but not really sure. What's next? Okay. 25 and 26. Oh, they're going to clamp everything together. That's nice. D25 and D26. So that brings us to 68 pieces. D25 and D26. D26 goes in the corner and D25 goes in the middle. So I see D26 here, and there's D25. So which one did I say was which? D25 goes in the middle. All right, let's do that one first. So D25 to the middle. It's kind of like, I think it's a symmetric piece. Kind of blind as to what's going on inside there, unless anyone remembers. Just try to get it pushed on and hope for the best, I guess. I don't think that's on. It's gonna be tricky. All right, I got it. Fairly certain that I got that. Yeah, that looks flush. That's the best view, the camera. I mean, you're seeing it, I'm seeing it too. You know, my eyes aren't as good as the close-up camera. Nobody's are. All right, so then this side is going to be the D26. I feel like to put another D26 there, but they don't say to. So we're just going to do one D26 over on this corner notch here. Right. At least from here you can see what you're doing. So the D25 was probably similar to this, but we couldn't see it happening. I feel like there should be a spring in there or something. There's like some space for something. Not sure what. Doesn't want to go on. Come on. Pinch it a little bit. Yeah, the middle one was actually easier because at least it had a track to follow. This one, if I push too hard, it's going to fly right off the edge. One side is down, but that doesn't necessarily make it easier to get the other side down. In fact, that other side is not down. All right, let's apply a little pressure. See what happens. All right, we got it. Could have just as easily broken the piece, but we got it this time. So there's a little notch there. I don't know if that's like to give movement to this piece. Yeah, it might be. Because as you can see, look at that piece come out. So that's the purpose of that notch there. Not sure why these pieces need to move. It's probably something to do with the mechanics of the gun, which we haven't gotten to really yet. Let's see. All right, what's next? Wow, that's a huge piece. P13 and P1. So let's increment the counter. 2 pieces. And they want us to use that. I'm not really sure why. Like what we're supposed to do with it. But they want us to use that tool that we built, if you remember. Building this, where did it go? This tool here. They're like indicating that we need to use this. And they want us to use this side. But this side shattered, so it probably doesn't have the same height. So I'm not sure it's going to have the same effect. And then they want, so P1, that's easy. That's this helicopter-ish looking piece. Or plus sign, whatever you want to call it. It just looks like it should spin. That's why I call it helicopter-ish. It has little notches on the end. And then they want a 24 millimeter cylinder, which I don't recall there being a 24 millimeter cylinder. Is this 24 millimeter? No, that's not quite that long. Yeah, we don't have any 24 millimeter cylinders. What are they talking about? At least not in this bag. Let me check all of the bags. So this bag isn't done yet. There's a screw in there. And I don't know, some piece of plastic or something. All right, is there a 24 millimeter cylinder in here? No. Any more here? Oh, by the way, there's this thing. Just if we want to temporarily get the height correct while we do whatever we're supposed to do there. Is there a cylinder hidden in here? In the rubber bands? No. So P13. Oh, you know what? I don't really know what size they're looking for until I bring out the paper, because on the screen I have it zoomed in. So let's bring out the paper here and see how big 24 millimeters actually is. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I still don't think we have anything that size. Do we? Maybe. Maybe the biggest one is maybe. Let's try it. Screwdriver looks like it's that big. Which, by the way, we haven't used this screwdriver for anything. I'll just take it out of the bag. I haven't used it yet. Alright. We have 2 of this largest size of cylinder. Is it 24 millimeters? Yeah, I guess it is. Alright, there's a 24 millimeter cylinder. So we're supposed to put it in here. I don't know if there's an upside and a downside on these. Which is which? Do they look the same on either side? The fins, whatever you want to call them, go different directions based on which side is up. So they go in like counterclockwise here, and they're going clockwise here. In the picture, they're going counterclockwise. In the picture, in the instructions. So we're going to put it in from this side, counterclockwise. It doesn't fit, by the way. They want us to put it in here. It doesn't fit there either. Maybe they're only saying that as a way to make this stand up. Let's try that. Okay, so now we got that to stand up. Alright, so we want this counterclockwise. Now, can we push against that to make it go in? I'm afraid of like stabbing myself with that 24 millimeter thing. That's not going in at all. Alright, can you see through this thing? Yeah, you can. I can see daylight through it, so what's the problem? Pay attention to the direction. Yeah, I got the direction. You know what, though? They need to pay attention to the direction. If you look at their instructions, it shows it, when it shows it lined up, when it's showing the P13, it's going, the fins are going counterclockwise. But then when they show us pushing it down into the tool at the bottom, the fins are going clockwise. So let's try inserting the cylinder when holding it clockwise, because apparently that's the way it goes. At least when they show it actually going in. When they show it lined up, it's going the other way. Then when you attach it, you know what's the most important when you attach it? And then it's again showing counterclockwise. Alright, this is crazy. Pay attention to the P1 direction. Well, I can't even get this in there. Forget about whether it's like going the right direction or not. I can't even get it to go in. Yeah, what is going on? Did they have another rod that's skinnier? They act like this tool is supposed to make it like go in. Like put it in there first and then it's what, easy? It's certainly not easy. But maybe it's doable. It just doesn't fit. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fit. Let's see if the other cylinder is skinnier. I assume they're the same size, the two cylinders, like the same diameter, because the length is pretty much the same. Oh no, this does feel skinnier. That's crazy. They're the same length but different thickness. That's insane. I hope I didn't stretch out the other one. Glad I didn't force it in, because if I had, then it would be impossible to get it back out. No, it would be impossible to get it to grip correctly, because it would be stretched out. Yeah, they're different thicknesses. Wow, that's crazy. So two 24 millimeter cylinders. They're different thicknesses. I don't know if I can show you. Let me bring it out and maybe it'll be visible, maybe it won't. I don't know. I can tell you they are different thicknesses because one of them fits in there and the other one doesn't. Alright, so here's the one I tried first. If you can see. You probably can't see it, but I'm telling you, it's thicker. The one that doesn't go, the one that's in there is thinner than the one that wouldn't go in. That's crazy. Because there's nothing in the instructions about the diameter or thickness, only the length. Alright, anyway, that propeller is in there. So, something very tricky is happening next. We're going to use this main body. We're going to use this thing we just built. And we're going to use this. It doesn't mention anything about this. I don't know if we missed something. But anyway, let's try to get these three pieces attached. And it says, pay attention to P1's direction. Okay, P1's direction. So, all right, first let's get this one lined up with the same orientation they have. So that's like this. So now our gun looks the same as the instructions. Like the same direction. Now everything is going to happen in that upper left. It's going to be 3 attachments. So it looks like this one goes on first, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to stick out at both ends. I've got the metal sticking out at both ends. I don't know if that's right or not. It says pay attention to the direction. And the direction is counterclockwise. And the hole is right there. It does not seem to go through the hole. Yeah, it's a trap there. Remember that little piece we put there that catches this? Okay, I guess that's what it's supposed to do. All right, now this thing. You see these 2 circles? Look, 1, 2, 3. All right, let me show you. So the whole pattern is here, like two big slits, 1 small slit, 2 circles. 2 big pieces of wood, 1 small piece of wood, 2 circles. So this is going right in there. Hopefully everything is lining up. I think it is. I mean, it went in, so I guess everything lined up. Why did I think... I guess something's going to go on top to like lock it all in. Let's see what's next. D24 and then D something. D24 and D31. D24 you can see here, and D31 you can see there. What is that? Okay, yeah, D24, D31. All right, so two more. D24 and D31, we're up to 72. D24 and D31 should be over here somewhere. D31 is a big piece. All right. And 24 is even bigger. Some big pieces. All right, so I think we have these pieces on the other side. We're kind of like, yeah, remember that pattern? 2 circles, 2 big slits, 1 small slit. And then we're probably going to put another locking pin on this thing. 1, 2, yeah, there's a lot going on here. Like on the other side, we were like building it one at a time, taking our time. Now we've got to get everything in at once, which could be tricky. Let's just say it will be tricky. It's certainly not going to be easy. Okay. How are we doing here? This box at the top here is not looking good. If I force it, I'm going to break the pieces for sure. Let's see here. Well, taking the glasses off used to work, but now since I have no lights in my studio, I can't see a damn thing, even without the glasses. Alright. This is a little bit off. There we go. Okay. Alright, that's on. Took a little jimmying, but it's on. And then I didn't take a good picture for adding 31. So let's flip it around and use the other side as a reference for where 31 goes. No, it's hidden by this other piece. And then this piece locking it in. Remember this piece that fell out? That's this. And then there's a big piece here, so I actually can't see 31 is totally hidden in there. But we probably could figure it out. Okay, we know that it looks... We know that we hold it in this shape. And then look at that, those 2 pins. This is going to be easy. Very easy. 2 holes, 2 pins. Yeah, that was a piece of cake. Okay, what's next? Now, P12 and P7. So that P12, is that thicker piece from before? Or is it a totally different piece? I need the size reference, which I guess we got to get from this sheet. What is P12? P12 is 23 millimeters. Wow. Okay, so there weren't 2 24 millimeter pieces. The other one is 23 millimeters. So I guess if we'd used calipers, we wouldn't have had to notice. You know, the diameter, we could have known just by like proportion one to the other. Although I could also measure diameter with the calipers, but anyway. So we're going to be at 74 pieces when we combine P12 and F7. So P12 is the thicker 24 millimeter piece. It's actually 23 millimeters, apparently, according to these instructions. All right, I'm just popping out an F7 here. There's two of them. And the pin is going to go, the cylinder is going to go in the corner. You see that corner there? There's a splinter on that piece. Well, I feel like if I put this cylinder in, then I have to put a nut on one end. But I don't know, unless you think it's going to stay in by friction. It might. This is the thicker cylinder after all. There's no way that someone's going to tell the difference between 23 and 24. So it's basically, oh, here's an important note. When you put it in the corner, it should be, the second hole should be there. That's a tight fit. So I guess it is going to stay in by friction. Not in yet. Still not in. This thing does not want to go in. I do it this way, but then I might send this piece flying. How far off is it? It's barely in there. It's barely in there. It needs some help. Well, that's too much help. Now it's completely through. All right, I'm just going to push it on this, and it's going to get it to even. There we go. Beautiful. Even. Okay, what's next? Looks like two D28s and an F17 bring us to 77 pieces. Two D28s and an F17. F17. I feel like we built something like this probably for the other side. I think we're like at the point now where we're repeating ourselves symmetrically or mirror image wise, whatever you want to call it. Basically, we're building the other side of the gun. We already built the first side. Splinter on this piece. Couple of them actually. They want us to wax this up, but we can do it at the end after we build it all. So let's see, what's the orientation here? There's little bumps on these D28s. Yeah. Which is which? Two D28s and an F17. So which is which? I guess the two that are identical. In what way are these pieces not identical? Alright. I guess the middle one is the 7. These pieces are identical. I mean, I lost track of which one's the F17, but I don't see them being in any way different. What am I missing? Is the F sheet thicker? Yeah, the F sheet is thicker. That's crazy. I still don't think it would matter which order you put them on, but the F one is thicker. And then, right. Yeah, so F7, D28, F17, D28, and then another F7. So that brings us to 78 for the second F7. And then we can wax it. But what about the locking pins? Are we really don't need any? And then we want a second post to go through there, a P11. You think it's this way? Maybe it should go through like this length. Remember that tool thing? Like how far should it stick out? Probably that tool length at the bottom. Basically enough to get a locking pin on. I haven't said that yet, but that seems like a good guess. Like that's the point of this tool they had us build, right? So we can measure the distance of overhang on these pins, on these cylinders. Another way to think of it, centered. Same amount of pin coming out each side. Now we need one more, a P11. 15. The P11 is 15 millimeters. As usual, we're going to use our 1-to-1 to find it. So obviously the 1-to-1 doesn't work on the computer. We need to actually open up this thing. It's actually getting annoying constantly opening this booklet up to measure the lengths of posts. Well, yeah, there are two sizes left. There's like two of one size and two of another. And I can't eyeball which is which. I'm going to guess it's the bigger one. And then I'm going to measure it. Guess it just for getting it out of the box here. Bag. And then I'll measure it. The problem is, even though I say I want to get the longer one, I really can't feel what's... I really can't see what I'm doing. And I'm just feeling around. I might grab the wrong thing. So anyway, whatever I grabbed, let's see if it was the right length. Alright. P12? No, P11. So P12 was the previous piece. Alright, P11. Yeah, I think that's right. So that has to go in there. Is that going to be easy or not? I couldn't tell you. But I guess we're all going to find out right now. I would assume this one's going to go to flush. But let's see. It's tricky because there's all those little ones inside. Like how do I know they're lined up? Okay. Just pushing it down there. Alright, so it's slightly out on this side and not out on that side. Maybe I could push it in. Let's see. Yeah, alright, so the P11 is like kind of flush on both sides, and the P12, I believe it was called, is sticking out a little on each side. Alright, now why did we do all this? Oh, we need to wax it. Before we move on, this piece needs to be waxed. That means it's a moving part. When it needs to be waxed, it's a moving part. Okay. Does that say I-16? What? Is this piece I-16? I don't see what else it could be I-16. What the hell? I-16? There's no I's. What are they talking about? Part number. Let's see. There's no I's. They're all P's. Remove I-16 after step 2. So I-16 is there now? What? Were we supposed to put that in there at some point and we didn't? So apparently we were supposed to have some I-16 jammed in here that would keep the trigger open. The trigger still moves, so I don't think there's a problem, but maybe we have to pull the trigger before we insert this piece and then we let go of it. What is going on here? I don't know where this even goes. This thing we just built, I don't know where it goes. I do see a pinhole there, and there's a spring here. So let's aim for the pinhole and hope that that's correct. Yeah, it does seem like it would be convenient to have some piece of wood holding the trigger down. There's another spring in the back there. I got the pin in. I got it. We're good. It's in. Wow. Well, I guess it's a good puzzle. If you can somehow get stuff in by luck, that makes it a good puzzle. Basically, it feels like luck to me. They probably figured it out and knew that it was going to work. All right, make sure I-16 is removed. I'll do you one better. I never installed I-16. All right. What is this little shit here? Some little wheel? Is it the back of this thing? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's the little wheel. All right, so the little wheel. What the hell? What do they want us to do? Make sure I-16 is... So we're going to drop this into here. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's cool. Ooh. Are there pins? Is it going to lock in? No, there's no pins. Why are there no pins? Well, I guess it'll get locked in when we put on the facing. Should any of this be locking in? Maybe this. There we go. Okay. So what I just did is, see this here? There was a piece there. Like, it came through, it fit through here. And then on the other side, you can see that circle inside there. So this is fantastic. We're almost at an hour, and basically we have one piece of construction. Like everything is together. It's all one piece, and we love to take breaks when we have all constructed as one piece. Like last night when we stopped, it was 3 pieces. At one point tonight, it was like 5 pieces. But at this moment, everything is together in one construction. So that here's what we have. What we've been working on. We pretty much have the guts of the AK-47 put together. Okay, there we go. Some of the pieces are just kind of in gravity right now. They haven't been locked in. You can see these pins here. I don't know if you can see them or not, but they're... Oh, you definitely can't see them now. All right, so there's some pins here, here, and here. And there's something here. There's another pin here. There's another one here. Basically, this is going to get locked in at some point. It's not locked in yet. I wish I could get this camera to not be orange. I don't know. I got to work on it. Anyway. No excuses. Well, the excuse probably was that track season, championship season was going on for the last month. Had 2 graduations, had some other things go on, but now track season's over and I can focus. But there's a big thing. College. My son's going to college next year, and it's basically going to dramatically affect our monthly payments that we need to make, basically to the point that I'm going to have to, I mean, I hate to say it, it's not going to be fun, but I'm going to have to work like as much overtime as I can, which, I mean, I think I can still carve out an hour a night to do this, but not always, not every night. That's one thing, but the other thing is it's just going to be exhausting because, like, if you could control the hours that you work, then you could get in a lot of hours. Like the people that I support, the reason my hours are ridiculous is because the people I support can make whatever hours they want. But what that does is it makes my job like impossible, and it almost makes you avoid work because it's already unpredictable. People might call it every hour. The only way to fill that time in is to take up so many cases that it's a guarantee that everyone's going to call every hour. If not, then you have, lulls, and you could build models or make comic books. But if you take on all the work so that you fill up your time, like let's say you get 14 hours a day with, let's just call it an average of 12 hours a day. But, a good day has got like 14 hours. And in order to do that, you've got to take a caseload that when you combine it with the unpredictability and the accommodating like everyone else's hours, you end up with is a guarantee that you're working 7 days a week from 7 a.m. till midnight every day. And it's like no way out of that. So that's a big ask. I don't know if I'm actually going to do that. Okay. What next? Am I hearing like... Yeah. I don't know if you're hearing that echo, but I am like... Alright, the speakers... Maybe the headphones are part... You know what it was? Someone messed with my screen. I think it was me. I was doing something with the cables, and I pulled them, and I noticed they hit the back of the screen, but I didn't notice they'd rattled the screen. So basically my monitor was like rattled, and it was rattled in such a way that even though I have headphones in, it was somehow creating this like echo off of the I don't know, off of the rigging. I don't know what was creating it. It's gone now. Yeah, okay. I mean, of course if I snap, apologies for that, but I still get it off of snap, but I'm not getting off regular speech, which is good. All right, so where did we leave off yesterday? It says segment 3, piece 79. The problem is that segment 3 doesn't really tell us anything because they put like 12 panels in a segment. Sometimes they put like 4 panels. So let's just see here. I think we didn't do this because, okay, what I'm looking at is the instructions here. And on the top instruction is to drop that like ball, you see it in gray, into the middle. And we have that. I don't know if you can see it, but basically, wow, it's so dark in there. Okay, if I tilt it just right, you can see that that ball is in there. So we did that. But the next instruction, underneath that, that looks new. Like, what is that piece? What the hell is going on there? I can't even make heads or tails of that. It's got a 1, 2, 3. So the 1 is to stick D29 into D32. That's the 1. And then the 2 is to line the back up, the back of D32 up with, I can't even tell what at this point. It kind of doesn't even make sense because I can't, it's showing pieces that aren't currently visible. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's an error in this instructions. Okay, so in this upper corner, there's like these circles here and these pins here. But if you look at the instructions, it shows these lines on the side, which made sense before we put this piece on. You could see the lines underneath. Maybe it's not an error because there's a little like curve here on the instructions. And maybe that's meant to say that this is a cutaway, meaning like we're seeing transparently through this, which that would mean that the D32 needs to tuck underneath here. Is that possible? I'm like looking down the barrel of this thing to see if that makes sense. I don't think it does. Yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. Unless I'm misreading where this connects. All right, it's going to connect here. It's going to go over the top. This is going to have to go down or it's not going to connect. Unless it's going to go behind that. Which I don't see. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, until we get these pieces out and look at them. Oh, you weren't seeing all the stuff I was doing. Okay, I was saying that front pin is going to go here and here. So I guess the piece is going to like slide down the back here. And that's in the picture, I guess they're showing the back, even though we're looking from the front. Oh, you still couldn't see because it was on close-up camera. Wow. I'm doing terrible tonight. Here's the third attempt to show this. Okay. If you see the instructions on the upper right, the D29 is going to go here. And then the D32, how does that go? Along the top here? Yeah, it's going to hit into this. Oh, there's a slit in the middle. So that's probably going to go through the slit. Okay, yeah, I guess this is going to work. I don't know why I felt the need to visualize that. I mean, I could just, follow the instructions and they'll work. But I wanted to see what I was going to do. All right, so there's D32. And we also need D29, which is right next to it, right here. D29, D32. So that increases our piece counter to 81. All right. Let's get this out. Oh, we got a piece of metal. It actually looks like a guitar. This thing. It's a little metal fake guitar, but it's good for pushing out these pieces. It's actually kind of a Swiss Army knife. There's like a screwdriver, bottle opener, a Phillips head screwdriver, 2 scales, another bottle opener. Oh, no, that one's a can opener. I don't know what that is. I think that's like maybe attach it to your keychain. I don't know. All right, so D29 attaches to D32. How? The arrow goes here? I think so, right? The arrow goes here. Okay. And then it has to go through that slit, as we theorized it would work. And then what? Has to go. I think it has to fit in the middle here. Oh, this piece just fell out. That circle that we were bragging about that we got in the middle. Where was that supposed to go? Here? Oh my goodness. Okay, here. Alright, so... Okay, when the circle's down there, this is down here, which doesn't really help us much because it kind of helps you more to have it sticking up because then you know it fits through. Now, how do we get this back end in? You don't really, because it has to fit these pins. All right. So 2 is the back end. There's a little instructions here. If you see those numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 is attaching this. 1's attaching this piece at the front here. I figured out why my camera angles are so bad. When I switch the cameras, that's very quick. That's on the A10. But when I switch the view, that's on the, what is this thing? The YOLO box. And it's a touchscreen, and it doesn't always recognize that I touch it. So that like tactile is missing. Like when you use the A10, you know that you press that button. Not only do you know it, but it lights up. All right, so when you push this back, the wheel comes out and this goes up. I'm not sure if it matters what position it's in. They're showing it like this with the wheel in there, but like nothing bad happens if you push it back. I guess we can test it. Yeah, gravity, I guess, is supposed to pull it down. So how are we going to get this in here? We still didn't figure that out. Every time we try to, this piece wants to fall out. Oh, okay. There's a little groove in there. I don't know if you can see it. Do you see it? This piece and this piece. It has a little groove. It was like a notch. When we were originally putting this together, we could see that notch. Well, this is what it's for. This piece goes in that notch. I mean, nobody told me that, but it must. Like, that's the point of this. What we're doing right now. Okay, it's in the notch. So I assume that now everything else will line up. Yeah. So 3 of these pins. 3 of the pins. So 1 was attaching this to here. 2 was getting the back end in the notch. And then 3 is attaching these pins. And then I guess 4 is actually attaching that front. So let's get these pins attached. Why is this one so low? Because it's got to go in here too. Okay. I feel like I'm in a wrestling match. Wow. And I don't know if I'm winning or losing this wrestling match, but definitely this model is losing. That's such a fail. What is going on up there? All right, it's on. Well, it just went from fail to working in like one little click. All right, let's see if this thing still works. Yeah, it does. I don't really know what it is, but it works. Probably a gun aficionado knows what's going on here. It's not dropping down anymore. So I guess it's not working. Oh, if you pull it from here. Okay, yeah. I don't know. As far as I can tell, it's working. Maybe it's not working. I don't know. All right. Yeah, it's like you gotta pull this tab if you want it to actually work. All right, what's next? Looks like they're adding. What? Oh, they're doing what we were just doing. You know how we were like pulling on that piece? Pulling that piece back, just messing around? That's actually officially what you're supposed to do next. But you're also gotta then build something. Oh wow, they're pushing it all the way back. That's crazy. I don't want to do it. Seriously? But now it's locked in. What the what? They had us push this all the way back, and now it's locked in. Why would they do that? Well, it still comes out the other end, so I guess it's supposed to go back that far, or at least it can. But look, there's a locking mechanism here, and the spring guarantees that it's locked. So right now we're locked in here. I don't know what's the plan, but we're not going anywhere right now. We're locked in. See the lock? We're locked in. I guess we could pull this down. Are they going to add something to this at some point to allow you to pull this down? Okay, you can pull it down. All right, I'm going to put it back here for now because I don't really know what's going on. But we know that we can pull it down if we need to. And I don't even feel like we're getting a good image here. There's something cut off. Okay, yeah. Here's what's cut off. So we need to go here. We need to go build this and then go back here to install it. So I didn't make great photos because some of the panels are split across the fold. And I guess I didn't anticipate that when I was taking the pictures. But we always can look at the paper instructions. So anyway, E1 times 2, actually E1 times 4 really. B7 times 2 and F12. So that's 7 pieces. So that's going to bring us to 88 pieces. All right, so 4 E1s, 2 B7s, and an F12. There's the Bs. There's the B7s, 2 of those. Everything else comes, well, actually, that's not true. There's Fs and there's Es. So there's no everything to it. It's 2 different sheets. So here's the F sheet, F12, basically the piece that's going to hold all these other pieces, and then it's going to put it into the gun somewhere. I got to look at the instructions again. Wow, I'm like breaking everything trying to get that piece out. That was really in there. All right. T, E, F. Here's the E. We haven't used many of those dark wood pieces yet. All right, so E1, four E1s. There's 3 of them here. How have I suddenly lost the ability to push out pieces? All right, here's 3 more E1s at the bottom. A lot of targets to shoot at. I don't know if those count as pieces or not. All right, we need to sand this stuff. It's like there's splinters on a lot of these pieces. They're not gonna. I assume we're gonna have to wax them up, right? And so that they can turn, and they're not gonna turn if they have splinters or if they're not waxed. Wow, I just threw a B7. So let's grab another one. I remember there was extras. Yeah, there's B7. So when I was cleaning the staple, it for some reason went flying. And I could find it later, and I will. But for now, I just grabbed another B7. All right, so the B7s, they go like right on this thing. Do they point sideways or do they point? You see this? Like, which direction do they point? Can't really tell. Okay, I can tell. If you hold it like this, you can see that line in the middle. And they point sideways in relation to that line. So the line is in the middle and the piece is pointing out to the side. That's how the B7s go. And then the E12s also have a particular orientation because there's a little notch taken out of the E1s, and they point this way. So like if these B7s are pointing this way, it's crazy because well, you can think of it as let's say the x-axis is horizontal, the y-axis is vertical, and then the z-axis is in and out. So basically these pieces have so the B7s are going left on the x-axis, and then the E1s, they're going, it's actually tough to read it, but I'm going to assume that they're going back into the z-axis. That's what it looks like to me anyway. But the piece doesn't seem to fit on that way, which would mean that that's not right. Would the piece fit on the other way? I'm worried to push it on and then have the piece break. I think what I should do better is make sure that this piece that it's attaching to is like sanded. It definitely looks like it's going in perpendicular to the first piece. Yeah, I think so. You know what? Do I think that? No, I think it points. Yeah, it does. It points back. like that. So the sort of dent in the E1 lines up with the line on the F12. So it fits on after I sanded and waxed the posts. Did I wax the top and the bottom? Did I sand the top and the bottom? Alright. Tricky to make sure they're all going the same way. I don't want to force it and break the piece. Probably should have sanded more. There we go. Okay. So if these point to the side, the slits are in the back. So, oh my goodness, I did that all off camera. Sorry again. I was trying to do a close-up of this, but I wasn't looking at the monitor. So, I probably was like waving my hands off screen. But anyway, these point to the left, and then on the back, it's lined up with the slit. The slit on the E1s is lined up with the slit on the piece of wood. Okay. Now, where does this all go? You can see where it's supposed to go in there. Is it adding more pieces? I don't know. Let's grab the paper instructions. So we're in the middle of 3. Okay, here's the instruction right here. Alright, what do we have to do? Pay attention to the parts direction, okay. There's a 2, but where's the 1? I guess 1 is to build the thing. That's 1, but it doesn't say it. And then you have to stick it in there. In what fashion? I can't figure it out. Alright. Let's get it up on the big screen. Alright. Okay, so what it looks like is it goes in with these pins to the back here, and with these teardrop shaped pieces pointing out of the weapon. Actually down. Let's just call it down. So the grooves point to the trigger, and the teardrops point down. But what I don't know is where it's supposed to go. There's a hole at the other end, so I guess it goes through that hole. Yeah, that just makes perfect sense, right? There just happened to be a hole right there. Like, this is the piece. We just put it through the hole. Alright, so the groove going towards the handle, and we just drop it in there. Now, of course, it's loose at the moment, but I guess there's going to be a piece that comes on this side and tightens it up. I feel like I need something to prop this on at this moment. Or I don't want to rest it on that piece that's not, like, in yet. Okay. So next, we got to build something. that involves two A2s, an A3, and an A4. So that brings us to 92 pieces. So they're all from the A sheet. Two A2s, an A3, and an A4. It's all right here. A2, A2, A3, A4. Okay, yeah, that's it. Needs more sanding. We again have splinters. All right. There's the two A2s. Actually, yeah, those are A2s. And this is A3, which we only need one of those. And then this is A4. If I can get it out. Come on. Doesn't want to do its thing. Well, how does this go together? Looks like the A2s go kind of like this. And then in the middle, the A4 goes like this. I think this is right. Creates kind of like a staple. And then this attaches to that. Kind of looks like an F. This A3 piece, I'm not sure which way it points. I think it points, there's two pins here and a pin here. I think that all the pins should point the same way, if I'm reading this correctly. Okay, it's on. Okay. Now, why did we build that thing? Go back. All right, what part of the gun is this? I mean, I see the connection. I just don't know what I'm looking at. Is that the top where we added that piece recently? Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know. Is it the top or the bottom? What the hell am I looking at? Okay, it's got to be the top. Based on the holes there. Yeah, that's the top. Yeah. Yeah, we got it. So, these pins on the bottom. There's 3 pins on the bottom. So this line goes towards the front of the gun. And these 2 pins go in those slots. Oh man, again, I'm not on camera. Okay. So there's 1 pin in the back, 2 in the front. So the line across the back goes towards the front of the gun, and then these 2 pins on the side go here and here. This camera work has been horrible tonight. Originally I was going to have my son produce it, but it's just too much to ask, like an hour every single night. 365 hours a year. And it's not even just the 365 hours, it's just the daily of it. I can't ask anyone to do that. But as a result, I'm trying to do the camera work while doing everything else, building and narrating. And I just got to remember to look at the monitor every time every time that I think about the camera, I should look at the monitor to make sure I really am showing the camera something. All right, so that staple is in. Did we add the 4 pieces for that? I think we did. Why are they showing this twice? Oh, just to give us perspective. Yeah, we probably should have looked at that. It would have been easy to know where it goes. Okay, what's next? Oh, that's spring finally. Well, not yet, but on this page. All right, so I think these are pieces that fell out before. At least if we can't find them, that's what they are. All right, so A, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that's 4 pieces. 96 pieces total. So A, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Those are the pieces we need. There's a lot of pieces on this A sheet. There's 6, 7, and 8. And there's A5. Okay. So 5, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to put the 7 on the top and the 8 on the bottom so we remember which one is which. They both need splinter removal. 7 on top, 8 on the bottom. Alright, so sawtooth facing south, let's call it. Facing the side with the numbers on it on A6. Same with the other side. Teeth facing the same way. Alright, and then A5 is kind of an end cap, and the pin on it points the opposite direction as the teeth. Connects to 3 pins here. You know, I kind of pushed before I had confirmation that those were lined up. Everything worked, but if it wasn't lined up, it would have been bad. Alright, where does this piece go? It looks like it goes inside of the piece that we installed previously, with this end at the back, with this end at the front. Actually, this end closer to the trigger, this end further. So I'm just gonna get it the same orientation they have it. Alright, so there's the pin for here. And then the front needs to go through. It doesn't make sense. The pieces aren't lined up. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what it's going through. Maybe it's only going through at one end. They're saying something like fold the piece. If you look at the instructions, there's something weird. All right, let's just push it in there. I think we got it lined up. Yeah. It's in there. I don't know why this end doesn't go anywhere, but I guess it doesn't. Did we count those 4 pieces? I think so, right? That's how we got to 96. All right, now the spring. All right. So the big spring. 100 millimeter spring. It's going to go in here. There's this like open chamber here. And that's where the spring's going to go. I just got to check the paper again to see if we're missing anything. Nope, just one piece, just the spring. The next instruction is going to be complex, but this one's just a spring. Just take that one big spring and put it in there. Pretty easy, huh? Oh, there's a little spring caught inside of it. Don't want to leave that there. Oh, okay, so it's going to push this thing back. Is it going to push it back to locking? I don't think it's that, no, I don't think it's that strong. All right, let's pull this up so we can push this up. Get this in here. Now, what's going to happen? Yeah, it pushes that back. But we actually could push that back further. Well, that won't happen when the other side is on. We only have one side on at this point. Alright, what's next? It's a lot of P's, but we're also going to use this piece, which I believe is going to tie some things together, but let's just do one thing at a time. Alright, so those sort of like gold pieces. Actually, there's a lot of text here. Let's read what it says. Sleeve the tool 15, that's a screwdriver, on to tighten, which is not easy to slip and is safer. I-15. Why is it pointing to 2 different pieces and calling them both I-15? I'm not sure. Alright, P16, P18. So does that count as 2 pieces? Yeah, P16 and P18. So are these 2 pieces that like are pre-attached? Let's take a look at one of these. Or is there a separate piece? I don't think so. The fact that it has nail heads at both ends seems to indicate that it's 2 pieces. Yeah, there we go. So one piece screws into the other. And again, you missed it. Alright, so these 2 pieces screw together. I can just put them back together just to show you that. Although they probably need to be unscrewed to be made to fit through this gun, I would assume. It's actually not easy to screw them together. It said to use the screwdriver, but that's not going to work because neither of these screws has a head. I mean, has a line on the head. Which makes me think we're using the wrong pieces. There's a 1-to-1 match thing, so let's try that. Alright, I tried it slightly off camera, and I think it's not the right size. Do these come in different sizes? There's one of the small pieces. Those three are the same size. This one's smaller, which is what I was looking for. And there's 2 extra small pieces. Yeah, I think we're looking for the smaller one, just for this first piece. Let's see if that fits on the instructions. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. I'm just measuring this piece to see if it fits. Yeah, this time it fits. So there's like 4 big pieces and 1 small. They're apparently looking for the 1 small. Now, where do they want this piece? That, to me, is a mystery. So these are considered P18, P16, and then this piece is D35. So that's 3 pieces. That brings us to the century mark. All right. Now, where the hell do we screw this together? I think I'm going to put on this piece first, if I can figure that out. Okay, that one goes back here. Does it? Because if it goes back here, then how are we going to... Like, where's this pin going to go? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think I must have put it in the wrong spot. Yeah, I think I put it in the wrong spot. Should probably just look at the other side to figure out where it goes. Okay, I got it. Except it looks like this was the right spot. Right. I can't figure this out. I'm looking right at the answer and I can't figure it out. Alright, let me get this gun into the exact position they have in the instructions. Maybe then it will make sense. Okay, the screw definitely makes more sense like this. Basically, there's the screw hole. There we go. I'm just going to screw it in the other end. Wow. How did I get this piece? How did I hold it before? I can't hold it now. It's like too small. have to get it started, then it will be easy. Did I catch? Looks like I got it. Okay. That's on. I see, in terms of this piece, I see a hole here. And it says there's a hole like here, but I don't see it. Did we skip adding some piece? We did. E3. Is that the only piece? Yeah, E3. We skipped adding E3, which means that we got to take this off. Because I'm sure that E3 is going to also need to go through this. Like this is also going to need to go through E3. That's okay. I mean, we did it once. We can do it again. Here's E3. It's one of the biggest pieces out there. And it says on it, designed by ROKR, 1947, 725. Is that the birth date of the AK-47? I wonder. Let's run a search here. 725. Let's call it July 25, 1947 AK. Let's see what we get. The AK-47 is officially Avtomat Kalishnikova. Is a gas-powered operated rifle that is chambered for the 7.62. I think it's Kalishnikov, not Kalishnikova. Where do they get that from? Do they name guns feminine in Russian? Maybe. July 1943 AK for Soviet Union appears a lot of succession. Well, I don't see any reference to that date yet in terms of that gun. Yeah, I don't know why it has that date. I mean, obviously it was invented in 1947 and we could assume that that's the date of its invention, but why would we assume? All right, let's get everything tucked away here. All right, that circle piece. It's a lot to connect here. It's like you connect one, another one pops off. I don't even know if I'm doing these right. I'm just snapping away. Oh my goodness, you were missing everything. Well, this is the worst episode ever in terms of camera work. I just put on this E3 piece. Is that what it was? E3, yeah, but you missed everything. Anyway, it's on now. And now I have somewhere to put this. Those two dots. You know, I was really tired today from driving back and forth to that track meet. And I'm going to say that that explains why I'm doing so terrible tonight. So I think after we put that screw on, I think we're going to stop for the night by the way, 101. The E3 piece brings it to 101. Electronic and exhibition. I don't know. Electronic and E something exhibition. I don't know. All right. Where's this screw hole thing go? Right here. It doesn't stick out anymore, but it's probably not supposed to. Be nice and tight when it's in there. If I can ever pick this screw up. So yeah, I'm tired. Just doing a lot of driving today. It was stressful. Cross Bronx Expressway. So I'm just gonna, I mean, we're at an hour anyway, almost an hour. So I'm just gonna end after I put this screw in for the night. I'm sure we'll get more done tomorrow. I think this thing is moving right along. I mean, this screw is actually a great sign. It means that this is the thickness of the weapon, like what you're looking at here. Actually, the other screws were longer, so maybe there's some parts that are a little thicker. But this is basically it. We're down to one piece. It looks like it's pretty good. We've got some ink here, so at least this part is the outside of the weapon. We've got springs on the inside. I'm not sure what's going on here. It's probably like not a good thing for most situations, but you know, I mean, most people are trying to make their show exciting, which I suppose I would do if I thought that I had the ability to do that. So I just kind of, you know, I think they say lean into, you know, just kind of go with, dance with the one who brought you. I mean, if my thing is being boring and that's what I'm good at, then let's just market the show this way. I mean, turn on Just Rest Your Eyes, and all you got to do is rest your eyes, and before you know it, you'll be asleep. So, but I still have to work on providing more like useful content while people sleep. You know who does that good? There's a guy from Ancient Aliens, David Wilcox. He has a show. You know, he doesn't really have a show. He has presentations. And he often ends his presentations by his wife plays their bowls, I think they're called. They're like squat, round, wide vases. They're basically bowls, and he like moves like a hammer around and like touches the bowl, and it creates some sound. And while that sound is going on, David reads all this like encouraging stuff, like you're gonna feel totally refreshed, and you're gonna see things with new clarity, and when you wake up, you're just gonna feel confident, like you can finally get that thing done that you've been putting off. And I don't know, I don't remember really everything he says, but it's like, it's you know, he really goes for it. He'll do like 15 minutes of that. So I have to try to work more of that stuff in. I guess I have to maybe read like what are some useful, encouraging, motivating things to say to people that are all so calm, you know, and I'll say some of those. So I think we put in maybe 4 hours of this, and it's only supposed to take 2 hours. It already kind of looks like a gun, but here's the thing. Oh, by the way, it doesn't look orange today. The lights in the room are working. I only have one of them turned on. I just turn the other one on tomorrow if no problems with this one today. But when I had no lights and was broadcasting in the dark for a few days, camera 1 was orange. I remember camera 4 looked amazing. How does that look now? Okay, so that looks a little dull. So when the lights were off, camera 4 looked amazing. All right, I'm going to go turn the lights off and see what it looks like. Oh, but we were doing close-up, so it's not a fair test. All right, let's do close-up, yeah. So there's close-up. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but let's see what it... I'm going to turn the lights off in about 3 seconds. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, it doesn't look much better, but let's go back to camera 1, see if it looks orange. Yeah, it looks a little orange. Let me turn the light back on. And I guess it's still got some orange, but there's less of it when the light's on. I don't know. Anyway, it already looks like a gun, although there's like the handle is missing and that like crank part is missing. I don't think that was the international symbol for crank that I just did, but I mean, you get the idea when you like hold a gun and you like a pump shotgun. I think there's something like that on this gun. You can see the guy has his hand on it. Okay, I thought I just broke the thing, but it was these extra pieces that fell off the box. I heard sound of pieces falling everywhere. But what's weird is, if you look at the scoreboard, we're only on segment 3. So we spent like more than half of the time that this is supposed to take, and we're still on segment 3. Or are we on 4? Because I see 5 here, like where's 4 though? Oh, 4 is like 1.5 lines before 5. Where did we finish yesterday? What was the last panel we did? Well, I usually can't find it on the paper. Let's bring up our... Hey, wait a second. Where is our... For some reason, we're not getting the feed for the... Let's see, try again here. The instructions I have on an iPad, and sort of behind the scenes here, it's not coming up. Now it is. Alright, so the cable, something with the cable. I took it out, put it back in, and now we've got the instructions. So, alright, so the last thing we did was add this piece here, and the screw, which is here. Actually, I have it upside down. Actually added this piece and this screw. And that screw is like flathead. Although I think we just turned this with our fingers yesterday. So maybe I should get that screwdriver and try to turn that a little bit more. I think with the lights off yesterday, I couldn't see that line there. Or maybe I never even looked. Anyway, let's see if we can get it to turn a little bit more. Yeah, it was turning. Let's see. Yeah. The screw at the bottom I'm just holding with my finger. But I can tell you it's not turning, so that definitely got tighter. I don't want to go any tighter because, you know, I don't know what work we still need to do on this. And sometimes if you tighten it too soon, it causes problems. So I'm not going to tighten anymore at the moment. I'm just going to see what's on the next page. Yeah, I think I saw this page in the booklet here. So we're not too far from segment 4, but at the same time, we're on day 5 here. We're on day 5, we're on segment 3, so we're doing less than a segment per day. Anyway, we're about to add 4 pieces here. B9, A38, I'll show you, B39, A38, D16, and A25, so we're up to 105 pieces, which is only a third of the pieces. So we kind of got a long way to go here. You know what's not helpful? Like, look at this, 4 pieces, 3 boards. Like, can they pick all the pieces from one board? Like, why do I need to deal with, like, 3 different boards to get 4 pieces? Like I don't understand how they decided what pieces go on what boards. Oh, that's a cool piece. If you can see that, it's like, I don't know, some logo or something. Justice Guard, AK-47. I don't know. I guess it'll be pretty cool when it's installed. All right, so from the A sheet, we need A25 and A38. A25 is kind of a cool piece. It looks like a enemy from Space Invaders. I don't know what's going on there with that piece. Or maybe it looks like a mech squatting down. I don't know. It definitely looks like something. You can decide what you think it looks like. It's, there you go. That's the piece. Oh, it's upside down. It's really like this. Well, like this, it just looks like a Wi-Fi router. Doesn't look nearly as exciting. Upside down, it looked cooler. All right, so A25. A38, which is just a little staple. Looks exactly like A37 in my opinion. All right, and then we need B9 and D16. Here's the B sheet. B9 is it's like, looks like a U. Yeah, there it is. That's B9. And D16. D16. Just a little pin. That's all it is. Alright, there's our 4 pieces. So I gotta install them. So one of them is easy. I mean, maybe they're all easy. But D16, it's just gonna go in there. It's like the D16, just gonna slide right into there. And that's all there is to it. I guess it's just like an accessory to that piece. I don't know why they decided like now is the time to add it. But someone decided that and we're going with it. You know what? It doesn't fit in. This piece doesn't fit in here. Let's try using some force. There we go. That worked. Now it's in. Just took a little force. There's the piece right there. Oh, no, right there. All right. So that was D16. So B9, it goes on the, kind of on the front. B9, there's like, oh, okay, here we go. There's the pins. B9 is going to go on those pins. Kind of just like this, I think. Just like that. That's what we do there. I don't know if that's meant just to hold things together or if that's part of the visuals of the gun. We definitely have some visuals here. This piece is inked. But there's clearly a ton of inked pieces that we haven't added yet. By the way, this A25 piece is also inked. And that is also kind of a locking pin. Because just the way it's shaped and the function it has. I'm not even sure where to put this on. Alright, if we're holding it like this, then it goes in this like slot here, I think. I'm not sure which side the ink goes on. Alright, we gotta zoom in and look at this. All right, so now I see which side the ink goes on. But I'm still not sure how this piece goes on, like what angle. I think maybe it's just like flat, like a flat angle here. Yeah, because you see how this piece is sticking out here? I think maybe where this piece that sticks out maybe goes in this slot. Let's try that. Because then these pins on the side go in here. I don't know. The picture is not very good. We got to kind of guess. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's how this goes. Just on the back like that. Actually, you see that gap? That don't look good. But that looks good. So, are we supposed to be able to get this piece under there? Let's try that. Let's try getting the top in first. And see if we can get the bottom in. I don't see this happening. This is not happening. Maybe it goes this way? I feel like I'm going to break it if I put it that way. It's got to be this way. But this way it clearly doesn't fit. Clearly does not fit. But maybe it can be like forced on. But will that break it? I feel like I'm running in circles with this piece. This is not happening. All right, I got it. I got it. As soon as I said it's not happening, well, I got one side. But if I got one side, I could get the other side. Yeah, there we go. It's in. As soon as I admitted defeat and said it's not happening, all of a sudden it worked just fine. How about that? And then the A38 just goes right here. There's a little pin there. It's kind of going to lock it in. So it goes in like behind the pin. Just locks the pin in. That's all. There's another one on the other side. Oh, that's cool. I think that was pretty cool anyway. Let's see what's next. Preparation for testing. What? Wow. Rubber band chuck. Quick assembly figure. Confirm that the notch direction is consistent with the figure. A notch, what? What does it want? Segment 3, 105 pieces. Yeah, we literally only put 4 pieces down yesterday. I think we got up to this point where it was like telling us to test something. And it was like half on the instruction image and half not. So I wanted to get to the next page to test it, and that's when the internet didn't work. Oh, there also was another idea. My son Nick, he's done a few of these like episodes with me, and we had this idea we were going to start playing co-op games and streaming them, but because video games have audio tracks, I don't think it's going to work for this Just Rest Your Eyes podcast / videocast, but I think we can do it like on weekends just for fun, or maybe a second stream sometime. He's going to be away at college soon. He's going to be away at college soon. So I think I really do want to establish this, that we do something together. So if we do like once a week gaming stream together, at least I guarantee I'm going to see them at least virtually for an hour each week. So I think that's, I mean, I think it'd be fun for you too, because we were talking about what systems to do, like, you know, PS1, Sega Genesis, SNES, or whatever. And he says original Xbox. And I think that's great, because I got some games there that I don't think anyone's seen. Like one we played last summer on the original Xbox was Shadow Ops Red Mercury, which, I mean, he thought it was fun, but like nobody's ever heard of that game. So, like, if we stream that in co-op, it could be pretty cool. The only thing is the monitor that I have, it's really small. It's maybe like 12 inches. So if we're talking about doing a game stream and it's going to be the two of us looking at this like 10-inch screen, I mean, I don't know how it's going to go. We'll see. All right, so the instructions. This is a check, and we were up to a check, but I don't think this is the check. I think we were further along than this. All right, yeah, we were much further along than this. I'm trying to find. There was like a point where we were supposed to like check some stuff, and I think this was it. All right, this looks right. Yeah, because I know we put this piece on yesterday. Bad camera angle. This piece. I know we put this piece on yesterday. And there's the instruction for putting it on. So then it says testing. Now what we were trying to do yesterday when we found out the internet wasn't working is seeing if the next image has a better. No, it's not. It's cut off. Basically, there's a left side, a right side, and a middle. So that middle is like photographed from both ends, but like never completely. So we're going to have to keep hopping back and forth. So confirm that the notch direction is consistent with the figure. This is the fixed fire mode. Consistent with the figure? What is it? That the notch direction is consistent. Oh, what is the notch direction? All right, there's a 1. So we need to find the 1. All right, there's the 1. The 1 is pointing at a notch, I guess. Where's that notch? All right, I'm trying to get my gun in the same orientation as theirs. All right, this is the notch. All right, so here's the notch that they're talking about. You can see it. There's a little notch there. The notch is lined up with that. I actually I don't see in their picture anything to match it up to. But if you look at the reality, I mean, that's clearly, there's a notch in the circle. The circle has a little indent, and this, like, whatever, this piece has a little, what's the opposite of an indent? A little bump. And they seem to line up. So I'm going to give that a thumbs up and say that that's good. All right. What's number 2 that we have to check? All right. Number 2. Confirm that the reset spring has been... What? Confirm that the reset spring has been assembled. And we need to look at where it says 2. So that's the reset spring to make sure that it's assembled. Well, I mean, if I look in there, I see a spring. I mean, I don't know if it's assembled, but I mean, where they're pointing, there's a spring. Okay, I mean, there's the spring. All right, let me touch the spring. Yeah, that's not a good way to do it. Let me get that little screwdriver they gave us. Oh, I have that little tool. So, all right, let's get this little tool here. No, I don't like that one. That one's too fat. All right, let's get that little screwdriver they gave us. Sorry for my arm covering the entire screen. All right. That only was possible because we're in close-up mode. I mean, this screwdriver is tiny. It's like the size of a finger. But, you know, in close-up mode, it looks like a pretty big screwdriver. Anyway, there's the spring. The spring appears to be working. Everything is nominal. By the way, I don't know what the word nominal means. Let's take a little side quest here and find out what it means. I just know that you can say it, and it's like people leave you alone. You say, like, everything is nominal, and then that's it. Nobody gonna bother you anymore because everything's nominal. I think that nobody else knows what nominal means either. So when you say it, they're like, I just need to get out of this conversation, or, you know, before it's revealed that I don't know what nominal means, so they just leave you alone. Anyway, nominal. This is of a roller status existing in name only, of a price or amount very small, far below the real value or cost. Man, this is stupid. Everything is nominal. Far below the real value or cost. I thought that would be like marginal. Existing in name only. Existing in name only. Wow. Okay, everything is nominal. Well, I'll tell you, when I saw that phrase used, it was in a movie about this. I think it was. I haven't seen the movie. I think there's maybe the guy's name like Otto or something like that. Let It Go, that Snow Princess movie. I haven't seen it myself, but they're like, let it go, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. So there's a snowman in that movie. His name maybe is Otto or like Octavius or something like that. It's probably not Otto, but I can't remember what it is. Olaf? Does that sound right? That sounds like Scandinavian, right? So I think the snowman's named Olaf, but maybe he's named Otto. Anyway, Olaf is he's I think it's called Avenue 5, and it's on HBO. He's basically, Olaf is the captain of a ship, but it turns out the ship is really like a reality show or something like that, or maybe it just has autopilot. I don't know. Anyway, I watched it a year ago. I forgot what the plot was, but basically, in the room that looks like Star Trek, when it's got like the captain's chair and all these people at these screens, basically the screens don't do anything, and all those people are actors. And the closest thing they have to a bridge is like underneath that room. There's a bunch of like engineers, but still it's on autopilot, so they're almost more like maintenance men. And not only that, they're like production engineers. They're like more for like making the TV show, reality show be hidden than like running the spaceship. The spaceship's just on autopilot. Anyway, when he goes in the bridge and he talks to the people pretending to fly the spaceship, when he asks about something, they say everything is nominal. So if nominal means existing in name only, well, that's perfect, because none of those controls did anything. All right, that was a long way of saying nothing. So let's go up to number 3 now. Everything is nominal. Well, this is nominal because I'll tell you, this is not a AK-47. This is a nominal AK-47. This is as much of an AK-47 as Mitt Romney is a Republican. He's a Republican in name only. And this is an AK-47 in name only. This is a bunch of pieces of wood stuck together. It's not an AK-47. It like shoots rubber bands, and we don't even know if it's going to do that yet. We got to continue building it. Anyway, number 3. Turn the rubber band chuck in the direction. We got to go to the other side to see what direction. In the direction. In direction. Just the direction. Just turn it in the direction. You know, what's the problem here? Turn the rubber band chuck in the direction and also make a sound of a click. Like I should make a sound of a click. It's a problem with these instructions. For some reason, they don't have someone who speaks English check them. And therefore, they usually don't make any sense. And you just got to kind of guess what they mean. Also, click. Who decided that click was the word? Well, in this case, it's mnemonic click that they're looking for, but you know, like when you click on a web page, like they say click on it, like who decided to click? Well, I guess that's mnemonic too. That's the sound the mouse makes, right? Like a clicking sound. Anyway, turn off the rubber band chuck in the direction. In the direction. I guess there's only one direction. I like that band. In the direction, and also make a sound of a click. Okay, I'm making a clicking sound. Did we like solve anything? But cannot turn in reverse. What the hell is instructions? Make sure it's in the direction. Make a sound of a click, but cannot turn in reverse direction. Reverse direction. So it's got to be in, you know, direction, and definitely not reverse direction. That would be bad. If there's any problem, refer to chuck assembly figure. Okay. The chuck assembly figure to confirm whether the spring is assembled. I think what we really have to do here is just look for the chuck assembly picture and just see if everything looks right. All right, so here's the chuck assembly picture. All right, so there should be a spring touching one of the things, and it should only go in the correct direction. I think so, right? I remember that. I remember building that thing. All right, so this is not it. This is the one that spins all over. So the chuck assembly, I remember building it. I remember putting it in there. But here's the problem. I cannot currently get to those pieces. The only one I can get to is this one. This is not part of the chuck assembly. So, chuck assembly figure. So they're calling that 3, right? I don't even see the 3. Let's go to the physical instructions and see if we can find where that 3 goes. Oh, we're going to load rubber bands in a minute. All right, chuck assembly is 3. There's no 3 in this picture. There's a 1, which is that notch thing. There's a 2, it's the spring. There is no 3. The number 3 does not appear in this picture. It does say here chuck assembly figure. And I'm pretty sure that is how we did it. But it doesn't, there's no like arrow and there's no number 3. So we don't really know where this currently is. But I can tell you that the way we assembled it did look like that. If you just go back in the instructions to right here, I mean, we made it look like that. Let's try to see where that thing went. So maybe we can check on it. All right, so we build it. All right, put it. Okay, it goes right in front of the piece that we can see, which is this piece. The chuck assembly is right in front of that. The problem is we can't get in there to check it. So I'm pretty sure we did it right, but you know, there's no way to check it now without taking this thing apart. So I believe we checked it before they asked us to, so let's just assume it's correct at this point. All right, so now we finally get to the next panel. And it says twist and fold in half. That's a rubber band. So we're finally going to use a rubber band. So now we're up to 106. Dang, these are big rubber bands, aren't they? All right, twist and fold in half. All right, now we doubled the rubber band up. All right. Bolt. This is the bolt. Rubber band chuck. This plus sign that spins around, that's the rubber band chuck. The bolt, and there's a buffer hook. Bolt, buffer hook, rubber band chuck. Bolt, buffer hook, rubber band chuck. All right, what do we need to do? Twist and fold the rubber band in half. Done. Load the folded rubber band on the chuck. Do not turn the chuck after loading. If turning, please pull back the bolt and the chuck returns back as shown. So, pull back? Yeah, it's pulled back already. Oh, okay, that's cool, yeah. What direction is back? Towards the back, right? Towards the handle is back. So there's the back. If turning, please pull back the bolt and chuck returns. I mean, yeah, the chuck does turn, but I mean, there's nothing saying it shouldn't, right? So, back the fold. Do I need to like turn it first? Because I don't even think I can do that. Let's try pulling the trigger. Well, that does something. This thing goes down when you pull the trigger. So probably the rubber band is supposed to do something. All right, let's read this again. When you look at this picture, this rubber band goes all the way to the front. And it never touches the rubber band chuck. Or wait, does it? No, it does. Okay. All right, let's do this. On the chuck. Hook another folded rubber band on the buffer hook. So here's the chuck. And there's the buffer hook. Is that where they want this thing? Am I supposed to load the two halves to the... Oh, man. I am. We are. So one part goes... This is kind of crazy. So we folded the rubber band in half. Put it to the front, which I think is where it goes. Maybe it goes here. I don't know. Anyway, the back, one goes on this chuck, as they call it, and one on this bolt. No, buffer hook. One on the chuck, one on the buffer hook. I don't know where the front goes. The only thing we could do is look at the picture. I think it goes all the way to the front, which is what I've done here, but I don't know that that's correct. Does it go all the way to the front? We have a picture here, and it's impossible to tell from that picture. All right, so let's just read it again. Load the folded rubber band on the chuck. Do not turn after loading. If turning, please pull back in the bolt and the chuck returns. Hook another folded rubber band. Hook another folded rubber band on the buffer hook. I would have said The other, not another, but whatever. Okay, so we put a rubber band on. Yay! We put a rubber band on. And now we're like heroes or something. Oh, we got to test it. We're about to become failures. Okay. They want us to test this thing. Which, you know, what are the odds it works? All right, so first we have to do something before we test it. Do we do this test before or after? Part assembly figure. Please insert both ends of the steel shaft into the holes. We did that like days ago. Why are they bringing that up now? What is going on here? Both ends of the steel shaft into the holes. Is this not like on the inside of the gun? Like we can't get to that piece anymore. I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I remember that piece. We dealt with it a long time ago. We no longer can work with it. All right. Let me just double check. Maybe we didn't deal with it. Maybe it's like still here somewhere. No, we definitely dealt with that already. And it's somewhere inside the gun. So let's hope it's correct. All right, test. Now let's test this thing. Pull the trigger. The bolt moves forward and fires. And A fires the rubber band. Chuck rotates. B slides to the buffer hook. Pull the trigger again. B fires. So A and B. Pull the trigger. The bolt moves forward. And A fires the rubber band. The rubber band chuck rotates. Pull the trigger, the bolt moves forward, and A fires. The rubber band chuck rotates. B slides to the buffer hook. Anyone following that? Pull the trigger. All right, let's see here. Pull the trigger. The bolt moves forward. I probably should look from this side where we could see the bolt. Well, they hold it upside down. We can do that. I think I'll hold it this way. All right. Pull the trigger. The bolt moves forward. And A fires. A fires. The rubber band chuck rotates. B slides to the buffer hook. So B, this rubber band's going to slide there. Pull the trigger again, B fires. So we're going to pull the trigger. This is going to go forward. And this is going to rotate. And this is going to go here. And then when we pull it the next time, this is going to go down and it's going to shoot it. You think that's going to work? I doubt it. Dang, what the fuck just happened? The rubber band is gone. I think it worked. All right. I have no idea where that rubber band went. But let's try that again. Do we need to like get this in place first or something? Check the part of the notch direction preparation by testing. I'm just reading more instructions to confirm whether it's in the fixed wire move. Check the spring part assembly. Pull the trigger, the bolt moves forward, and A fires. The rubber band rotates. B slides to the buffer hook. So, was I supposed to put 2 rubber bands on? Okay, let's try it with 2 rubber bands this time. But I don't think it's going to be very tight with 2 rubber bands. Should both rubber bands be doubled? Alright, let's try it with 2 rubber bands. and double them both. And I don't know, see what happens. Alright, so let's do one rubber band. Nah, this is stupid. This is not going to work. The second rubber band is going to impede the first one. I don't get it. Alright, let's just do it the way we did the first one, like this. Ooh, it did catch on that. But only because this turned. To prevent it from turning, we gotta pull that back. Alright, so let's do that again. Ooh, it was a single, not a double then. Alright. I'm gonna try it again. We're only pressing the button once. Actually, that time I would have pressed it twice, but the first time I pressed it once and it fired. The second time it didn't fire, it went to here, which means it would have fired. Alright, let's see. So now we have it hooked up. Half the rubber band's here, half is here. Let's see what happens when we shoot it. Pull the trigger once. I'm going to pull the trigger once, and we're going to watch the rubber band. Well, something didn't work. Let's try it again. Let's watch the rotation here. Well, so far the most powerful fire we had was the first one. But what did it say about this thing? Slides to the buffer. Okay, pull the trigger, the bolt moves forward and fires, and A fires. The rubber band chuck rotates, B slides to the buffer. Pull the trigger again, B fires. Let's just watch it without the rubber bands for a second. Nothing happens when the rubber bands aren't there creating tension, nothing happens. Okay. So the rubber band, you see how when you pull this, that goes down? So when the rubber band is there, it goes past that. And then on the second fire, it goes backwards. Anyway, I think that this is working. Every time I shoot it, I lose the rubber band. So I'm not going to shoot any more at this moment. I'm going to continue building. All right. Finally, segment 4. And we're going to build a handle. So that's going to be cool. All right, I9, I10, I13. I9, I10, and I13. And then H12 times 2. So that's 5 pieces, bringing us to 111. All right, so we need H12. And then I, 9, 10, and 13. We don't have boards titled H and I. Like, what are they talking about? Okay, this is a G. So I guess the next board is I somehow. I don't know where the H comes from. I guess we'll find that at some point. All right, so I, 9, 10, and 13. I think we're building the handle here. Okay. No, we're building that part that slides backward. I don't know, maybe we're building the handle. I don't know. I9, I10. And in between those is going to go I13. I'm just like keeping them in the order. So 10, 13, 9. They also say on them, their numbers are written on there. So you actually don't need to remember. I mean, maybe it makes it a little quicker to remember, but you don't need to. Now they want H12. And you know, do we have a board with H's? Maybe we do. And maybe we've been using it and I just forgot. Oh, there you go. There's an H board. All right, so we haven't used it yet, but I guess we're about to. 2 H12s. Is that it? It kind of looks like maybe that's it. But doesn't say anything on it. All right. Turns out these do say H12. There you go. H12. That's it. We need 2 of them. All right. So I already added the 5 numbers. So let's just do this. I think this is going to be only half of the handle, I guess it is, or maybe even like a third. I don't know. Let's just start building and see where it goes. All right, so with the 9 on the bottom, in this orientation, 9 on the bottom, the sharp corner facing north. We're going to drop in 2 H12s kind of perpendicular. If you're like looking at it like a cross, they're going to point to the 2 sides of the H9. Is this piece the same length on each side? Yeah, I think it is. You know, I don't think I finished telling the story about the Eastern States. So my son went to the Eastern States and he got, I don't know, about 10th or something like that in the discus. It actually wasn't a true Eastern States meet. If you compare it to like, I don't know, Texas, Florida, or California, it's probably going to seem terrible. But this was the meet for New York. And the discus was actually won by a kid from Shenandoah, which is right near Siena, which is where my middle son is going next year. But anyway, my youngest son was in the discus. And if he'd gotten his best throw, he could have won it, but he didn't. And, you know, maybe the kid who won it, maybe that was his best throw, maybe it wasn't. Definitely there were other kids that if they'd gotten the best throw, they could have won it. For example, one of my son's teammates got 5th. You know, if he'd got his best throw, he could have won it. So it doesn't really mean anything in discus, you know. If you get your best throw, I guess you got a chance of winning, but how do you guarantee that you get your best throw? You really can't. But here's the point. The fact that we saw 149 win that meet, we just came up with the plan, he and I, that next year 149 is going to be our the worst throw. Like we have to, like the first throw of the season has to be over 150, and that needs to be a bad day. And in fact, even at that meet, he threw 123, and you can see that it was like a bad throw. Like it had good power, it had enough power to go 150, but it was a bad flight. And basically, he didn't, in the 3 throws he got, he sort of wasted one doing a standing throw. But it made him feel better to do it, so I didn't object. He had done that at other meets where he'd won the gold medal. He did a standing throw for his first throw. And he threw 115 with that standing throw. So you figure he's got to do at least 135 with the spin, but the spin he got, he threw 123, and the disc was like wobbly and didn't have the right angle. Basically, he didn't get a good, whatever it's called, flight on the discus. But he had the power to throw at 149, and the kid who did win it, his throw was like, that throw was 10 feet further than any of his other throws, and he did get a perfect flight on that winning throw. So, discus sort of thing where, you know, first of all, if he'd made the finals, my son, he would have got 3 more throws. So he was like, I think he was literally 1 spot from making the finals because they took 9 and he was 10th. So he was like literally just missed the final. I may be remembering it not completely correctly, but it was something like that. It was very close. Like if he'd made the final, he would have got 3 more throws, and maybe he would have got a hold one. But I don't want to say anything because he's a sophomore, so he can go to that meet 2 more times. So really, the point is, we just decided like next year we're gonna have a 130 standing throw, and we're gonna have 150 as like a bad day. So like he had a bad day at that meet and he threw 123. Next year 150 is going to be the bad day. That's the plan anyway. Maybe that's not realistic. Maybe more like 140 on a bad day is realistic, but that's what we're trying for. Thank you. I say thank you in case you said God bless you. All right, so we did these 3 handle pieces with the 2 pins going through them, and that was the first instruction in segment 4. Second instruction is attaching. So there's like a slot here. You can see that line there. And I'm not really sure how this is going to work, but there's a little notch there, and there's something sticking out here. And this H5 is somehow going to go in there. 1 second. So, you can see the picture there on the upper right. Excuse me. I'm not really visualizing how this is going to work. Like what's going to make the handle stay in place. Because there's nothing here in this slot that's going to touch here. So I don't know how it's going to work. Maybe we're going to continue adding pieces on top of these pins, and maybe they're going to hook onto this top piece, and that's how it's going to work. But for now, we're just going to kind of stick it in there. There's a pin here, pin here. We're just going to stick them in there. And then move on to that H5 piece. So let's go to 112 to account for the H5. And let's stick this in here. It's not really secured yet. Hopefully later it is. I'm just drinking water. I never noticed that sneezing makes you unable to talk until I started live streaming. I guess in a normal, course of a day, you sneeze and you probably aren't in the middle of making a speech. But if you are, somehow you need a second to recover from a sneeze. Before you can talk for another hour. All right, here's the H5 piece. It's a weird sort of piece. All right, so how does this drop in here? You can see the handle doesn't really hold on. I'm just going to drop it in there. It's showing this coloring in the instructions, which I think is indicating how far it should be dropped in. I think I'm going to aim for the middle. This is the middle. It should be inside. That's what I think anyway. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I think they're going to pick up the garbage soon. It's 11:55 here. I hear some neighbor putting their garbage out right now. Or if you remember, if you were watching the show last week, I didn't put out the garbage on Tuesday and they picked it up. And I heard them at 10 minutes after midnight, and I chose not to run down there. But I hear some neighbor dragging their garbage to the curb right now at 11:55. I mean, the truck could show up in 5 or 10 minutes. So they really left it to the last minute, but at least they got it there. All right, so the H5 is in place. Now look at this, unsupported file type. Now, this is not an unsupported file type. It's the I took all the pictures with the same camera, but anyway, whatever. Let's just go to the next image so we can use that to get our bearings, and we're gonna just look at it, from here. We kind of know where we are because of that segment 4 had just started. So where is that? Way over here. First 3 segments are really big. So it looks like this is what's missing. Alright, where is that? Okay. So we're dealing with the handle. I6, H14, I14? Yeah, I6, H14, I14. Stack them up on top of the gun. Which side is up is the gun in this picture? I'm not really sure. Yeah, I guess ours looks like that, so it's probably correct. But it would be better. Yeah, okay. If we could see the bolt, we can. Okay, so I6, H14, I14. 3 pieces, that brings us to 115. I6, H14, I14. So, there's the 14. Oh my goodness. It's like breaking off pieces in the process. Hopefully not important pieces. I think these are just spam, but who knows. So there's the H14. Now we still need, what did we say? I something and I14. Should have took another picture. Yeah, I6 and I14. There's I14. And there's I6. Excuse me. I feel like I'm going to have to stop this show because of coughing. It's like 3 nights in a row. We're stopping before we really need to because, either some technology doesn't work or tonight I can't, all of a sudden can't speak. All right. So I6, they all go with that like sharp end backwards. H14, I14. That's how they go. Let's see. What's that hole at the top? I don't know. I feel like is it supposed to go? Yeah, it is. It's supposed to go around there. Okay, so the handle's going to start staying on after this. All right. Let's get it on there first. And then worry about this other stuff. Okay. Probably should have just got it started, not all the way on. But anyway. That's it. The handle's now attached to the gun. Another piece for good measure. Alright, did it start coming out the other end? It did, yeah. I push it back. Kind of makes sense. I mean, you're working with it. It starts pushing out, of course. And then this little inlay, you know, makes the gun like, it's a grip. Knurling, I think they call it. I've heard people refer to it as an inlay, but especially the way it drops in there. But in weightlifting, you would call it knurling. So, but it's the same type of process done to the metal. I don't know if they call it knurling when it's a gun or not. Anyway, that's done. Now, I think we have to flip it over maybe and do the other side. Yeah, we don't have to flip it over, but we do need to do the other side. I-12, H-13, and I-5. H-13 and I-5. So the I's we need I-12 and I-5. I-5 is the little inlay piece. Wow. Those inlay pieces are really surrounded by some cheap crap. I mean, we should be able to just recognize those other two pieces. So why don't we? Like, where's that piece that the inlay goes in? Like, I see this piece, but where's the second inlay piece? Oh, it's maybe on a different board. Let's see here. So, H14, I14. So this is I12. Even though it looks like the H14 that we need. But it's I12. Wow, what's going on here? Alright, let's look for H14. Yeah, there we go. It's actually H13. Did we use like the wrong board before and now we need to fix it by using another wrong board here? Because I don't even see an H14. But I did see whatever that other piece was that we probably needed. So I5, what was this? H13. And now it's supposed to be I12. Is that what it was called? It was called I12. I don't know what the hell numbers I had in my brain. This is the right piece. It's labeled correctly. Everything's fine. I just was talking nonsense. Alright, so we're going to flip it over. We're going to account for these three pieces. That brings us to 118 pieces. So the first one goes up here. That's I12. Just try to get it on there without breaking it. Come on. It's on. And then I'm not good at remembering the numbers of these pieces, but I believe it's H13. Anyway, it's a pretty obvious piece. It's got the space for the inlay, the knurling. This is a tricky piece to get on. It's like I don't know why. On both sides it was tricky. It's like has two different pieces and they're, I don't know. One needs to stay in line and the other needs to get lined up. I guess they both just need to be lined up, but I don't know, it's trickier than it looks. Alright, I got the inlay in on both sides. So, there you can see the sort of size of this gun. Not exactly the size of an AK-47. I mean, I guess we didn't finish making it yet, but let's just compare it to the box here. Well, there's going to be a front and a back added still, so it's going to get a lot longer than this. We're basically going to add in the front, and we're going to add in the back. But the firing mechanism is already built. Though, you can see that was just a test. That's why they had us like double the rubber band, because the real one's going to go to here. Yeah, I think it's going to be cooler when it's all built. Alright, so 2 more pieces, A15 and A12. That brings us to 120 pieces. A15 and A12. You know what? We're not up to that yet. We're not up to that. It's actually 4 pieces to add. A9, 10, and 2 A11s. They're just pins, but we got to do that first. I almost skipped that for some reason. 9, 10, 11, 11. Should probably go to the paper and make sure I'm not skipping anything else as well. Alright. So this is what we just did. So the next thing, yeah, 9, 10, 11, 11. A9, A10, and 2 A11s. Well, they're small pieces. This A9 is nothing. It's a little nothing piece. A10. I wouldn't call it nothing. I think this is 2 of them. Yeah, I just knocked out 2 of them when I only need 1 of them. I'm going to need 2 A11s. That piece has a splinter. Let's get the splinter off. Got quite a big splinter. And 2 A11s, these little nothings. There's actually 8 of these things. So there's going to be a lot of little nothings going around. Got splinters, sand those off, make it easier to get on there. Okay. Now where do these go? The side with the bolt, I think we're calling this thing. Alright, so these 2 slots above the bolt, they get the 11s. And then this gets 10 and this gets 9. So let's get the 11s in there. Pretty sure these are just decorations, but I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they're sights. Maybe they're something's going to clip to them later. But they look like decorations at this point. Tricky to get a hold of this piece because that bolt underneath it keeps moving. I definitely don't want to damage the bolt. So I guess this is bolt action. That's why there's a bolt. Alright. Can't get this bolt out of the way. It's like right there. What if I pull this trigger and then push it forward? Yeah. Alright, now I got it out of the way. Alright, now I pull it back. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Next slot gets the 11. Did I do that backwards? Yeah, that was backwards. I guess something is going to connect to the other side of this. There's something to this other side of this. See those like ridges on it? Like basically this end is going to go into the gun, and then something probably going to connect there later. Or maybe not. What's that? Yeah, that looks like how it goes. That square end is supposed to go in, but it's not staying in. Let's try it again. It's in, but it doesn't want to stay in. I don't get that. Maybe something has to come across the top to make it stay in. Seemed like it was going in better the opposite way. Let's try that again, even though we know it's wrong. No, that definitely doesn't work. Alright, let's do the last one first. This A9 is also difficult to read what direction it goes in. It's near impossible to read. Well, probably lines up with the A10 in some way. They each have like a square on top. Okay. Wow. It's impossible to read what that A10. You know, I think maybe it goes like this. But maybe it goes like this. Which one to try? I think this one. Yeah, that fits. I don't know if it's right, but it looks right and it fits. But why doesn't this thing fit? Am I doing something wrong? I don't get it. It's in there, but it doesn't stay in. Let's try to get that in there. Yeah, there it is. It's in there. But it doesn't stay in there. Maybe it's not in. Maybe I need to push it in deeper. I think that maybe it's not correct and it needs to go this way. But how? How would it go this way? It has a better chance of staying in that way. When you look at the piece on the instructions, it doesn't seem to have this tab in the back. But it definitely says A10 on this piece. Let me look at other A10s. Yeah, they all look the same. There's 3 more A10s, they all look the same. I'm stumped by this one piece. Alright, let's just leave it in there because maybe the next piece is going to like go across the top and lock it in. Yep, that's exactly what it's going to do. And the next piece is A15, but it needs some help from A12 to work. So 2 pieces, A15 and A12. A15 is a big piece, and A12 is just like a locking piece. I'm trying to get A15 out without taking A16 out. Not going to happen. A16 is out. Yep, that's completely out. Now we probably have to go until we build that because it's off of the board now. Don't want to lose it. All right, A12. Where is A12? There's A12. It's gonna, the indent is gonna push it in, and then the hole is gonna hold on to the A15. So where does A12 gonna go? A12 is gonna go here. Here. That's where it's gonna go. And it goes in facing this way. So which way does this AK logo go in facing? Like this? I don't know. Let's find out. All right. I got the 2 pieces hooked to each other. Now, how do these go on? Well, you put this on and it will become the guide for the rest. All right, these pieces that we put on a minute ago. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let's put this piece on here first. That was the piece we were just struggling with. It's kind of getting locked in place by the other pieces and the piece across the top. But if it doesn't go in, I can't force it or I'll break it. I should have put it in that piece first. The new piece. Let's do that. Take this off. Oh, it's locked in there so good. I feel bad to take it off. Alright, let's get this in here first. Into A15 before we put it onto the rest of the gun. Because that seems to be a tricky connection to make. So it's like too tight on the A15 side and too loose on the gun side. This A11 piece is a disaster. trying again to get this in. This time I got this piece already connected. A11 piece. Okay. Is that in? I think so. No, I have to get this down. Okay, one pin to go. I had it before I took it apart. You know, we could have put this piece in incorrectly. Remember, there was some discussion also about this piece and which way it goes in. So I'm going to take this out. And I'm also going to try to figure out how this piece goes in. Like, which size goes in here. Well, it seems like a pretty snug fit. Oh, goodness. Having a lot of trouble getting this piece to stay in. Alright, one more time. Put it in at the top. Drop it into those two pieces. And then we're good. Alright. If I force it, I'm going to break this outer board. I need this outer board to go. I need these pins to go in. Alright. The back pin is on. The front one is in. And this middle one is suddenly uncooperative. Yeah, this is not. This back one is not in, contrary to what I said a minute ago. Though I think now it is. But now the middle one is out. The middle one was the easy one. Alright. I think everything's in now. Little logo there. AK-47. And the ROKR logo. Here it is. It's got a handle. It kind of looks like a different gun. We're going to add like stock here and a barrel here, and then it's going to look like an AK-47, and obviously the clip, the banana clip here. But right now, this looks like something else, like some other gun. I'm not really sure the name of it, but it looks like it. And that kind of gives you some idea of like how guns are made. You know, it's funny when they talk about evolution. I'm going to go on a tangent here. When they talk about evolution, they'll say, like, things are related. Yeah, they're related. But that doesn't mean they always evolve autonomously. I mean, you know, templates, builds, people reuse their ideas, and they show up in other places. All right, so... Oh, you know what? Let me just test something for a minute. How bad does that... Yeah, this is the first time I'm on without a green screen behind me. And actually, you could see my laundry bag in the hallway, so I think I'm not going to do that much. But anyway, I didn't do a green screen, so there you go. I think I want a tighter shot there. Let me just try something else. You can... While I'm going through these other cameras... Oh, that's all right. Okay, this one needs to be zoomed in. Oh, you know what else we didn't do in a while? Oh, it's not plugged. Is it not plugged in? Oh yeah, it's not plugged in. Okay, it's gonna be there in a minute. I just went to a camera. It's a black screen right now. I can show you it here. So now it just showed up. So it wasn't plugged in. I haven't used that screen in a while. So as we've been doing this, we have this like forest in the background. And yesterday, when I was talking about the show, when we were talking about the show, we were talking about these cameras and how I'd had that lighting problem for a few days, and how this camera was orange when there were lighting problems, and it doesn't look orange anymore. But it's funny because it was like looking orange, and then we're in front of this this background here with all these trees, and that's what's going on in real life today. There's like some Canadian forest fire, and as a result, the skies were orange in New York. Anyway, no excuses. This thing was supposed to take 3 days, and we're up to day 7. Someone just doesn't want me to finish this model. And we're not even really, it's not even like we're close. Like, look at all these pieces we have left to go. There's the banana clip. I think we have a third of the pieces in place at this point. There's 315 pieces. We have 124. I mean, it's a little past a third, not much. Basically, we got a lot of work to do. Was anyone watching the NBA Finals? I made a tweet. It wasn't that exciting of a tweet, but basically the two teams in the final are the Nuggets and the Heat. And they both have video game logos. The Nuggets have like crisscrossed pickaxes, which is based on Denver, I guess, mining for gold or something. The Nuggets, like a nugget of gold. But also one of the most popular video games, especially on YouTube, you know, where they make videos about it, is Minecraft. And the most popular, or the tool most associated with Minecraft, in my opinion anyway, is the pickaxe. So they've got the pickaxes in the logo of the Denver Nuggets, and then in the logo of the Miami Heat. Okay, let's just do this NBA Heat logo. So the NBA Heat, there's their logo. Now let's do NBA Jam logo. Did you hear that engine just rev outside? I mean, I suppose engines could rev outside, but you know, I like it because someone wants to confirm if I'm live. There you go. There's the person going by and revving. It's kind of like with Shia LaBeouf when they were finding that flag. Shia LaBeouf was like hanging this flag, and then these people on 4chan were finding it. So why is it showing me this different NBA Jam? That's not the NBA Jam logo. I feel like and now it's saying it can't be reached. See, I'm being thwarted. This is the NBA Jam logo. And when I ran this search from my phone, which I can do again, now all of a sudden it's like, so this engine went by, and now my internet doesn't work. Okay, now it's back on. All right, there's the flaming ball logo. NBA Jam. Wow, my internet is now terrible from my iPad. NBA Jam logo, fire ball. Let's try that. Basically on the side of the cabinet. So there's NBA Jam. In fact, this one looks very much like the logo for the Miami Heat. In fact, maybe this is even someone already observing the same thing. We're playing NBA Jam. Yeah. All right, so I'm not sure that could be the Heat logo. Why can I not zoom in? Wasn't it supposed to be like you click on it and it zooms, it like follows it? Anyway, I could do it like that. So there's the NBA Jam logo, and there's the Miami Heat logo. Pretty much the same thing. So we got two teams in the NBA Finals that have video game logos, basically. All right. That was a lot of nothing. And I still didn't tighten up that shot. Let me try one more time. I think maybe it's not. Is that the full screen or is it cropped? Oh, did I just switch to myself? I didn't mean to do that. I meant to work on this thing. All right, cropping. Yeah, chroma key, cropping. Yeah, I think it's already cropped. Let's try it again. All right, let's see what happens now. Edit original video. All right, so there's the cropped version. There's the full version. Now that's not much tighter, and in fact, it's ridiculous stuff in the background. So I shouldn't be switching to that camera. All right, let's just build this thing. All right, so my cameras have been a fail lately. You know, I went on a trip out to California for my oldest son's graduation. At this point, it's like in 3 days, it'll be a month since the beginning of the trip, and it's already, I guess, 3 weeks plus since we're back. But somehow my show, the show you're watching now, Just Rest Your Eyes, it just hasn't had the same, I don't know what's the word. And I'll tell you, it happens often with trips. The first thing I was doing on YouTube was animations. And I remember it was after a trip, a vacation trip. I basically didn't do them again. I didn't do them for months. And then I came back with a second animation, which was Moonstrand. I used to do Every Night Show, which is this Jimmy McDoofus talk show, where he would like crack jokes about the news for 10 minutes. And then I went on a trip and I stopped doing that, and then I did Moonstrand. And I had a similar situation with comics, and now I had the same situation with the streaming. It's like, I don't know what it is about vacations, but you come back and you don't lose like a day of progress. You lose like, I don't know how to even describe it. Like, you're just no longer that. It's like, if you force yourself to stick with something and you make it through, let's say 3-4 vacations, and you keep going back to that thing, then you'll be like permanently in that thing. But if you just like take one vacation, you know, like you start a thing and you go straight and then you take one vacation, you might not get back into it. In fact, that might be a good argument for taking weekends off. Like, I do this show 7 days a week, but if I did it, if I didn't do it 7 days a week, and I would instead take days off, maybe I would have not had this problem of like getting out of touch after like a week off or a half week off. But maybe something else would happen. Maybe I would take weekends off and I just wouldn't get as many shows done in general. Maybe you take 2 days off and then you take 3 days off. You know, like Johnny Carson was doing like 3 nights a week at the end of his show. I mean, we don't want to get to that point. Anyway, let's look at the instructions here. Looks like we're building something new. You can sort of see they're going to, if you forward, oh, this is cool. If I pull this page halfway, I'm like seeing 2 images at once. So there's one image, there's the other image. But if I pull it halfway, I see them both at once. And the way I've like photographed them, it's useful to see them both at once. So that's pretty cool. And then if you let go, it goes one way or another. But anyway, it looks like we got to put this gun aside for a minute and start building some new thing. And I'm trying to understand how to do this. It's showing 3 pieces on one side, 3 pieces on another side, and then it looks like they're connected, but I don't know if they're just stacked on top of each other. There's this logo in the middle. I can't see what's going on behind that logo. I feel like I need to. But if we just scroll maybe here, we can see it all put together, and then it's going to stack on top of this piece as well. All right. What we have to do in this situation is just start. Just start collecting pieces, start building, and just see where it goes. So we're going to start with just 3 pieces here. Oh, by the way, this is segment 5. So like it took us 5 days to get through segment 3, but I guess apparently we did segment 4 yesterday. All right, so we're on segment 5, and we're going to start with these 3 pieces, A26, E18, and E19. So that brings us up to 127 on the piece counter. So A26, let's see here. Yeah, there's A26 right there. That's the piece. That's what we need. All right, A26. So needs a little, TLC there, sandpaper in particular. Next piece it needs is E18 and E19. Where's the E sheet? There we go. There's the E sheet. We haven't completed any sheets yet. I mean, on day 7, we haven't completed any sheets yet. That's not really a great sign. All right. There's E18 and there's E19. I don't know why they're like all over the place. Like I have to go from sheet to sheet to find the pieces. But that's the way it is. All right, so there's E18 and E19. So time to start building. All right, so E19 goes on the bottom in this orientation. And then A26 goes above it in this orientation, and somehow this E18 gets in the middle, but how? Like this? Do I just push it through? So now it's like all the way through there, like sticks up a little bit. I don't know. I'm like not sure really if I'm doing this right or not. And then this fits on top. Well, it's not fitting on top. Not so far, anyway. This seems like it's falling through. Like, look how that's slanting. That's like falling through. Let's try this again. All right. Yeah, I don't get what's going on here. Should it be flush at the end? Should it hook onto both pieces? All right. I'm doing it backwards as well, which is not helpful. Backwards and upside down. It's always the first piece of the night where I do something stupid. I'm not locked in yet. Okay. There we go. The circles are not lined up. Oh, there's multiple circles. Okay. I don't know. I find this piece a little odd, but let's see what's next. So A20 goes on top of this construction, and then A29 and A30 lock it in. So they're all from one sheet. That I appreciate. And it looks like they all stack on top of this. So a 20, 29, and 30, that brings us to 130 pieces. All right. You know, there was something, I know this is like sort of, you could call it paranoid. I guess paranoid if you're not gonna, conspiracy would mean you'd have to accuse someone, but I noticed there was like a lot of chatter last week of like, oh, there's the pandemic is coming back, which let's, hope that's not the case. But now this week, there's these Canadian forest fires that's sending all this like yellow smog haze to New York City. So I feel like, and they were saying like, even on the news, they were saying like that fog, it's like smoking 6 cigarettes per hour, something like that. Well, my throat's getting itchy just thinking about that phrase, but I'm going to get a glass of water right now, but I'm thinking, let me get the glass of water, then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. 1 second. So yeah, people were wearing masks today, like it was back to COVID, but it wasn't for, you know what? These pieces don't look like the pieces I was supposed to get. This is A21, not A20. Or actually, this is A27. I don't know why I punched out A27. That's not the correct piece. We were looking for this looks like, yeah, this is A20. Yeah, right here, A20. That's the piece we wanted. So people were wearing like the COVID masks again today. Because they were saying the air quality is bad and it's like smoking cigarettes. So people were breaking out their COVID masks. But also last week, there was talk of like pandemic coming back. So it made me think like what sort of toxic pollution is in that haze. And are people going to get sick? And then when people get sick, are they going to admit that it's from the haze? Or are they going to tell everyone that they need booster shots or something? I don't know. Just some thoughts popped into my head. I'm not saying anything. They're just thoughts that I had. All right, so this A20 is supposed to go, it's confusing. Like, does it go like this way? Does it go flat or like this? Like, if it goes flat like this, nothing connects. But there's 2 connectors on the end. But if I turn it sideways, then it doesn't match this. I'm just going to assume that the circles should line up. I mean, there's 1 circle here and there's 1 circle here, so let's assume that they're supposed to line up. Now, what would happen next? Let's try putting these pieces in. So if we put this one, all right, let's do this one first because it seems to have a notch on it. So there's 2 holes here and there's 2 pins here and there's a notch here and there's this. So maybe if this goes over the notch, if this goes over whatever you want to call this, I think notch is a good, especially if we were talking about Minecraft earlier today. The notch is a good phrase to use. All right, so circles lined up, pins lined up, and we have to get the notch onto the tab. Let's call it that. The opening is the notch, the wood is the tab. The problem is there's nothing going through this circle yet. So there's nothing that's going to keep it in there. Let me just start it, and then I'll line it up. Let me start these 2 pins. All right, so I got those 2 pins started. Kind of looks like a hippo or something. Looks like some kind of animal there. Anyway, now that that's there, then, you know what? We can pin that right down and then slip this in the other side. Yeah. In fact, I'm not even sure which angle this goes. That's another thing that's hard to read. Is it the front? There's tabs on both sides. And there's like a subtle like curve to this piece. I'm not really sure, looking at the instructions, which direction it's supposed to go. Is it clear to you? It's not clear because they have an arrow blocking the tab, so I can't even compare the sides of the two tabs. So I think it's this angle, which puts the big tab on the bottom. Is the big tab the same size? Probably. I'm going to push this all the way in because that doesn't seem to be a problem, because then this one can slide in the back. Let's see. In the back, at the curve. Yeah. And then will it still have the circle lining up? Yeah, like I actually think it goes this way because there's ink here. And ink usually goes out. So even though looking at the picture, the curve looks like it goes the other way, I'm going to do it this way because of the ink side out rule. Because if you put it this way, the ink would be down, and that wouldn't make sense. The ink should always be towards the visible end. There's a lot of splinters on these pieces. I don't know. Very flaky sheets we got tonight. Producing a lot of splinters. I can't even see this, but I think I got it. I think it's in there. All right. One more piece. This piece. This is probably the easiest one. Maybe. So there's the piece. There's the tab. There's the hole. Let's get it in there. All right. Is it supposed to grab this piece or not? I don't think so. I don't think it does. I think it goes in front. Let's see if the picture tells us anything. All right, so the picture. Well, next we put a pin through. That's nice. But first we have to build some little circle thing. E14, E15, and two G4s. We're making some sort of receiver. And then that receiver is going to catch the P15 pin, which I believe is a metal screw. And it's going to go through the E6 board. So that's just kind of looking ahead. Let's focus right now on this little 4-piece construction. So that brings us to 134 pieces, E14, E15, and G4. I believe I've got the E sheet right here. I see, there's 14 and 15. There's circles of different sizes, by the way. What the heck? Well, luckily we were gonna take that E6 out in a minute anyway. It just popped right out there. Now I need G4. D, F. There we go. There's G. So they're just little pins, but I guess they're going to be darker color. I don't see any G4 pins. Oh, here we go. There's 3 of them right there. So they're just little nothing pieces. Just pins. Just I gotta sand them again. None of the pieces are coming out of these boards clean. They're like all needing to be sanded. Well, you want a cool project? Gonna take some work. E15's the bigger one, right? Yeah, the other one comes out the side. We could, it looks like, just put these pins in. And then you put the other ones on top. But it seems like they're going to go through. Right? Like if you push it all the way down, it's going to go through. This piece is so small that when I sand it, I'm like filing my nails at the same time. And it's an emery board. So I guess that makes total sense. Alright, let's get this one in here. Are they flush? I don't think so. Alright. Now this one has to go in the middle. Gonna be the toughest part. And the piece broke. Did it look like I hit that piece hard? Because I barely touched it. Alright, let's see if they give us an extra E14. Nope. I don't see any extra. So we got a broken piece. Hopefully that's not going to affect the construction too badly. I think we can even put it back together by using that locking pin that's going to be coming up in a minute. So let's sort of just push those together. And there's going to be a locking pin going through there. I don't know if locking pin is the right phrase. I'll just show you a picture here. P15 is going to go through there. Maybe when this is pinned up against, maybe when these two are pinned up against this with the pin going through, maybe those two pieces will just be like pressed together and they won't come out. So anyway, the next piece we need E6 and P15. P15 is a 12 millimeter piece of metal. It's a screw. It looks like it's a screw. So if it's a screw, then it has to screw into something, right? Not sure what. Is this 12 millimeter? I'm actually tired of opening that piece of paper, so I'm just going to use a caliper to measure if it's 12 millimeters or not. All right. All right. Can you read the calipers there? It says 13.6, but and I have seen like close calls in model building. Also, there was a -1 there for a second, so that I didn't calibrate it first. If that's the only thing around 12 millimeters, then that's it. Screw P15 is a 12 millimeter screw. They don't all give the millimeters, but the ones that they do give, they're like 28, 22, 12. I don't see 6. I don't see anything else near 12. So I think we're good. I think this is the screw we need. All right, so we've got everything we need here. We have the E6. We have our prior construction, which for some reason was flipped over. And then we have where its destination is. What we don't have is what that screw is going to screw into. Because this is an actual, like, screw. There's, like, treads on it. So, I don't know what distance I got to hold that for you to see the treads. That's blurry. Let's see if it comes in now. It's not doing anything. All right, let's try this. All right, now you can see the treads, right? I don't know why it didn't autofocus, but anyway. I mean, I paid money for these cameras. I paid for them to autofocus. I don't know why I have to focus it myself. Anyway, what we don't know is what that screw is going to screw into. This is good. This pin lines up. This moves. All right, this looks good so far. And then this has to go on the bottom here. And the screw goes in the middle, and these pins go on the sides. And I'm going to pinch those pieces that need to get compressed. Because if I don't, they're going to fall out. And if they fall out, they're just going to... Okay, there's good news and bad news here. The good news is there's a circle here to hold them in. The bad news is I can't seem to get it through. But the good news is if I do the circle first, that will hold it in place. And then if I do eventually get that screw into something, everything is going to stay. Basically, this piece that broke, it's not going to be a problem as long as we can get it in here, which it's so far not going in. All right. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Try again. It's on. It's on. Okay, so we're halfway there. But we still don't know what that screw is going to attach to. All right, I'm going to slide it off the table so I can get pressure to the opposite side, to the underside. I think I got it. I have to get it squeezed in there. Just so far not happening. I feel like I'm going to break more pieces if I force it. No, something's not. Is it working? I can't tell. The screw definitely didn't come out the other end. There's the screw. There's the pins. It's working, but the screw didn't come out the other end. And actually, the pins aren't supposed to be coming out this end. They're supposed to be pushing into the other side, which we no longer can see. And the screwdriver is a Phillips head, which that's not even what they gave us. They gave us a flathead screwdriver. And the screw doesn't come out this end. And I don't think I could push this anymore together. So, is that screw just for show? I think that screw is just for show. It's working as a pin, but these ones are really also working as a pin. So, it's like 3 pins. One of them is coming out, but 2 of them aren't. So, I don't think it's a problem. It's a slight problem that one's coming out. I don't think it's a big problem. I think we're pretty much where we're supposed to be. All right, let's just move on. I think it's fine, though I'm not really sure. All right, what's next? Next is that half-page thing we were looking at, where we have to hold it halfway open. Can I go here, enlarge this, and then, yeah, look at that. Now if I hold it halfway, it holds both the pictures in the enlarged state. But if I let go, it's going to close. There we go. Let me do it from this side. Okay. So there are some new pieces, but they don't get in the way of attaching E6, I don't think. All right, let's just go here because we actually can see everything we need from here. So there's that construction there with the A14 and D27, but that's not related to adding this piece on. To add this piece on, all we need is two things. This pin and this post. And this post has a circle, which is going to go there. And the pin is going to go here. And why did my camera get blurry? I don't know. I don't know for how long it was blurry. I feel like as soon as I look away from the monitor, it does crazy things. That's why every other show has a producer. But, you know, who's going to be the producer? My son's willing to do it, but I don't want to take his time every night. All right, so this is on, but it's like if I flip it upside down, it's going to fall off. So we need a locking pin, but that's not the next instruction. The next instruction is this D27A14, and then there's another D27 at the bottom. Are the D27s just washers? I forget what they are. Anyway, we're going to put an A14 through and hook D27s at both sides. I'm just scrolling to see if we missed anything. Yeah, no, we didn't. So this E6 piece, it's not locked in yet, but look, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like potentially we're going to be putting 4 screws here through here. I think what we need to do first is get this E5 piece on the other side, and it has the same 4 screw holes. So it's not locked in yet, but hopefully soon. So right now we need the two D27s and an A14. So that brings us to 139 pieces. And here's our bag of screws. And there's 4 of them. So it's like just what we're looking for. But only 2 of them have the... Oh, okay, those are extras. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. I know exactly where those 4 screws are going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the E5 on the other side. All right, so for now, A14. Here's 2 A14s. It's going to be locked in with 2 D27s. I see D28. D28 is there. D13. I don't see any D27s. So what are they talking about? Oh, here we go. D27. It's actually a rather cool looking piece. It's got some ink on it. Not sure what that ink is supposed to mean, but it's inked. 2 D27s. 1 at the top, 1 at the bottom. Now, where does this piece go? There's 2 slits here. They look like they're waiting for like SD cards, but I guess they're waiting for this piece. All right. Inside out. Let's put one of the pins on. Then drop the whole A14 through and hope to see it on the other end. It went through. No, not quite yet. It's almost through. All right, it's through. But if I flip it over, this E6 is going to fall off. So I'm going to put this thing on by touch, which should work. I mean, why not, right? I think it's on. All right, I'm going to pinch the E6 to get a look at that. It's yeah, that's on. How about that? You know, maybe I should do more stuff by touch, you know, because I can't see anything anyway. And I'm like trying to see and then falling back on touch. I should just go straight, do everything by touch. Because my eyes don't work anyway. So, like, what's the point? All right. So, A18, B11, A35. Man, there's a lot of shit going on here. Okay, hold on a second. Let's do this one piece at a time. All right, A18 and B11. They go together. A18 and B11. So that brings us to 141. All right, where's A18? There's a lot of A17s. All right, there's A18. It's a little staple, one-sided one. I knocked both of the pieces out. Or is the other one hanging to the back? I don't know where it went. All right, there it is. All right, so we knocked out an A18. We also need B11. When are we going to get to the banana clip? I see it's on the B sheet here. B10, B12, all right, B11. So there's two B18s, two B11s. I'm tempted to just put them both sets together right now. Let's do that. I mean, you know that's the point, right? All right, so let's increment this to 43. And you might say, oh, but what if they're like mirror images? Inside out. I'm just following the inside out rule. I don't have to even know. I don't even have to look at the direction. Just the inside out rule tells us how to put these together. So there's one A10 hook into a B11. Pinch that in tight. Okay, there's one. And then we do the other. There could be, depending on the shape of the A18 piece, it could have been ways to mess this up, but this one is good. No, I don't think there's a way to mess that up. And if there is, I'll say sorry. But it looks good for now. All right, so now we need A35. And this thing that we just built is going to hook onto something. I got to get this orientation to match what I'm looking at. I think this piece, it's going to go right. So the A35 is going to go, A35 is going to go here. And then the thing we just built is going to go on top of there. So I think I want to install the A35 here first. So let me increment that counter to 144 and grab the A35. This is obviously going to go on the other end. Will there be two A35s? There probably will, right? A35, and of course there's two of them. So I'm going to put one of them next to here, increment the counter, and grab the other one for immediate use. I assume as soon as we put the E5 on the other side, that we're then going to put these pieces we chopped out, and put them on the board, on the gun, on the weapon. The only thing is by incrementing the counter, we now have to get it done tonight. Basically can't end the stream until those pieces are in because we already incremented the counter. Wow, this E35 is going to go deep. I wonder if it's making contact with other pieces inside. Well, if it is, they must have lined up because the piece went in. Here's a problem. Oh, there it is. Problem solved. I thought I lost this piece, but it was sitting up here. All right, so now this goes on here. And I guess it's going to line right up with that. Yeah, it does. So now this thing is blurry again. Oh, man. This camera sucks. I'm going to tell you the name of the camera. BCB Gear. And I'll tell you why I'm going to tell you the name of that camera. Because I bought two cameras from them. One of them, so this is not, this, I'm going to go to a Mako's camera. So this camera, it's from Mako's. It's like cheap, $95. I originally had a BCB Gear there, which I got for $95, but it was a 400 list. And luckily I got it for $95 because it didn't work. So the BZB face cam didn't work. It's not even in use. And the BZB, which we're using right now for the close-ups, I mean, look at it. Like the handle looks blurry right now. It's just like I have to like fix it myself. The autofocus doesn't work, and then I don't know. It doesn't look that great. Not totally happy with it. So, and they charge a ton of money, and it's kind of like, I don't know, not good. Like I didn't buy Sony because they charge even more, but I'm feeling like if I bought Sony, maybe everything would have worked. So it's like so Mako's is like super cheap. I feel like you might as well just buy the Mako's, because you either have to buy the expensive one or the cheap one. You have to buy the cheap one because you don't feel bad if it doesn't work out, or you have to buy the expensive one because you know it'll work. Because if you buy the mid-range one, it's like you're paying a lot of money for something that doesn't work. And that's not a good situation. Luckily, the cameras that I have currently at 1 and 2, they're from Field World. They're reasonably priced, and they work. Luckily. Since I'm reviewing cameras, this is the dose. It's okay. It's the autofocus takes like 10 seconds. That's why I'm using it in this rarely used camera, but I actually think it looks good. And I had it as camera 1 for like a month, but it would often happen. I would put my hands on the screen and they would be blurry because it would take 10 seconds to autofocus. So I just I got rid of it, and then I put the Field World camera there, and it doesn't look as nice, but it like quickly focuses, and that's what I need. Excuse me. All right, so remember that A28 that we punched out by accident? Oh, that's not it. That's A27. All right, anyway, we need A51 and A28, and they're going to go in this corner here. All right, so A20, there's the corner where they're going to go. A28 and A51. The A28 looks just... Oh, that is A28. Okay. So the piece we punched out was A28. The piece next to it was A27. All right. And then the piece the locking pin that's going to go through it is A51. All right. A51. So, I don't see it. A9, A22, A17, A21, A49, that's close. A50, that's closer. Where's A51? Come on, 49's here, 50's here. It's got to be somewhere around here. 47, 44, 43, 42. There it is. There's 51. There's 4 of them. It's a pretty common piece, it turns out. I just knocked 2 out. I knew that was going to happen. It's like a tiny piece and they were back to back. Of course it's going to pop out. Alright, so which direction does this go in? It's kind of like a slanted piece. Alright, so we got that through there. So the A51 is through the A28, and then we have to fit it here. Should I have lined up the 2 holes first and then put the pin through? I think I can get it. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Very nice. Alright, back to the instructions. A50. It's not really clear where that A50 goes. There's an arrow on the instructions, but I don't know. It doesn't really tell me. Oh, the arrow's not on the instructions. The arrow's on the piece. A50 has an arrow on it. Okay. So they're telling us it goes in with the arrow facing this way. That's the way it looks in the instructions, with the arrow facing this way. I'll tell you what, the piece does not look the same. The piece that I'm holding does not look the same as the piece that they're showing in the instructions. They look different. But the arrow, I'm just going by the arrow. Going by the arrow, it looks correct. Like it's got the right orientation. Where it's going to go is like not totally clear. Okay. There's another A50 at the top. And that one goes flip over angle. So let's do that one first. So it's going to go here. And then the other one, I guess, is going to go just the opposite, like the other side. So there's one A50 here, and there's going to be another one on the other side. Okay. So here's another A50, right? That's not an A50. I thought I accidentally popped out two A50s. Did I not? No, I did. No, that's A51. Okay, I only popped out one A50. All right, so we need another. So basically just use the arrows as your guide. So the top one, the arrow, both of them, the arrow points this way. The top one, the ink is this way. The bottom one, the ink is that way. So it should just go right underneath here. I don't want to tip it completely over because then the A6 is going to fall out. I could start putting the screws in, but I should wait for the instructions. All right. That's done. The two A50s are in. A18, B11, A35, A51, A28, two A50s. Yeah, we're good. Next. What's going on here? There's just a picture of a gun. I guess we're done with segment 5. So these pieces that we already counted, we didn't use. I assume they go on the other side of the gun, but we counted them, but we didn't put them on. We didn't even put on E5 yet, right? We only put on E6. How could we possibly be up to segment 6? But we are. So we're up to segment 6, even though this piece is loose. There's only gravity holding it in. Not happy about that. Also not happy that we're now putting this aside along with the two pieces we already designated, and we're moving on to some new pieces, which is A21, A22, and two A24s. We're going to build those, as you can see in the instructions. So that brings us up to 150. They're all from one sheet. 21, 22, and two 24s. So it was 21, 22, and two 24s. There's the two 24s. Do you see those massive splinters? Spending a lot of time dealing with splinters. And then when the show's over, I got to clean up my desk from all these splinters. Yeah. Yep. All right. So 22 goes down. Here's a question. Which way does the ink go? There's ink on... No. There's ink on both sides, but there's more ink on one side. There's more ink on this side. And that seems to be the side that this piece gets added to. Look at that splinter. That looks like a tab. That's such a huge splinter. That's crazy. Alright, so this piece goes the A21. Wait a minute, is this A20 or A21? Yeah, A21. Alright. A20 was this piece. Alright, A21. Alright, so it goes on top. Yeah, okay. That looks good. And then the tabs go in. I don't think it matters which way they go in. I'm going to put them through A21 first. And then push them both into A22 at the same time. Which could cause them to back out. But anyway, that's what I'm going to try. I'll see how it goes. Okay. There we go. No idea why we built this, but it's built. Let's see what's next. Okay. This is good. We're going to attach them to E5, which is, that's good. That's what we wanted to show up next. All right, so we're going to grab the E5 and also E7 and E8, and we're going to put all that stuff together. So E5, E7, and E8, that brings us to 153. I tell you, we're getting close to the halfway mark in terms of the piece counter, but we're also on day 7, so I wouldn't be too proud of that. E5, 7, and 8. E5 is this huge piece, which we've been waiting to get to. There's E5. E7 and E8 are these staples. I think I have it. Am I reading this wrong or something? All right, there it is. E7, E8. Yeah. Kind of look like staples. E7's a little smaller than E8. All right. Now, what are we supposed to do with all this stuff? All right. Ink side out. Yeah. This is going to attach where? It already has pins. Oh, the pins line up. Look at that. They line up with this existing, what we've built here. In fact, there's the backside pins. See that hole there? Oh, there. And there. Something's probably going to go in there at some point. Alright, so we attach that to E5. And then is these 4 holes where this E7 and E8 go? Which one's the bigger one? The E7 is the smaller one? I'm not really sure how we're supposed to do that. Let's take another look here. They like stick out. Were we supposed to put them in first? Before we attach this? We can punch it out and do that. Redo that. So it looks like we're supposed to line up those little E7 and E8s before we put this in, but that's no problem. Just push it back out. Which way does the ink go? Because both are out, so I'm going to go with top. So that's E7. You could hedge your bet, put one way, one the other, but I don't think that's a good idea. It's a guarantee that you get one right and one wrong. I'm going to put them both up because I think that's correct. You can't tell from the instructions which side. Oh, these fall in. So what's that all about? Do they move? So these pieces move. They fall down with gravity, but you can push them back in. Not sure what that's all about. Not as much movement on the E7 piece. Yeah, the E7 piece is just smaller, and therefore it doesn't have as much movement, but the E8 has a lot of movement. You can see that the slits are in there. So we did it correctly. It's just the piece has got some movement. I don't know what to tell you. Two P14s. Two P14s, which are, I believe, these two little pieces here, these two little screws. All right, let's take a look and see if P14 is in fact a tiny screw, a 6mm screw. Okay. P14. P14 is a 6mm screw. So those are definitely screws. They're probably 6mm. I don't know. So let's increment. We're up to 155 now. Let's get these 6mm screws out. I mean, they're the only screws left that are this size, but I'm going to measure them anyway, just to see if I can correctly calibrate my calipers this time. Seems like a circular attempt. I mean, I'm going to calibrate the calipers. I mean, they have the same root word. All right, so how do I zero this out? All right, I think I just close it, and then I hold 0. All right, so now let's see if we get 6mm for this. Under 5.21. Well, I'll call that 6mm. So now what do we have to do with these? We got our two 6mm P14s. I think they want us to turn this upside down right here. Oh, those pinholes we were talking about, that's where these go. But that doesn't make sense because there's no ink on this side. Why would we be putting screws on the inside? You would think we would put the screws on the outside. Something not right here. So here we built E5 clearly with this construction on the ink side. And now we're going to flip it over and put the screws on the uninked side. Why in the hell would we do that? Just to add some weight to it? And the screws don't even fit in. Create some distance. This is a mind-boggling request they've made of us. And there's no nut, so these things don't even stay in. They just drop in. This is insane. Oh, I know what this is for. It's going to catch the other side. No, that's not it. I was thinking catch the other side of these four, but those are 1, 2. These four are these four. Sorry. Take those two out. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4 are 1, 2, 3, 4. So then what the hell are these? Why are we putting screws on the inside? It's insane. All right. Let's just go with it for the time being. They clearly have the symbol that says flip the piece over. They have the bullet that says go from this image to that image. They have the graphic 1 to 1, which shows the piece. And then they put the pieces here, which makes no friggin' sense. All right, let's hope that I'm missing something and it will make sense soon. All right, so we're not even working with this piece now. We're going back to the gun. But we are flipping the gun over, which means this piece being held in by gravity is no longer going to be held in by gravity. Well, I guess it'll be held in by compression on the other side. It might move a little bit because this bolt is taller than this piece. But anyway, we're flipping the gun over. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to put the rubber bands below that piece that I'm worried is going to fall out. So at least there's some pressure there. You know, something is going on. It won't fall out. The rubber bands will press it in. Now on this side, we have to, before we even connect E5 and its 2 stupid screws, nonsensical, we have to connect. I mean, we did these pieces on the other side. Not really a big deal. A9, A10, and 2 A11s. So that brings us up to 159 pieces. A9, A10, and 2 A11s. We might already have some of those pieces. I'm not sure. All right. There's 2 A11s right there. Gonna need to, there's an A10. I'm gonna need to sand all these pieces. And there's the A9. These are weird little pieces. And I think they're decorative. So we'll try to do a good job, but I don't think they're the world's biggest deal. A lot of splinters. All right. Guess I'm on splinter duty today. All right. So A9 goes here. A10 goes here. And the 11s go there and there. There's a little like ink, at least for this front 3. The back one doesn't. And I think the back one is the one where we had trouble figuring out which direction it goes in. So let's save that one for last. All right, I think I need to pick this up, which means I'm no longer using the rubber bands, but my fingers to hold in E5 or E6, whichever that is. Well, I put in the 2 A11s and the 9 and 10. There's 350 pieces in this, but it's like a mix of big and small pieces. It's a lot of big pieces that like do the job for you, and then there's a lot of small pieces that really don't mean anything And then there's the mechanics, which are the metal, which are mostly the metal pieces. Like they're not trusting this mechanics of this gun to the wooden pieces. It's springs and screws and oh, there's a couple of plastic pieces. Basically anything but. As I recall, this piece goes in this way, and then something goes on top of it. Didn't we recall that from the other side? I remember that being like that. And then this piece. Can I look at the other side and see? No, it's covered up. So it's either the big piece or the small piece. It's definitely not the really small piece. It's either the big or the medium. I think it's the big that goes in. But I need to support a 5, is it, or a 6 while I put this in. Also support the backing. I think I got it. Got kind of lucky there. All right, those 4 pieces are in. What's next? All right, here we go. The moment we've all been waiting for. We're going to attach E6, or is it E5, and it's 2 stupid screws to the top of this gun. That's it. That's what we need to do. The time has come. So this piece and this piece, the circle here and this like tab here, that's kind of our guide. So circle goes on, and remember those screws we put in? They're falling out. Like, I don't know how to keep them in, because as I said, they make no sense. But somehow we need to get those, keep those in while we put this on. The only way I can think is to get it like close enough that they can't come out. But I also think those screws don't mean anything. I could tape them. I could try to screw them in so that they catch something, but they're not that type of screw. There's no point at the end. Anyway, I'm just going to put it on and hope for the best. Hope that the screws don't fall out. Or that if they do fall out, that they stay lined up. Alright, I think I heard a pin go in. Anyway, maybe those screws are going to come falling out at some point, but for the time being, let's just assume that they're in, you know? I mean, we pinched them, we put it on, maybe they stayed in, maybe they didn't, I don't know. Alright, now, what I really need to do is put the 4 screws through. I want to just do that myself right now. I think I'm going to do that myself because I don't know when the instructions are going to ask us, and we need to do that. Like, when the hell are these instructions going to get to it? Wow, they're like building the front part and they're not putting those screws in yet. The thing is, there's no harm because we can take those screws out anytime we need to get to it. Am I like missing it? No, here. Now they're putting the screws on. Oh, because they need to go through the handle. That's why we can't put them in yet. The screws need to go through the handle. That's why they don't want us to put them in yet. Well, I could put the front 2 screws, right? So the back 2 screws need to go through the handle, but the front 2 screws I could put in. In fact, did I miss them getting put in? Maybe it happened sooner. Let's try to keep an eye when those screws show up. The front 2. All right, so here's when the front two go in. The front two hook onto the barrel. So that's why we can't put either set of screws in yet. So the back two hook onto the stock and the front two hook onto the barrel. So therefore, we cannot do either. Is stock even the right word? Let's do here. Are we on image search? All right, images, parts of rifle. Parts of rifle. All right, let's see what we get here. Heel, toe, stock, barrel, front sight assembly, magazine, carrying handle, magazine. Okay, yeah, so stock and barrel. We were right. All right. But we got a ways to go before we get to put those screws in. So now we're back to just doing whatever the hell they tell us. Wow. Okay, we got a lot of work to do here. We are far from complete. All right. So here's where we are. A35. That's just a little clip that's going to go in here, a little pin. And then A16, which I believe is this piece, and A13. 3 pieces. A35, A13, A16. 162 pieces total. So A16, was that this? Is this A16? It must be. Yeah, A16. And then we need 13 and 35. 13 is one of these. It's going to hold the 16 in. And then 35 is really a nothing piece. Well, here it is. It's a totally unimportant piece in my opinion, but we'll stick it in there. So now we have E5 and A6 on both sides hanging on by gravity, and in one case it has 2 useless screws in the middle. Okay, that piece we just put on that I called useless, it actually did provide some, so it's not totally relying on gravity. There is now at least one clip in there. I mean, it's one little tab held by friction, but it's better than nothing, I guess. Alright, so now we have to put on E13 and E16. So where are they going to go? Here is the connector. Oh, is this it? Alright, you know which way to put it on because there's words, and the words need to be readable. Alright, so this is going to attach onto these 2 pieces that are already here. And of course it's going to go in the front as well. As I recall, this was kind of tricky on the other side. These pins didn't want to go in. Yep, no better on this side. And while I was grabbing the other side to support it, I believe I pinched something in the wrong direction. Probably exactly this piece on the other side. Wait a second. This slot is already taken. Or did I break this piece? You know what? The piece didn't pop out cleanly. The piece didn't pop out cleanly. There was just like random wood there. And that's what broke off into the slot. Alright, that was weird. Okay, now it's in cleanly. What did we break on this side? The matching piece. We broke on that side. So there's the pins that we need to hit. 1, 2. Put in here, and hopefully it hits those 2 pins. Though we already tried this once and it didn't work the first time, but we believe it will work this time, and it did. Nice, nice. All right, now these pieces that have been sitting on our desk, finally, they're going to go in there. A18, B11, already accounted for. So these go onto this piece, which somehow already has the bottom pin. All right, good. And that A35, we could have used it here. We didn't, so it's now an extra piece. But when we popped out the new piece and didn't use the piece we'd already accounted for, we incremented the counter. So I'm going to decrement the counter by 1. So now it's at 161. I hope that made sense. If not, you can just... If my counter's right at the end, you can go back and rewatch it. If not, then I probably was wrong anyway. All right, A27 and A51, which I believe is a little nothing piece. So now we're incrementing by 2. We're up to 163. Well, we're past halfway, but it needs to start going quicker because, I mean, halfway, I mean, come on. Day 7. We shouldn't be talking about halfway. This is not a 2-week puzzle. This is a 3-day puzzle. So no matter when, like, we only got 2 days left after today. Like, maybe we even should finish it tomorrow. I don't know. All right, A51. We had a piece here. All right, so it's going to go here. I think I got to sand it first. I got to kind of read the, I think it's going to go like this. Yeah, that's how it's going to go. So then the tab, it goes like this. Okay. And now this is going to drop right in here, I believe. Let me feel the other side. Use it as a backing. Good. All right. One piece construction. Everything is together. It's all one piece. So you know what that means. We're stopping the show for tonight. It's just, you know, we got everything back. We got the gun all back together in one piece. We got our piece. It looks like a gun now. Like, what is this? Like an Uzi right now, it looks like. But there's going to be a banana clip, a scope, and a stock. And then it's going to look like something like an AK-47. I think it's still pretty tiny. But anyway, let's see what it looks like. Let's keep building it. So to keep building it, we got the instructions here. Did we do that? Did we do all the... Yeah, I think we did this. Whatever this page is, we're done with it. So we're starting something new here. We're starting segment 7, actually. So we can advance to segment 7. So the first 3 segments took like 6 days or something like that. But now we seem to be moving through segments without even trying. They're like, the segments are getting smaller. And I just took pictures of the instructions, but I'll scan them at some point. I haven't hooked up the scanner. Track season's finally over. Last weekend was the last track meet. It was Eastern States. And I would say my son did well, considering he was a sophomore. My middle son, who's a senior, he was qualified. He could have went to Eastern States, but I don't know. He's like already in college mode. And in fact, he might be playing basketball, not track, in college. So, I mean, let's see. I don't want to assume that. I know it's like the most prestigious sport to play in college is basketball, but I mean, he's talented, so let's see how it goes. Or he might not. He's also quite the video gamer. All right. So let's just move on to 7. I do have a video of the two sons I was just talking about. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen here. I wonder if I can. Give me 1 minute to look for something. It's an interesting video. So I was looking through. By the way, I'm going to show it to you on my birthday. My 50th birthday is coming up in 3 months. So I was looking through some old albums, and I found one where apparently I threw the javelin in high school, which is not something I ever remember doing. But because I did, I now got my son interested in the javelin, so we were actually practicing a little bit recently, but it was with a plastic turbo jav, and I have a video of it if it ever loads up on the screen. I don't know why it's like taking forever to load. Oh, because this stupid internet connection. Well, let's see if it loads. I'll sort of put that in the background, and I'll go to the instructions. So we need pieces H2, I11, and I4. So we'll find those pieces, and then we'll check on if that video ever loaded. So H2, well, this is not the H sheet. I11 and I4. Is there an I sheet? I guess there is if they're asking for I pieces. They're probably... there's colored sheets here, maybe? Yeah, here's I. Here's the I sheets. So, is that 2? That H2 is like a double-decker piece. It looks like 2 pieces, but it's really like just a double-decker piece, I think. So, let's call it 3 pieces total, so up to 166. So, yeah, we're looking for I11 and I4, and it looks like they're going to go together and create something. So here's I4, and here's I11. So they're gonna like line up next to each other, and these two H2s are gonna hook them up. Actually, so it is 4 pieces. All right, so we're up to 167. So the H2s look like 2 pieces, and they are 2 pieces, but a single piece looks like 2 pieces. So we need 2. It's getting confusing. A single piece looks like 2 pieces. We do need 2 pieces, but the 2 pieces look like 4 pieces. That's them. That's the piece. I mean, I don't see where it says H4, but I just see this double looking piece, and I know that this is it. Actually, okay, it says H4 here. We're not looking for H4, we're looking for H2. It doesn't say anything on this piece, but I know that piece is H2. I'm going to take it. There's no other piece here that can be H2. I brought a little extra wood that we don't need. I just missed a dunk. I went to throw the little piece of extra wood in the garbage, and it like stuck to my finger. And then when I pulled away, then it fell off my finger. So I missed a dunk. All right, I made the second one. All right, before we put those together, let's see if that Twitter loaded up. I think it launched the actual Twitter app. All right, here's the video. It's at least showing it. It looks like it's not like actually going yet. Let's just leave it there. And we'll come back to it in a minute and see if it's actually started playing yet. It's only a 3 megabyte video, so I don't know why it would take so long to load. All right, so about this I11 and H and I4, I'm not really sure. It's kind of tricky how to put them together. It may not matter. No, it's going to matter because of the pieces here. Okay, I think I got it right. For some reason, I'm not feeling confident. It matches, what I'm doing matches the picture, but I feel like there's other possibilities. But this is probably right. I'm trying to thread this in here. All right, that's in. So now this is going to get clipped together by these H2 pieces. All right. Are they in? Oh my goodness. I think they're in. No, almost. Okay, almost. All right. Actually, the color's pretty good tonight. This camera, this camera one was orange the other day. See, probably on the days it was orange, I didn't pull the HDMI cable out and put it back in because it wasn't green. But now that I know it can show up as orange, that's probably what was going on. So probably for like 3 episodes in a row until I pulled that plug out and put it back in, it was showing everything orange and it was an HDMI cable problem. So if anyone else has these Field World cameras, I have 2 of them. These Field World live streaming cameras, you just have to, if they're showing up green or red or orange or any other color that they're not supposed to be, you just take the HDMI cable out and put it back in. All right, let's check on our Twitter video. All right, so here's the video. All right, here's the screenshot. I don't know if it's actually playing yet. So I'll just leave that in the corner while we go on with the build, and maybe it'll start playing at some point. No, I can't leave it in the corner because I need to go look at the instructions. All right, what's the next instruction? I can't make out those pieces. Let's try the other side. Okay, I can't make it out on that side either. So we're going to have to go to the sheet of paper, so we might as well leave the Twitter open. It's going to be a good video when it ever plays. You'll see in a minute. Alright, so where's segment 7? Segment 7, the pieces we need are, they're all from the I1, I8, and I13. We're basically building the stock right now. Alright, the video played. It only played once. How do I get it to replay? Do I just slide it back here to the other end? Oh my goodness. This video played once, and now it's not replaying. You know what? It'll be quicker if I just upload this to the Google Drive probably at this point. How did I get this to full screen? What does this button do? Oh my goodness. Now it's like playing twice at once. Twice at once. I can't get it to play. Well, I hope you saw it during the one time it played. Let's leave it on here and while I collect those other pieces. So I believe they, and hopefully it'll play again. So it was I. Why does it not replay? Like, why does it need to load again? All I'm looking to do is replay. It shouldn't need to load again. All right, the pieces I'm looking for are I8, I1, I8, and I13. I1, I8, and I13. Well, that video's never going to play, huh? Well, you can just go to John Rapp on Twitter and see it. Basically, they're throwing essentially a Nerf javelin. It's called a turbo jav, and one throws it and the other catches it. Looks cool, but I don't know. My Wi-Fi doesn't work on this tablet for some reason. I'm gonna actually try it again. Like all week, I'm trying to get the Wi-Fi work on this tablet, and it just doesn't. Alright, I1, I8, and I11. Those are the pieces. I1, I8, and I11. No, not 11. I1, I3, and I8. I1 and I8 go together. And then I3 goes like below them. So here's I3. So this is like an important piece, this I3. Oh, well, not that the other pieces aren't important, but it's like a wide piece, I guess you would call it. Here's I8. Alright. So the Wi-Fi is now connected. I don't know if it's going to help. Maybe it's going to say that it's not even working. I'm just going to test it with a Google search. No, I loaded the video. I meant to do a Google search, but I loaded the video. Alright, so there you see him catch it. Now, how do I replay this video? Why won't it play a second time? This is ridiculous. It should play a second time. There it is. I don't know what you have to do. Alright, let's play. Alright, now it's playing on a loop. So one of them throws the turbo jav, and the other one catches it. And they were doing this, and they were doing some other ill-advised stuff, but I don't know. Frankly, I'm a little worried. But, you know, kids, they grow up and they do stuff. Alright, so where's the pieces that we were dealing with here? Alright. So are these going to slip on top of this same, like, base? I think they are. Alright, so let's get this right. So I'm just trying to match it to the instructions here. So the instructions show if I'm holding it with this curve here, right? This indent here. Then I put this piece on with this circle down here. I'm just trying to follow exactly the instructions. I believe that's what we do. We also have to increment the counter 3 more pieces to 170. Alright, so that's the first of the 3 pieces. It's not on yet. It needs to go a little further. Okay, now the I1 and the I8. The I8 goes on the top. The I1 goes on the bottom. Is it like this? How does it go? Yeah, I think it goes like this because see those curves? They got them like match. Should I put it on at the same time or should I put them on one at a time? Let's try putting them on at the same time, though we may regret this. So now we're going to try to hold it together while also threading 4 pins at the same time. Maybe not the best idea, but let's give it a shot. Can't even see what I'm doing here. Why are these not going on? They're lined up. I see the pins underneath. Oh, now they went on. Now all 4 of them went on in 1 second. So maybe they weren't lined up before. I don't know. But seems like they're on now. Yeah, they're on now. I think this stock is going to be kind of like easy. It seems easy. Let's keep going with the stock. All right, so H4, just a single piece. H4. No, we need 2 other pieces first. H9 and H11. The 9 goes on top, the 11 goes on the bottom. That brings us to 172. That's the I sheet. So H9 and H11. I mean, I'm sure you can see that. The 9 on top, the 11 on the bottom. So there's the H4, which you're going to need in a minute. And now we need 9 and 11. Here's the 11. That's a 6. Don't be fooled. That's 3. That's 4. Where the hell is the 9? Maybe this is the 9. No, that's H1. H15, H3. Am I like an idiot? Why can't I find H9? 13, 10, 11. Is this a typo? Is it really like H9? Because I don't see H9. I see H6. Oh, there's H9. And it has something else inside of it. Yeah, there's like something going on inside. This is why I was confused. Inside of it was H13. But it's just this outside bit. And look at this. Also with some extra wood. I think we've been complaining about this all along. On the small pieces, you just get splinters. But on those big pieces, you get like extra hunks of wood that you don't need. Basically, these pieces aren't popping out clean. Like all puzzle, it's like that. The boards are thicker than on the ROKR excavator, but they're thinner than on, say, a U-Gears puzzle. So they're a little, I mean, they're easy to work with other than the splintering. Because sometimes the U-Gears puzzles, they're so thick that you spend a lot of time just getting pieces into place. And sometimes you don't get them into place and you break them. And then it's like you lose motivation to complete the puzzle because you know it's not going to work because you broke an important piece. Anyway. This 11, H11 goes on the bottom. Pinch both sides. So we're building the stock here. Doesn't even fit on camera. Okay, there's the 11. There's the 9. Next is H4. So we're up to 173. All right, just H4. And I think it's showing that it goes on the bottom. H4 on the bottom. I don't think it's a big deal, but there's a lot of wood here that's not needed. I don't think it, again, I don't think it would cause problems, but I'm going to remove it regardless. Extra wood. Does that camera seem like it's too tight? I'm just working too close to it. All right. Let's get the grooves lined up. Wow, this wood looks terrible. Yeah, this wood looks terrible. Just what I said. Let's get it on. Has anyone been watching Tucker on Twitter? He only had 2 episodes. I guess he started yesterday and the second episode today. So the first episode was about aliens, which seems like a big topic, right? Like you would think that he would follow up on that with the next day, but the next day today, it was about, it's really kind of a horrible topic, but I guess important to to not let slide by just because of your discomfort. It was basically the movement, and I feel bad even describing it like that because it gives it, I feel like it maybe gives it credibility. Anyway, on this next piece, we're doing H6, H7, and H15. H15 is a big piece that goes in the middle, and then H6 and H7 are the pieces that are going to help lock it into the middle here. It's probably just going to give it some structure. So anyway, the topic Tucker was talking about was basically, I mean, I can't even bring myself to say it, but it's like basically people who abuse children, and even abuse might be a kind way of putting it. It's like worse than that. Like, for example, he mentions Jeffrey Dahmer. And I remember when I was a kid being told, like, the lowest in the pecking order in prison was child molesters. Like, people who bother children, nobody has sympathy for them. They've, like, given up there. They've exhausted the human race as, like, what's the word? Kindness for them. Basically, they've cast themselves out of society by taking that action because, I mean, it's children. We all started as children. It's like the only thing that most people, most people kind of understand that the world isn't fair, but they think, like, can we at least let children grow up? You know, like, can we at least do that? And there's some people who don't want to do that. They think it's, the children are like, I don't know what's the word, fair game? I mean, it's horrible. I don't think Tucker went into all these details. I might be expanding a little, but that was the topic of his show. It's like, you know, like, what is going on in the world? Why are people doing this? It's bad. Something like that. I don't know. Actually, I don't remember specifically if he gave any action items. All right, I'm just, the reason I put this together and then took it apart again is in the instructions, it doesn't show an order, but it does show these two pieces assembled and this one already in place. So that's what I'm going to do as well. So I'm going to put this in first, and then I'm going to add the other two pieces already assembled. Is that the way to do it? I don't know. Let's give it a shot, and we'll find out. So Tucker talked about aliens on the first day, and people who aren't, what's the word? You know, he's not just talking about the people that aren't respecting children. He's talking about the movement behind it, meaning like college professors who like making excuses for the criminals. Like, oh, it's like that's what they're attracted to. Which I feel kind of bad because I think that was the argument, like, okay, you got to enter this. Okay, let me show you this. So you have to flip this over. It's easier to work with it from this side. The way you can tell which side, these pins stick out further. So when you flip it over from the back, there's notches here, and there's like holders there. So the notches are on both sides of this, so it'll work either way. But you can get access to work with it from this side. So you put H7 in first, you flip it over, work backwards, get this into the notches, and then back it onto that piece. Sorry if I lost a little bit my train of thought, but basically it was like, he did aliens the first day, and the sort of, what's the word? I don't even want to call it debate. That gives it legitimacy. The creepy people who were trying to destroy the last bit of innocence in the world. Is that the proper way to describe it? So basically, he had really big topics for his first two episodes. The first one was aliens, which, you know, I mean, it's kind of a BS topic, but if it were true, it would be a huge topic. And then the second is the You know, as I said, the the people trying to destroy, you know, childhood innocence. Oh, okay, I remember what the train of thought was. So basically, you can think of it like, okay, not obviously the child molesting, but the obscure, how do I describe this? So, for example, it's Pride Month right now, and like a same sex couple can get married in 2023, but there was a time when they couldn't, and I don't remember when that time was exactly, but I know like Barack Obama, when he ran for president, he was like against same sex marriage. I don't know if he really was against it, but he said he was against it. And then I think during Trump, it became actually legal for same sex couples to marry, like two guys marry, two girls marry. And hold on. The next piece is H1. So that brings us to 177. So I don't think anyone complained about that. You know, it's like there's people who don't believe in it, but I don't think anyone complained about it. But the people are trying to use that now as a precedent, and it's like they'll say, "Oh, I'm attracted. This guy is attracted to people of the same gender. I'm attracted to people of a vastly lower age." You know, and it's kind of like they want to use the same argument. But there has to be a line somewhere. Like to consent, like I think they even said that. They used to even say that when, like, before gay marriage was legal, some people who were trying to make it legal would say, what do you care what happens between two consenting adults? And that was a good argument. You know, the fact that they were saying two consenting adults, because now they're talking about children, and children are not consenting, and even if they are consenting, it's not a valid consent. It's a crime. I don't know how much more I gotta state this. Is this piece on backwards? I just see this notch is here. I think it's not too late to switch this piece. I think it is on back. Ooh, it flaked. Okay, let's be a little careful getting this off. We got to switch this piece around. I don't know if it's obvious to you what happened, but there are these notches on this side, and they're not on this side. Did this piece hook to this piece? Because if it did, then we're going to have to redo everything. Well, we better check the other side, see if that has any mistakes. So basically, we're now redoing some work that we'd already done. Yeah. It needed to be done. All right, I think this is the only piece that's messed up. I don't know how I didn't notice that. Let's fix it. All right, it's fixed. But now we got to redo what we had just done, which we can do because now we know how to do it. Still got to physically do it though. With computers, sometimes like computer programming, you have to learn it once, but then after you've done it, you can do it like very quickly the next time. But when it comes to physical tasks like this, it's like, yeah, I mean, everyone knows what needs to be done, but you still got to do it, and that takes time. There's like no way around it. So get into some virtual space, like computer programming or something else that's sort of intellectual, because it may be a longer struggle to get up to speed with what needs to be done. But once you get up to speed, it's easier to like reproduce and do that job on a regular basis. In fact, you're basically just have the job because other people don't want to go through the learning curve. But if you've been through the learning curve, then it should be pretty easy. All right, so we flipped around this piece because it was wrong. Now it's right. And now we get to move forward to this H1 piece, which we've already recorded as piece 177. This is H1. So the reason I got suspicious was these pieces weren't lining up. This and this. But even still, something's still not right. Like, they're putting this H1. Well, I think the instructions are wrong. I'm just going to show you the instructions. See, look what the instructions. They're showing this like pin at the bottom. Like, I don't know how it happened. I don't know if we put some pieces on backwards, but at this point, this piece goes here. But if we try to line this up with the gun that we existingly have, like the body of the gun, we try to add this stock, and these pins don't fit in, then we're going to have to redo everything, because it is possible that everything's wrong. Let's just test it right now. Does that look like it's going to go in? So far, no. And it really has to go in deep to get those screws in. Yeah, that's going to work. Let's see if it looks like it's lined up. That's upside down, right? I think we have to go this way. No. Yeah. What is going on here? There's like no way that this looks right. Yeah, okay, this is the way it goes. I'm just looking at the picture. Back here, there's a picture, and it matches that picture. So, as weird as it looked, that was right. All right, this piece has mobility. All right, and we're not ready to put the gun stock on yet. I think there's a couple more pieces go here. And then we're going to put pins through, like metal through there. All right, H3 and H10. That brings us to 179. This should have been such an easy part, the stock. I don't know how we're doing so bad as we're doing. H3 and H10. At this point, I can't even tell which side is up. Yeah, okay, yeah. Now the drawing in the instructions now looks correct. For a panel, it looked incorrect. Here, look at this image. Notice where the pins are. Not the pins, whatever that like U-shaped thing at the left side. And then look at the previous image. Actually, they look the same. All right, I'm totally confused now. Anyway, what we built looks good. It matches the instructions. I don't know why I didn't recognize it as matching when we were on the previous panel, but I didn't. All right. Let's get the I think the difference with this piece, why it's a problem, I think I put them on inside out. You see how it's the bad wood that's showing? Yeah, I think that's the problem. I think I put them on like, I think the only difference between the top and bottom piece is which side of the wood is showing. And I think that's what happened. I think I put them on wrong, but they're not a structural problem. They just don't look as good. I think so anyway. All right, flip this over. So this one looks good. We're doing this right. But the previous piece of wood, I think we had it on the wrong way. Anyway, we're almost done building this gun stock. Should have been the easiest night, but I managed to mess up. All right, now we got to go to the I sheet. I2 and I7, so that brings us to 181 pieces. All right, so if we put it this way, then I7 goes on top, and I2 goes on the bottom. And these are going to attach. Remember that thing we put inside? They're going to attach to the pins on that. Does this have a orientation to it? Whatever side you think looks better, I guess. It's a symmetric piece, so whatever side you think looks better. Oh, it fits right in there. Beautiful. Nice. So let me just wrap up that argument I was doing before, just because I don't want to leave it in a state where it seems like I was saying something against the law. Let me just say that what Tucker said, that like bothering children, that's currently against the law. The Pride Month same-sex marriages, that's currently within the law. And what I'm saying is that something outside the law is trying to use the same argument as something that was once outside the law but is now in the law. And I'm not trying to conflate the two. I'm saying that the people who are the current criminals are trying to conflate the two. And I don't think anybody agrees with that. I think if you go to the Pride Parade and you ask the people there what they think about people who bother children, I think they're going to tell you those people should be arrested. So I just want to be clear that I'm not conflating the two. It's the criminals who are trying to conflate the two. All right. I thought we would attach the stock, but I see that as we scroll forward here, first of all, we go to panel 8, but second, we put the stock aside for a minute and we start on some other pieces. So there's actually a lot going on here. B3, F9, E17, and B12. E17 looks like 2 pins. Oh, E17 times 2. Okay. And then why does B9 seem to change color halfway through? Are they just indicating that that's where... Sorry, F9. Are they just indicating that's where B2 and B3 will cover it? Anyway, let's just count the pieces for starters. So B3... F9, B2, and 2 E17s. That's 5 pieces, right? So we're up to 186 pieces. All right, so let's find those pieces and get to work. So B3 and B2, I should have those right here. All right, B3 and B2. There are these like huge pieces in the middle. So is F9 going to look like this piece but extended? And what are we building now? Like the muzzle, or what is this? The scope? What is that called? The barrel? Anyway, whatever it is, it is. Okay, we're looking for the E page and the F page. E board and the F board. Okay, so from the E board, we need 2 E17s. They're just pins right here. A lot of these boards are getting down to just having targets in them. Like I think those 2 are targets. Or maybe they're your teammates. I don't know. All right, there's the 2 E17s. Now, B3 is going to go on top, ink side up. And B2 is going to go on bottom, and it's going to match the shape, and that means ink side down. In this case, that's what that means. Probably they're side to side, so the inks are on the outside in both cases. So I'm going to like butterfly them like that. And these E17s go here. By the way, this is a square peg and that's a round hole. Just FYI. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong, but they're asking me to put a square peg into a round hole. Which is, I mean, tell me if you disagree. That's clearly a round hole. And I think this is quite clearly a square peg. So they want this square peg put into this round hole. Now, the problem with the hole being round, besides the fact that squares don't fit into circles, is it makes it like the piece can spin, I think. It can twist because it's round. Anyway, I think I put them in correctly. Let's see. All right, now we need F9. That's going to go in between these two pieces. So where's the F board? There's the D board. Here's the F board, and here's F9. It's right on the bottom. It's a big piece. It's a big piece. It's the biggest piece we've dealt with so far. It might be the biggest piece in the puzzle. Yeah. Maybe it's not the biggest piece so far. I think it is. I think that none of these other pieces go the full length, but it's not quite the full length. But basically, it's going to double the length, and then you're going to add the stock. So this thing's going to be pretty big when it's complete. Anyway, the back portion of this, I call it now back because this looks like the muzzle, and this looks like the sight, and this looks like, I guess, the handle. I don't think you can actually fit your hand in there, but this looks like, no, it's not a handle. I don't know what this is, but anyway, you can look here. You can see that. You can also see the scale difference. All right, so this is going to go into this. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I'm going to flip it this way. This is also a thick piece. The F board is thicker than whatever this other board is. B board. The B board is thin. The F board is quite thick. Anyway, this should line up. Does it? It doesn't really. This is a little bit, But I think that's why they show the gray in the instructions. If you notice in the instructions, the gray does overlap this this middle section here. The gray does overlap it in the instructions, so that's probably fine. All right, and then inside out on the other side. I'm going slow because it's a new section. I don't want to mess up. I'll tell you, there's a lot of suspicious looking things here. There's wood behind there. There's space in there. There's a lot of reasons for me to question if this is correct or not. But at the same time, this notch goes all the way through all three pieces. All of these top notches do. Actually, that's not true. These deep ones, these three deep ones, have wood behind them. But they do have some notch. It's just not as deep. Here's the crazy thing. When you look at the instructions, the notches are not that deep. Like the real wood, the notches on the real wood are super deep, but the notches on the instruction are not. You see that difference, right? Like, I'll show you very clearly the difference. You see these horizontal divots, cuts, whatever you want to call them? the notches go past them. In the instructions, the notches go either they stop before them, as is the wood that's underneath, or they go even with them. So I think that this is fine. And in fact, they probably changed the cut after they printed the instructions. All right. What's next? Well, unfortunately, what's next is muddled. It's like half on one page, half on the other. And it's complex. So I don't think we can deal with that muddled image. I think we have to take a closer look at our instructions and see what they say. It'll be easy to find because it's right near 8, the beginning of 8. So here, this is what we're looking for. E13, A17 times 2, E16, C7 times 2. Wow, this is like, okay. A17 times 2, that's 2. C7 times 2, that's 4. And then E13 and F16. Sorry, that wasn't on camera. Okay, here it is on camera. Let me do it this way. A17 times 2, C7 times 2, E13 and F16. So that's 6 pieces. That brings us to 192. But we got to deal with a lot of different boards to get them. Let's start with the 2 A17s. All right. 2 A17s. I heard that Fox is not happy that Tucker's on Twitter, and they think it violates, the non-compete. But I believe that, actually, I guess I don't know. I mean, I don't have access to his contract, but if it names specific channels and Twitter isn't one of them, or like how would it describe the channel? Like Twitter's not even a channel, so I'd be interested how. Yeah, I guess I would like to read his contract. I'm just like curious. I also want to point something out here. The C board is thicker than the A and the B. The A board is thinnest, then the B, then the C. So the boards are different thickness. I mean, this C board is it's as thick as a U-Gears board. All right, so we need 2 C7s. These are the C7s. Yeah, I can't even push them out with my finger. This board is so thick. Is it going to break on the way out? That is a thick board. And this is just being used as like a staple. Or like not a staple, like a clothespin. Like something, it's going to pinch basically. Let's just take another look at the instructions. The 2 C7s. Yeah, they're just going to pinch down on the rest of the thing. That's the point of them. Let me take a look off camera. All right. Do we need to build? Yeah. No, we don't need to build the other thing first. In fact, the 2 C7s go together. We need to sand them. They go together, and then they go onto, I think maybe here, like that notch there. I gotta look at the instructions again. All right. So they're going to go together. Now let's look at the instructions again, where they go. Do they go like in between? I'm waiting for this zoom to work. Yeah, it seems like they go in between this and this. Let's give it a shot, see what happens. Yeah, that's exactly where the notch is. I guess that notch is going to hold them in place. I'll try to get one on and then the other one second. Are they supposed to push all the way in? I think so, right? Yep, that's it. Yeah. C7s are on. All right, now what do we need to do? Okay. E13. Well, we already got the two A17s. E13 and F16. E13, F16. All right, here's the F. There's F16. F is a rather thick board as well. E13. E13. These pieces clearly go together. I don't know why we're on different boards. All right, now how do we put them together? Using the A17s. There are a ton of, again, ton of splinters. Sorry, just trying to find the right angle here. 13, 2 A2s, and then the 16. Do you remember which piece is which? $13, 2 A2s, and then the 16. Huh. All right, so if I put the 17s first into the F piece, and you could tell which one's the F because it's thicker. All right, so the A17s are like thinner at one end and thicker at the other. So basically I'm putting the thinner end in first because it can't go past that. And then the thicker one should just fit right on there, right? All right, so that's built. Now we got to attach it to this. How do we do that? We got to attach it to that big piece. Why is this one little panel giving me so much trouble? All right, it looks like it goes right at this junction here. But what? What does it catch there? Do I keep pushing it in until it goes down? Looks like it's going to move around. Like it's not going to stay at like one place. It's also not going on. I pushed it on. I don't know. I'm not confident that this piece is in the right place, but let's move on and see what's next. C2 and C1. are going to attach to this piece, I think. Are they going to extend it even further? I'm confused. I thought this was already like forward. Alright, C2 and C1. They're from this super thick board, by the way. Yeah, there they are. C2 and C1. Is that how this looks? Does it have like multiple clips? No, it doesn't look like that. It looks like it has one. I think they're going to slide in. Yeah, they're going to slide in. Okay. That's what's going to happen. So if it's orientated like this, and C1 is on the bottom and C2 is on the top, I think. Or do they both go on the same side? I don't know. All right. C1 is on the bottom. So let's pop C1 out first. Oh, inside out. We can use our famous inside out rule to figure out how to put these on. I'm going to try to pop them both out at once and then separate them. I can't seem to get C1 to come out, but if I pop them both out, then I can just separate them like chopsticks. This thing is definitely going to splinter when it comes out because I can't even get it out. Super thick boards. Not easy to deal with. It's like too thin, not easy to deal with. Too thick, not even easy to deal with. You need a Goldilocks board. Alright. Anyone remember which is C1 and which is C2? Because I don't. So, just inside out will be our guide. So, this must be C2 because this is inside out. So, we're just going to slide it into those two pieces that we had at the previous. Did I move the counter? I feel like I can rewind the show to see if I move the counter. Can I do that? Alright, when did it go? No, I didn't. I just checked the show by rewinding. I didn't account for C1 and C2 in the counter yet, so now I have her up to 194. Hopefully that didn't affect you. I don't think it did. I mean, I'm like, only changed my computer. Oh, you can see this like curve here. That's where this is going to go. That's where the C1 and C2 are going to go. If I ever get them in there. Wow, they like, they smashed the piece on the way in. Come on. They smashed the clip. At least one of the two clips got smashed. Why though? I mean, it was already all the way through to the back. There's like no reason for that to break. It was already past the point where you would expect it to be putting pressure on those pieces. Oh, this one too. What is like stopping it here? And it's the same piece that's already broken that it doesn't want to go through. Even though it's already broken, it's still giving us problems. Alright, it's in there now. There's some looks like there's some pins gonna go through there. Are they? Do those go all the way through? I don't remember. And I can't tell. But looks good for the time being. More clips. Actually, there's something we're supposed to do right now. P14 by 4. So yes, it's exactly those pinholes we were looking at. P14 by 4. Alright, so those P14 pins are going to apparently tie this all together. So what is a P14 pin? Some weird looking 6mm piece. It's a screw, 6mm screw. I don't think we have any more. I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have any pieces like that. Oh, is this them? No, those are springs and cylinders. Okay, P14. Says it right on the bag. P14. Alright. P14 bag. There it is. There's the screws. But I don't know that that's going to solve anything. I feel like they're going to fall out again. I mean, unless they're going to be like attached to each other on both ends, I don't see how they're going to stay in. They're flathead. So we can use this thing, this screwdriver. Plastic was stuck to my finger, thumb. Okay. I don't think this is going to do anything useful. It doesn't have the, like, it's not tapered. So it's not going to dig into the wood. And by the way, it's magnetic. So every time I take the screwdriver out, the screw pulls out. Yeah, it's not tapered. It's not going to stay in. It's like ridiculous. There's no way to dig that into the wood. I feel like to get like clippers and clip the front of the screw so I can get it to bite into the wood. Because otherwise it's not going to. Unless there's already a hole there that this is lined up with. Which I don't think there is. I could scroll back the instructions and see. Let me try that. Yeah, there's no hole there. We just have to push it into the wood, which is going to be a problem because we're going to try to do the same thing from the other side. Anyway, just get it in there a little bit, I think. And then get the other side in a little bit. And then push them both sides as far as they'll go. That's the plan. Alright, both sides are started. So from this side, we'll go all the way to flush. Assuming we can. I'm picturing that the screws are going to meet in the middle at some point and start pushing each other out. But anyway, we'll give it a shot. It does feel like it's biting in, despite the fact that this is not the type of screw where that should work. I guess the wood is very receptive. You ever tried screwing into pressure-treated wood? Like, I mean, you can do it, but it's like crazy. Of course, nowadays everyone uses power tools, and power drills at least is probably like the most common tool. I've seen power drills at Lidl supermarket, like in the aisle. Like you're shopping for groceries and you can buy a power drill. Or at least a powered screwdriver. Maybe not necessarily a drill. cordless drill, cordless screwdriver. What are those things called? Anyway, it's the screwdriver that's more popular, not the drill. Though I have a drill too. I bought it when I was doing the screen door. Like putting in the screen door, for some reason you have to drill your own holes. I think it's because they don't know which direction the door is going to open. And if you get the installation, it's basically cheaper to buy the drill than to pay for the installation. So I installed it myself and bought a drill. Anyway, the screws are in. All right, next up, more clips. All right, let's start with the C9 and C8 times 2. So that's 4 pieces. We're up to 202 pieces. The reason I'm still going is I'm hoping... Let's stop. I'm going to roll this back. Okay, fine. We'll do this page and then we'll stop. I was hoping to get it back to one piece, like put the screws through here. But I feel like when this goes back to one piece, we're going to be done. So we probably need to stop. But I already started this page, so let's do it. So C9 and C8. 2 C9s, 2 C8s. All right. They're right there together. Wow, this is so thick. The C board is so thick. The thickest board. It's thicker than the F board. There's the C9s. Actually, those are the C8s. Here's the C9s. They look exactly alike, but apparently they're different. C8, C9. Sorry that I keep operating off screen. I was operating over here, and that's off screen on camera 1. I think camera 1's a little bit like twisted tonight, so camera 2 is more useful. All right, so C8, just to match their orientation. Then the C9s go on top and the C8s go on the bottom. Where do they go exactly? I think it's here. But which one? Like the top one or the bottom one? There's 2 sets. Let's see if we can tell by looking at them. Okay, you can, I think, tell. Well, you can't really tell which one, but once you pick one, like this one's goes in the bottom, this one goes in the top. As to which side they go on, I don't think it matters, as long as they're opposite sides. But it may be that it only fits in one direction. Alright, so this one has to go on the top. I mean, it must. It's not built any other way. And that piece that broke is not a big deal. It's right there, the piece that broke, but it's now pressed in front of these pieces, so I think it's like not going to be a problem. What is going on here? Well, doesn't want to fit in. It's going to break if we force it. I don't know what's the problem. There's no splinters on it. Where's that piece of wax? Let's get some wax on there. Alright, there was wax in there. I just rubbed it against the wax, and now hopefully it goes in. Still doesn't. It's like we need to sand inside of that little hole. Or maybe we need to push this guy further this way. And let's sand, wax this one up again. And let's try again. All right. Let's put a little muscle behind this. Here we go. Bent it. Damn it. Okay, it's on. A little weird, but it's on. All right, next I want E12 and F15. E12 and F15. All right, E12. I mean, why are these like on different boards? E12 and F15. Yeah, okay, whatever. E12, F15. So the E12 goes here and the F15 goes here. Where did this stuff go? Right underneath these? Like right underneath, like matching? Or a little bit out? I think a little bit out at that notch. I'm not sure, but I think so. And actually the F15 is the ink side. So that's going to go like to the front, I think. Man, that's going to take up the entire notch. Yeah. This is a thick piece. So the notch is in there. I think it's going to catch some other piece at some point. Ooh, it clips onto the top piece. Cool. Yeah, very cool. All right, we're almost done with this page. It's only one piece left. It's E10. And it looks like a kind of a weird piece. I'm going to slip in that little open space there. E10. There's E11. Oh, there's E10. E10 and E11, they look like they go together. Probably when we go to the next page, they will. I'm just curious. Nope. I feel like I want to keep going because these pieces are just all like suddenly fitting together. Like we've been waiting days for this stuff to make sense, and now it finally does, and I don't want to end the stream. Where the hell does this E10 go? Is it... How am I supposed to get it in there? Like, they want it inside of there. And I don't know how I would possibly do that. Like, put it in here and turn it sideways? That's not going to work, is it? What the hell? Putting it back there is not correct. They want it inside the middle here. And I don't know how I would do that. Alright, they have a little explanation of how to do it. This explanation is in no way helpful. Alright. We're going to try. Wow. There's just no way. There's just no way. This is not going to go through. Trying to get like the angle just perfect, kind of hook it. You're like trying to get a couch up this basement stairs or something like that. There's like this perfect one chance to like angle it perfectly and get it through that doorway. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. I don't think it has any chance of working. Oh, you know what? It goes on the other side. And that's going to be real easy. Because we can do a different approach from this side. We could do like this. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. It goes on this side. You probably noticed that before me and were laughing at me. Anyway, that's good to go. So that was E10. Anyway, let me get started on the puzzle, and I'll work in my commentaries about this movie while I'm doing the puzzle. So that's why I went to this page. Did we do this yet, or is this new? What did we do here? Yeah, this was where we ended yesterday. So then this is new. All right, so what's that, 2 pieces? And then it's going to be 3. All right, no, 2 on top, 3 on bottom. Okay, so this is going to be 5 pieces. So that's going to bring us to 210. So E16, 2 E16s, 2 A49s, and in the middle an A19. All right, I think we can do that. So 2 E16s, 2 A49s, and an A19. So E16s are these little circles here. Oh, I don't have my tool for getting the pieces out. Why does that look slanted? What did I do to camera 2? I think I was like beating it up yesterday. The cable, the color on it was wrong, and I was taking the cable in and out, and I guess now it's a little messed up. All right, so there's our 2 E16s, and everything else is going to come from the A sheet. 2 A49s and an A19. That's A39. It kind of looks like the A19 though. I don't see the A19 yet. Is it one of those things that I popped out early and now I have to look for it on the table? Well, I also haven't found the A49s yet. There's 2 A48s. A49 is just a circle. Yeah, there's A49. So it's like 2 more circles. It's just circles. That's all we're really doing here. And then the A19. This says A39, but it looks like the A19 that we need. Man, that looks crazy tonight. Camera 2 looks crazy tonight. All right, so this, I just wanted to see this up close. Yeah, that definitely says A39, but it has a weird like darkness to it. Like maybe it's A19, or maybe it used to be A19. Oh no, here's A19. Okay, so there's A19. It barely, the lettering barely fits on the piece. It's gonna be tough to get out one side without the other. Well, I thought it'd be tough. It actually went pretty easily there. All right, ink side out, which is going to mean down at the bottom and up at the top. Okay, so there's the bottom. I think we have to grab this piece. You see that circle there? It's going to be another circle here. We're going to plug this up. And then we're going to drop those other pieces on from the top. I assume this is supposed to go into the circle. So yeah, there we go. Might not be easy. Alright, so it's flush now. Circles like flush or pretty much flush with the wood. Let's see if I can get that a little further in. Okay. And now, how are we going to drop these on from the outside? Definitely this inked piece is going to go last. I'll drop these on here. Oh, come on. I did something like slanted or something. It's not going on. Wow, it's not going on. Okay. Now it finally went in. Oh, they had track dinner yesterday. I didn't go to it, but my son didn't go either. By his choice, but he won most improved, which I'm surprised they even gave it to him. But actually, last year we went and they also gave at least one award to someone who wasn't there. I was predicting that's the award he would get. It's kind of like a sophomore award, because there's a lot of varsity awards. There's some freshman awards. And then, you know, what else can you give a sophomore but most improved? And he was the only sophomore that won a varsity gold at Island Champs. I mean, there are bigger meets on the schedule potentially, but in terms of a team meet that we expect to win every year, the Island Championship that's the meet. And he was the only sophomore to win an individual gold medal at that, so I kind of expected he would win the most improved, and he did, so congrats to him. Now, why am I mentioning it in this video? No, A is no reason, I just making conversation, but B is I don't know what's going to happen to these videos. I don't know if my kids will watch them 50 years from now or if my great grandkids will watch them 100 years from now, but I feel like it's not a bad idea. I mean, of course, we're also building a model, but it's not a bad idea to put a little of that historical information in. I told you the concept of this show, which is a show that you fall asleep listening to, I got from listening to 80s NFL. You know, so 40 years later, NFL games. I would listen to them. I don't think the modern NFL games you could fall asleep. They have too many like sound effects and graphics and music, but games from 40 years ago, you know, and if I get a hold of some baseball games from 40 years ago, you know, Phil Rizzuto and Bill White, I mean, I'm sure that I'll fall asleep. No disrespect to them as broadcasters. But I think will be very sleep inducing to just listen to with your eyes closed. It's called Just Rest Your Eyes. Now, look at this picture they give us. So we got the two pieces, E11 and A23. But look at this crappy picture they give us. I can't even see anything. Yeah, okay, there's a slot. So this piece that we put in previously that has a slot that the A23 is going to go into. And this piece is going to go, oh, okay, there's a little notch there. Okay. And actually, if you look inside of here, I don't know if I can get you a look in there. So if you look at this piece, it has a curved bottom with a tab in the middle, and look at this, a circular top with a notch. And then there's a notch here, which is going to hold this piece in place. So actually, it's going to fit perfect. So even though you can't get a good look at it from the instructions, when you pick up the piece and you hold it next to the where it's going to go, it's like suddenly becomes like really obvious where this piece goes. I mean, it fits like a glove. You know, it's like it can't possibly go anywhere else. And then this A23 is going to go into that slot. It might not be easy to get the angle to do that. But anyway, that's where it's supposed to go. All right, I think I got it. Oh, nice. That went in deep. It's completely in there. So it's probably now providing still stability to these three pieces. Yeah, it's definitely in there. Okay, that was cool. But I forgot to increment the counter. We should be up to 212. All right, what's next? All right. So it's going to go here. We have to build two things, which I assume are going to connect together, like from top and bottom. And then they're going to go through here. This slab here. Slit, whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to build this one, a 43, 41, and 46, and then 40, 44, and 47. You know what? Let's do them both at once. So let's increment this by 6. Brings us to 218. And they're all from the A sheet, huh? That's nice. Oh, A sheet is over here. All right, so 41, 43, and 46. Not in that order. A little bit different order. So 43 is the top piece. And on the other side, 44 is the bottom piece. Because top on the bottom piece and bottom on the top piece means they both go in the middle, is what that really means. So the A43 is going to be the top over here, and the A44 is going to be the bottom over here. Okay. And then 40 and 41, I guess those are going to go together as well. That's the middle on both sides. 40 and 41. So 41 goes on the middle here. And then 40 goes in the middle here. Middle here is in this direction. All right, we're getting there. And then the top and the bottom pieces are A46 and A47, which are right here. All right. So A46 is the bottom piece over here, and A47 is the top piece over here. So now I got to put these together. All right, the bump goes on this side for whatever reason. Let's take a closer look at the picture. Yeah, bump goes on the right. Don't ask me why, it just does. So the bump goes on the right. The tabs go on the left, and the slant goes, not sure how to describe it, but you can see how it goes. Slant. This piece is not going on. Oh yeah, so one of the weird things in that movie, that Hunt movie, was the people, the elites, were doing what the rumor said they were doing, but supposedly they started it after they were accused of it. like they were joking about it, and then they did it for real. That's a weird thing to put in a movie, in my opinion. All right, let's just talk about the right side. The right side, the bump is also going to be on the right. So the bottom piece has the bump on the right, the top piece has the bump on the right, and then the tabs go the same direction. So anyway, the movie is a hunt, so obviously it's the deplorables get dropped off. It's not an island in this movie, it's Croatia. Spoiler alert, they get dropped off and then they get hunted by the elites. But in this movie, the elites claim that they didn't want to hunt them. They were accused of it first, and then they just decided to do it, I guess, which seems a little crazy to me. But basically, they were accusing the people being hunted of making it happen by saying it was happening. It's a little. I mean, is that? At first, I was going to say that's crazy, but then I was thinking, look at the 2020 election, and people were like, as soon as they did that lockdown, people were like the day one of the lockdown, people were like, well, they're going to switch to the mail-in ballot and they're going to use it to steal the election. And they did switch to, in many cases, without the legislator giving approval, they would switch to mail-in ballots, states, and then they would count those ballots no matter what sort of like vote harvesting was going on or whatever, with the rationale that it's a pandemic and people have to vote this way. So I'm just sort of agreeing with the movie on that point, that the deplorables gave the elites the idea. So in that movie, the deplorables gave the elites the idea to like hunt them down and kill them for sport, which is horrible. By the way, I have to slide this out because I slid this bottom piece in, but in order to get it to interlock with this piece, I need to slide it back out. So the real life counterpart would be like that the deplorables gave the elites the idea of how to steal the election by making it like mail-in voting and then vote harvesting and all that stuff. But I actually have inside information that I'm not legally allowed to reveal, that's not the case. They were working on it. They were working on not exactly those details, but particularly the details of what would happen after the vote was stolen and how to keep it stolen. I can just tell you that was being worked on long in advance. But it was being worked on out in the open. I'm saying it's inside information, but it's not like very secret inside information. Like, I'm sure a lot of people know that, and enough people know that I'm sure all the politicians know that, which I think that was the confusing thing, even for the people who supported Trump in 2020, was like, Trump was talking about in 2019 or in 2017 or 2018, whenever he started talking about it, he knew they were going to cheat on the 2020 election, and he knew exactly how they were going to cheat, and didn't seem to do anything about it. I mean, right? I mean, if you have 3 years lead time, you could stop it, right? Presumably. Well, he didn't stop it, so I don't know what that was all about. All right. We got an image that crosses. Basically, I didn't do a good photography job. And it seems like every time that we get into this situation, it's like the most complex piece, and that we don't have a good photograph of. I mean, look at this. It's like, it's a lot of pieces going on there. I think we can't use this bad image. I think we got to go to the paper again and find the right image for this. So it's a middle section. Every time it's like a middle section. I was photographing like the left side and the right side. I wasn't always photographing the middle. So, but the middles keep being like the busiest sections for some reason. We're just trying to find exactly that piece that we're looking for right now. I guess we got to go in order. We're on 8 still. So this must be it right here, right? Yeah, this is it right here. All right, let's see if we can get a look at that. I feel like I can't see it much better here. The photograph was bad, and just looking at it is not much better. Yeah, I can't make out what's going on there. All right, I have, let me take a picture just of that one image. It seems like, remember I had this, like, camera 1 was green, and then camera 2 was red, and I think now this camera 4 is blue. I mean, I'm not sure. Let me try taking the cable in and out of camera 4. All right, so I'll go to camera 3 for a second. Take the cable in and out of camera 4 and see if it's, no, it's still blue. I don't know what's going on with camera 4. But what I'm going to do with this little image that we can't see is I'm going to take a picture of it and send it to my iPad. Give me a second. All right. I took a picture of that image. I uploaded it to my iPad, but it's probably going to be like now the last image. So it's going to take a while to load, I think. That doesn't look right. Maybe it's the last one up here. You know, I think I got to go out and come back in and hope that it shows up. No, 28 is where it starts. All right, see at the bottom, it jumps from 56 to 91. So 91 should be the image we're looking for. I realize you're looking at a blank screen right now. We can do something else while that loads. I'll just go here so that you're not looking at it load. And I'm going to read from the paper. Like I'm just going to look real close at the paper. Two C10, two C11s, and an A45. All right, when I finished looking at the paper, it came up on the screen anyway. All right, so it's two C10s, two C11s on both sides. So really that's 8 pieces. And then A45 makes for 9 pieces. We're currently at 218, so I guess we're going to 227. All right. So we need a bunch of, well, we need 1A piece. Let's grab the 1A just because that's on top. Wow, it's everything with my cameras is screwed up. Camera 2 is like very slanted tonight. It's I don't know if I could fix it. I think I gotta play with the not the camera itself, but the rigging holding the camera in place, which I haven't messed with in a long time. But yesterday I was like pulling the cable in and out because camera 2 was looking red. And probably when I put it back in, it like didn't hold steady. And you know what? It's really annoying me. I'm going to try to fix it right now. I might break everything. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I can fix camera 2 right now. Wow. I definitely need to go through this like separately tomorrow. So it's slightly better now, but there's more that needs to be done. I'll do it off camera tomorrow. Actually, we have a episode planned for tomorrow. My son Nick and I are going to play a video game, like a 18 or 22-year-old video game. That's the plan. Like not at night, because can't play video games at night. It would wake people up. But we're thinking to do a day stream. I can't promise that'll happen, but that's currently the plan. All right, so that piece is A45, which is going to just slide in here at the end. And then we need to add 2 C10s and 2 C11s, and they're just going to go, there's like these little ovals here, and that's where they're going. They're just going in the little ovals. And then the C45 is going to go, I think, in that little slit there. No, it's going to go in the slit up top. The top slit. That's where it's going. Okay, anyway. Let's find the pieces. 4 C10s and 4 C11s. So, alright, that's the B sheet. As I recall, the C sheet is that super thick sheet. So the C10s, okay. So here they are. Here's the C10s, here's the C11s. So let's grab 4 of each. So that movie, The Hunt, even though the part that you talk about afterwards is that like Elise versus Deplorables, the actual structure of the movie was just like a shoot 'em up, like Commando or Rambo or Commando or something like that. Like, I think anyone can enjoy it. You can ignore the politics. In fact, I think the politics probably wasn't a good idea to put them in the movie. I mean, it made it different in terms of like you can market it and remember it and people could talk about it, but it's just such an uncomfortable topic. It's almost like inciting civil war. So even though the movie is just Rambo or Commando, people might have a hard time recommending the movie because it seemingly has this politics to it, which it really doesn't even have. All right, now it's time to do this piece. All right, let me get my orientation matching the book. All right, so let's do a C11 first. I think it's going to go up here. All right, then a C. So that was a C10. Next it comes a C11. Oh yeah, you can tell because the pin and the amount of wood before you get to the end of the wood matches the space in this piece. So really you can't mess up. If it fits in, it's good. If it just fits in. If it fits in and it's like hanging over the top with extra space, and then the next piece doesn't fit in, then you know it's not right. All right, there we go. Same thing on the other side. C10's closest to the front. C11's to the back. And of course also second and fourth. C10's first and third. And then the 45. I don't really get this piece, but I'll put it on there. Is it just decorative, or is there something else going to attach to it? I don't know. Maybe there's going to be something that slides in there at some point. All right. Anyway, that's done. Does anyone remember where we were? Somewhere around here? No, we were further than this. Were we? Bolt, trigger, handle, unsupported image. Alright, we're getting there. I think this was yesterday we were doing this stuff. Yeah, that's where we ended yesterday. We just did that today. We did that. There's the picture that's incomplete. So then this is what's next. 2 A48s and an E9. Okay, so that's 3 pieces. We're up to 230 pieces. 2 A48s and an E9. There's the A48s. We need an E9. Alright, it's a lot of ink on this E9 piece. It's probably the end of the barrel, I would guess. Alright, how does it go on? This is not clear. Alright, let's just see if that fits on. Okay, E9 goes on the end of the barrel. Okay. And then the 2 E48s. They should point like, okay, the thin part, the taper, goes to the back of the weapon. And it's just basically like this. The taper goes to the back of the weapon. That piece broke in the process of being added. Alright, let's be a little more careful with the other piece. I'm pretty sure it's just a decoration, but anyway. This piece broke, which means it might fall off at some point. Just, I don't know if you can see that. There's like a crack down the middle of that piece. Is what it is. Alright, what's next? I still can't wait to put the screws in that's going to hold the barrel and the stock, which have both been built. They need to be screwed on. Oh, here we are. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. Okay. I probably saw that, and it made me say it. All right, so this is segment 9. So we're going to screw the barrel in. So P17 times 2, P16 times 2. That's 4 pieces. So let's get them. Let's get the screws. Just to give you a look there. That's what we're doing. We're screwing the barrel onto the body. Actually, we're sliding the barrel in. We're fastening it with screws. So there's like a long part and a small part. The small part's like the screw, and the long part's like kind of like the nut. It's a thread cylinder, is what it actually is. All right, so let's try to get these holes lined up with these holes, and we screw this piece on. Is it supposed to be that low? Am I doing it upside down? I am doing it upside down. All right, that's much better. All right. Okay. Make sure you don't pop everything else apart when threading this through. What is it catching on? Is it not pushed in enough? Wow, this is the part we've been waiting for to put these screws on, not going through. There's a little space here, which seems to indicate that this thing isn't pushed back far enough. But I don't know how I would push it back any further. Let's go the other way. Maybe that's not right. I was going to say it dropped right in, but it dropped right in because that was the end of the piece. So how close is that to the end of the piece? It's very close. All right, I'm going to say it wasn't pushed in far enough. I'm going to try to, again, get it to go in further. Okay, this needs to go in. That was helpful. That was good. Let's see if it goes through now. Still not going through. I don't want to break this thing. I say I don't want to break it. All right, let's see how far we pull it out, and then before this drops through. Okay, I got an idea. We're gonna hold it here and see. Yeah, that needs to go in really deep to get those screws in. That could be a problem. We may not be able to get it in that deep. Okay, there's two of these pin things. Okay. All right, let's get them both in there this time. I got the two pins on top in. So how come it's still not going in? Let's go vertical. Try to get that in there. Ooh, something felt like it went in. Not sure what happened, but I'm pinching it to hope that it stays. There we go. It's in. You know, I can't tell you what happened, but it happened. You could feel it like reverberating. There's probably a pin like inside of that body somewhere. And when it went in, it made a thump. It made a thump because I was putting pressure against it. So whatever it was sticking to, once it stopped sticking, then that force went flying into the piece. And you got that thump. Alright, these are on. They just need to be tightened. So let's tighten them. Excuse me. You know, it occurs to me that hunt is kind of also a good metaphor for what's going on right now in politics. Like Hillary Clinton today was like making fun of Trump. I thought that was like incredibly sick, because if you know how much money the Clinton foundations have taken in from foreign governments without, you know, as Trump would say, like, what service are they providing? So we saw evidence of Biden taking bribes. The Clintons might have been doing it, but in a more slick way. So the fact that someone who is like involved in something so illegal as like selling the country for a few $1 million, even if it's tens of millions of dollars, there should be no price where you sell the country. There really should be no price where you even are like a bad person. Like, what are you going to do with money? Like what are you going to do with money? I mean, yes, you want a little money to pay for your house, cover the utilities, send your kids to college. I mean, you know, some money would be nice, but tens and tens of millions. I mean, what are you even going to do with that money? So the fact that someone who's like so obviously criminal as Hillary would be making fun of someone like so obviously innocent as Trump, and she's like making fun of him for being arrested, I thought, wow, that's like so sick. That's really sick. It's beyond sick. Well, these are sick people. What can I tell you? Some very sick people work in politics. All right, so there's something right next to the fold that's oddly we don't see on this side. Oh, I guess we do see on this side. All right. Sleeve tool I-15 on the screw tighten. Oh, is that it? They're just telling us to tighten the screws. I-15. I-15 is the screwdriver, right? No, P21 is the screwdriver. What the hell is I-15? Do we have an I board? I gotta check here. I board sounds like a sentence, by the way. Here's eyes. So I-15. Yeah, here it is. I-15. And there's also an I-16. I don't understand what they want us to do with this I-15. Like, what are they screwing it into? Sleeve the tool I-15 on the screw to tighten, which is not easy to slip. Oh, is it like a wrench? They want us to use I-15 like a wrench, like put it on one side and then tighten the screw on the other side. All right, here's I-15. I believe what they're saying is to put I-15 onto the nut here. whatever you want to call this. And then while that's on, then tighten the screw. I think I was doing better with my finger. I don't think this is holding the screw in place at all. I'm not going to worry about it. Just supposed to help you tighten the screw. I don't think I need help. Well, I do need to tighten these screws. But I don't think that tool is going to help me. Well, one of them is tight. So I'm going on to the next section. All right. We did that already. All right, there's a lot going on here. It's all those slots, which we now understand are on the bottom. There's a lot of pieces. They're all G's. So let's just count them all up right now. G21, G11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So G11 to G21, skipping G20, that's 10 pieces. So that brings us to 244 pieces. So we need G11 through 19 and then G21. G11, 12, 13, 14 starts to look different. 14, 15, 16, then 17 is a little longer. 17, 18, 19, 17, 18, 19. So G11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then we need G21, and then we need to sand all these pieces. Guess there's a lot of splinters on them. G21 is the last piece we need. Why don't I see G21 anywhere? I see G20. I see like 4 G20s. Oh, okay. Here's a G21. There's 2 of them. I wonder if we're gonna have to do this twice. I mean, it's probably not important. It's probably only aesthetics, but there's a lot of splinters on these pieces. I gotta get them off. All right, give me a minute to de-splinter these pieces. All right, let's get to work. This first notch is going to get to 21. And then let's think this through. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, that's going to be pretty easy, I think. All right, so 21 goes first. Is there a slit in the middle? I think there is. It's not so easy to get in because that middle slit, but there's nothing guiding the sides. The other pieces will have something guiding the sides, will make them easier. I don't think that's in. Try to push it a little more from this side. All right, that's good. All right, then 11, 12, 13. Just going to go, I think this is going to be easy, but let's see. 11, 12, 13, all right, 14. Is that going in? Hard to tell. 15. It's covering up these slits on the side that seem like they're supposed to be catching something. They're instead getting covered up, but maybe there's going to be something that goes like over these and pins into those. I don't know. You can imagine as well as I what might be coming up next. Are these... Why do they look like all different sizes? I mean, I know that they are 3 different sizes. 4 if you count the 21. But I don't know. Looks like more than that going on here. Yeah, something not right here, because there's going to be something going in those slits, you would assume, but they're not lined up, so that's not good. All right. If we need to fix it when we try and do something else, we'll fix it. But it is what it is for now. All right, G9 and G3. Apparently they've got some slits on the top. G9 and G3. All right, G9 and G3. There's G3. There's G9. All right, so G9 goes here and G3 goes there. There's just a tab there, or a tab and a receiver, and you just put them right together. It's not going in. All right, it did. The second I said it's not going in, it went in. You got to use the emery board. I can't scratch it on the table. That's a bad idea. It's like ruining the table to get the piece in. All right, this one has a tab on top, and it has the sides to guide it, so it should go right in, right? It didn't go right in. All right, but we're going to try again. Wow. I feel like if I try to pull it, I'm going to break it. All right, it's in. Satisfying as well. All right, so that was 2 pieces. Yep, just 2 pieces. All right, 2 G5s and 2 G20s. And they're going to lock in all those side pieces that we just added. So that's 4 pieces. That brings us to 250 pieces. 250. Wow. 2 G5s, 2 G20s. The G5s are gone. And so are the G20. What's going on here? All right, are these the 2 G5s? And the 2 G20s? Yeah. Yeah, for whatever reason, these pieces fell out like early. All right, so it's time to work with them now. So there's a little tab, supposed to be a little tab here. And that's going to lock in to the little tab, the little tab going into the slot, and also this last piece here. None of this is mechanics. This is all aesthetics that we're doing tonight. But let's get it done. I mean, some models are all aesthetics, so I shouldn't be too upset about that. There's tabs underneath there, but good luck trying to get this there. Yeah, this is like, there's tabs there, there's slots there, and there's tabs here, but they don't line up unless these pieces are not in as much as they should be. It's, yeah, they're not. How about that? Okay. Hopefully now things are in like they're supposed to be. This end tab in. Nice. It's good. All right, let's do the other side. All right, that's good. Now, these other 2 pieces. These are not those pieces. They don't have, they're just not those pieces. They're not G20s. I don't know what those are, but they're not G20s. They don't look, they look kind of like the G20s, but not exactly. They're missing tabs. No, they have extra tabs. All right, here's the G20s. Those are just 2 more G5s. So G20s are still here. I don't know why we got 2 sets of each, but we did. All right, so just going to drop in there. Should be, yeah, as long as everything lines up, this should be pretty easy. I guess everything's not lining up. It's not going in, that's for sure. All right, let's try the other side first. Are some of these pieces not in all the way? Yeah, these two little ones weren't in all the way. Let's try them all. Okay, I think everything's in at this point. Oh, okay. The other G20 was like sticking to the side of the gun. All right, it's in. The G20s are in. What's next? I'm hoping we screw on the backstock, but you know what? Let's leave it for tomorrow. We got the barrel on today. We got something done. It barely even fits on the screen here. The camera, I should say. Okay. Yeah, it still fits, but barely. The stock isn't going to fit when we add that. But I'll just move the camera back when we add that. Yeah, you can see the whole thing there. Let's see if I put this forward and I put the stock here. Yeah, you'll be able to see it at least from that camera. Maybe not. Might have to move things. I don't know the answer. This gun at this point doesn't even fit on the screen. Look at that. Well, I guess it does. It does fit on the screen, you know, if you kind of get it just right, it fits on the screen. But here's the problem. The stock is not on yet. At some point, this is going to not be on the screen, which means I should have installed the Handycam, which I have available, but I haven't taken it out of the box yet. I'm supposed to review it. I haven't even taken it out of the box. But if I had the Handycam, I can like lift it up and change the angle. But I can still kind of do that. Let me just go here. So when you see me bring the instructions on the screen, that's using an iPad. So now I've just picked the iPad up and I'm like holding it further back than any of the cameras. And if I switch to camera view, okay, see, so I can get a little bit of a wider shot if I treat the what is going on there? If I treat the iPad as a Handycam, though the iPad is also where I have the instructions, so that's like not a perfect solution. But anyway, if we need to get a look at this gun in all its glory, that's the plan. That's how we're going to do it. Yeah, I mean, it's not the size of a Kalashnikov, but it's something. It's a pretty big for a model. I'll say that. It's gone well, by the way. This it's gone slowly, but it's gone well. I mean, I think we only broke one piece. Where was that piece? I can't spot the piece right now. I think it was one of these pieces. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and if we flip it over, 1, 2, 3. So the bottom half is there, and one side is there, but this part is missing, and it kind of, I don't think it's going to be a problem. Oh, sorry. We were looking at instructions. All right, so here's, let me show you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then if we flip it over, it's 1, 2, 3, but on you can see the bottoms. So a little, you know, like a third of that second piece is gone, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. All right, so I had the instructions on the screen when I was showing that the first time. That's why I went through it a second time. Now let's bring the instructions back up. Right, so this is what we did yesterday, the two G20s and the two G5s. So here's where we are today. G1 and G10, and they've got some special instructions. Looks like these are pieces that are going to fold. The printed side of G10 faces upwards. We know that. It's always print side out. Upwards, and its holes are different in size. Do not insert hard. So they're worried that we're going to put G10 on wrong, but we're not. Because not only do we know that it's ink side out, but we know that the ink should be vertical. So, for example, just to show you some existing ink, here it says designed by ROKR 1947 725. That's probably the birth date of the AK. I mean, it mentions 1947. So this ink is readable when you hold this up, the gun up. So what we know about this G10 is not only is it ink side out, but the ink should be readable because it's going to wrap around the gun. So I'm not as scared as these instructions seem to be. Okay. G1 has the writing. G10 doesn't, so actually we do, I guess, need to be a little careful. It says flip to assemble. That doesn't really matter because I don't know what side they think we're on. G1 and G10 are fragile and have spare parts. Keep spare parts well after assembly right. When you do these like fold pieces, they sometimes break. So it's nice that they gave us extras. All right, so G1 and G10. So that brings us to 252 in terms of pieces. And we need to find, I guess, G1 and G10. They're going to be these accordion style pieces. All right, so here's one of the... Oh, no, that's a G... Yeah, that's a G1. So that's G1. They gave us two of them. Actually, it does have some nice ink on it. Oh, my goodness. The G board just broke in half. Not that it matters, but it didn't break any pieces. It was just the board itself. It's a pretty thin board, this G board. And that makes sense for these accordion pieces. Do they call them accordion pieces, or is that just my name for them? I don't know. I gotta find out what other people call them. There's got to be a board somewhere on the internet, right? I don't use Reddit, but if that's the only place that has a board for wooden model assembly, then I'll start at least checking that board. I don't currently check any boards, and therefore I don't know any of the terminology for model building. So who would be watching this broadcast where, in addition to not knowing any of the in addition to doing some of the slowest assemblies on the web, I also don't know any of the terminology. Okay, so that's what I need to work on. I need to learn the terminology. Right? I mean, it's disrespectful for me to do this broadcast and not even know what the hell I'm talking about. The only thing that'll save me is that I've said in the past that until we get to episode 1000, this is all just R&D. I never did a podcast before. I admit that I don't know what I'm doing, and that it's going to take me 1,000 episodes to figure it out. We're up to episode 302. Hopefully it doesn't take me another 698, but if it does, then we're still on schedule. All right, I'm trying to get this gun to match the orientation that we're looking at on the instructions. Just makes it a little easier. Now, here's a problem. They're not showing the pieces connected. Let me go to the next page, the instructions. All right. They're still not showing the pieces connected. Like, we're just kind of on our own here. They're not really showing how to connect the pieces. They're like, these are the pieces. Here's where they go. How to connect them, you can figure it out. I mean, they have little lines. Okay, I'll give them that. They have little lines that show the connections. So, all right, so let's start with G10. They say ink side out. There is no ink on G10. There's ink on G1. Let me see. Let's take another closer look. Do you see any ink on this piece? It does kind of look like there's lines there. Yeah, I guess that's the ink. Those thin little border lines, that's the ink. Okay, so that's enough to tell us it goes to the outside. The piece looks like a trapezoid, and by that I mean this side looks longer than this side. Is that an optical illusion? It probably is. Let me try to line this up with the edges of the screen. What do you think? I'm not sure. I think this side is smaller. Definitely this is, see this where it goes up here? That's clearly smaller than this. I don't know if it's so obvious on camera, but in real life, this side is smaller than this side. You know what? Let's confirm that. I'm saying it's smaller, but let's confirm it. All right. All right, this side I think is smaller. 574. The other side 655. No, even bigger than that. 655. All right, so 655. So that's clearly a bigger side. All right. All right. Now in the instructions, which side is the bigger side? And which side? Okay, ink side. Let's keep the ink out. So we've got 4 attachment points. That's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. The smaller side is going to go to the front. So let's do it. Ink side out. Yeah, we got that. It says to be very careful with these fragile pieces. It's not fitting on the pins. I want to be careful, but the tabs aren't fitting into the slots. Oh my goodness. I think it pulled the tab off the other side. Look at that. Luckily, it just pulled it clean out, so we can just push it back in. It's a little crazy, but whatever. At least it didn't break. All right. Just trying to make sure this is lined up before I squeeze it. Man, you know what? It keeps pulling the other side out, and I'm going to take that as an invitation to put this side on first. Because we can get this on and then work on putting the other one back in. All right, I think that was a good plan, and that worked. All right, now, will this all tear to shreds when we try to go and do the other side? You have to be gentle. Look at this, it doesn't reach. It doesn't reach, but it's an accordion piece, so we can kind of stretch it and make it reach. But this is what they're talking about when they say, don't break these fragile pieces. The angles, you know. I feel like I'm definitely going to break this piece. Come on. And that piece just fell off. All right, I think I got one side on. All right, other side is about to go on. It is. Now, this piece is on. That's good news, right? We didn't break it, but somehow this piece fell out. Why? Why did this piece fall out? Well, we're just going to have to redo this piece. I remember what has to happen. There's a tab at the bottom that goes in. And then this lines up and slots in. And then this last one has another pin that it goes on. Everything in? I think so. All right, now the bottom piece. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's the thing. But this freaking piece is off again. Is this the same side we just fixed? I guess we didn't do a good job of fixing it. I don't know. Yeah, that piece does not want to stay on. What's the problem? I think it's that piece that's... Oh man, this one's coming off too? I don't even remember which one came out first. They're just both off right now. I guess I was like holding them for support when I did this piece, and that's not a good idea. So I'm going to use that stock to try to get this a little higher up. Basically, I don't want those pieces touching anything, because then they're just going to come undone. Honestly, they're fragile. I'm not happy with them, that they're coming off so easy, but it is what it is. All right, so now G1. Smaller side to the front. Ink should be readable. So it must go like this, because the ink is readable like this. So, and then if you're looking at the gun from the other side, you would see that ink. So this is the way it goes. All right, there's a tab in the front here. So that needs to go in here. If we can get that in. So, Southern Poverty Law Center, who's familiar with that, is this group that refers to all other groups as hate groups. And frankly, I think people need to start referring to the Southern Poverty Law Center as a hate group. I mean, they call everyone else hate groups. It's like anyone they don't like, they call a hate group. But in this modern age, referring to someone as a hate group is like the worst thing you can call someone. So I think that a group that calls everyone a hate group, they are the hate group, because they're like inflicting pain on everyone else, as they're like telling their fans, like, you know, to hate these other people. They're the hate group. Anyway, that was kind of random, but it was like the last news story I saw before I started the podcast. It was on YouTube, some clip of Harris Faulkner talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center. She didn't call them a hate group, but I'm sort of going ahead and saying that. You know what? This tab, I don't know where this tab really goes. Let's focus on these three, and then the tab will just work itself out. I think this pieces are going to fall off again. Yeah, I think a group that calls everyone else the hate group, they are the hate group. I mean, they're directing hatred towards other people in a group fashion. In a group fashion, that's like the definition of a hate crime. When you're not specific about a person, but you're labeling an entire group. I tell you, we live in that like George Orwell 1984 book where it's like everything is like the opposite. Like the Ministry of Peace makes war. Didn't they used to call guns peacemakers? It's kind of like that. And the group that labels everyone as hate groups, they actually are the hate group. That's not the only example. Do you hear that loud sound when that clipped on? I mean, I'm glad that it clipped on, but wow. All right, so we're 21 minutes into the episode, and we added 2 pieces to the gun. Horrible. Terrible. Nobody works this slow. This is unacceptable. Okay. Now we're going to add 3 pieces, F13, G6, and G7. So that's going to bring us up to 255. All right. G6 and G7 are right here. They're kind of like, I don't know, they look like the same piece to me. But I'll put G6 on the left and G7 on the right, just to remember which piece is which. And then they need an F13. By the way, the G20s are the only pieces here other than the extras of those pieces. So we're kind of done with this board because I think that G20s were also extras. All right, so now we need F13. This is the, wait a second. Are there 2 G boards? Oh no, this is the I board. It was just a 16, looked like a G from, it was a 16 and I was holding the board backwards so it looked like a G. That's the E board. This has got to be the F board, right? Oh, this is a thick one. The F board is thick. All right, F13. This is F13 right here. Kind of looks like an arch. All right, that's out. So what do we need to do? Oh, it's going to go on top of the previous piece. Wow, so we really got to get these stuck on here because they got to stick out. All right, so this piece that we just did, these 6 and 7 are actually going to go on top of them. Wow. All right. I don't know which one's 6 and which one's 7. All right, just like going by their instructions, the 6 goes on the same side as this G, just based on the picture. There's a little bit of ink, so ink side out. So we're just supposed to put this here. I guess it kind of locks on that previous piece, if you can get it on, because these 3 pins are not easy to work with. I should add, if you can get it on without breaking the piece underneath it. That's on, believe it or not. It's not coming, the pieces aren't coming through, but it's staying on, at least to gravity. All right, so let's throw the other piece on. You can kind of feel them. You know, it's tough to see them, but you can feel them. The one on the other side popped off. You can feel that. That's the problem, is if you grip the underside, you're grabbing the other piece. So basically you're popping it off. I think I gotta grab the whole thing at once from both sides and squeeze. All right, let's see what it looks like on the original side. Well, of course we lost this piece again. Unbelievable. All right. Now, where does this F13 go? Looks like, okay, there it is. You see that little square right there? Alright. Didn't bounce too far. Alright, so you can see a little block inside of this piece. That goes in that little hole there. And then there's some indents here. But they don't look like they align with this. So there's probably something else going to go there. We just got to get that middle in without breaking anything else. That is not lined up. Then now it's lined up. Nice. That was a nice little connection we made there. Too bad these side panels don't connect as well. They just keep popping off. All right. Anyway, that's done. What does it say here? I-15. Oh, they want us to use the I-15 tool to tighten screws. We didn't add any screws. Did I miss us adding screws? Did I skip anything? No. I don't know why they're mentioning that tool. Oh, because we're about to do it. Okay, they're sort of mentioning it in advance. In advance of what we're doing next, which is adding the stock to the weapon. So P17s are screws, P16s are, well, I don't know how you want to look at it. P16 and P17 are two halves of interlocking screws. I'm sure there's a hardware term for that I don't remember, but anyway, it's 4 pieces, and we're going to use them to attach the stock. So 4 pieces brings us to 259. We need to find 2 screws. Wow, what is falling off here? Oh, this again? What a crap. Oh my goodness, everything's falling apart. Gotta say, not the first time I'm doing a ROKR puzzle and all the pieces start falling off towards the end. I don't know what it is, if the pieces are too thin. I feel like the pieces are thin, and over time the connections get loose. It's like glue would be helpful. I don't know if you're into gluing your puzzles together. It would be helpful on this puzzle, at least. All right. Man. I feel like I'm going to break the piece underneath it. This thing's just not in there. Yeah. The more I push these pieces on, in reality, the looser they get. Because each time that you take it on and off, the connection gets looser. And these are only, most of these connections are tension only. It's like you put a tab into a slot, and the only thing keeping it there is tension. So, for example, if the tab is tough to go in and you resort to waxing it, well, now there's no tension because it's waxed and it's going to slide right out. But a lot of them, they lose tension just because the tab is in there. And, you know, if you're doing the puzzle over 10 days because you're only doing an hour a day like me, the result is that these tabs start sliding back out. Okay, so there's my 2 halves of screw. So now it's time to attach the stock and screw it in. And then I'll worry about those pieces that keep falling off, because I'm sure they're going to continue falling off. Okay. Kind of off screen here, but because it's so big, I don't know what else to do. It doesn't fit on the screen. All right, so it's kind of like partially connected. Yes, I see that other pieces are falling off, but one thing at a time. So let's get these screws in there. They're dropping the long end in from this side. I'm not sure it really matters, but just to be consistent with them, I'll do the same. Like feeling around for the piece. All right, there we go. They're in. Now we got to screw them from the other side. So these screws are going to go inside the other ones. And this is that piece that they were telling us to use. Like, use a piece to hold. Like this side that I'm screwing in, a screwdriver will screw it. So that piece there, that what do they call that piece? Like I-17 or something like that. That's a piece of wood that you can use like a wrench to hold the other side of this while you screw one side in. I'm not going to bother, but that's the idea. I think these screws are like the least of our problems. It's the fact that they're threaded at all makes them really good connections. I mean, of course, if I'm going to run around the house and shoot rubber bands from this, then I'm going to make sure they're real tight. But for assembling the puzzle, they don't need to be super tight. What I wish, though, is some of those tension ones would have like either, you know what they do, U-Gears does often, the tabs, they'll have like a line down the middle. And when I say a line, I mean they're cut in half. So what that does is they can be squeezed. So I'm going to describe this in a second. All right, so let's take a look here. So this tab, if you can even see that, I feel like that's not a good view. I'm waiting for the camera to focus. Let me try to manually focus it. All right, it didn't get much better, but that tab is just a solid piece of wood. In the U-Gears, the tab will have a cut down the middle. And what that cut does, let's say it's, I don't know how the scale is, but let's say it's the tip of the screwdriver cut in the middle. It allows you to sort of wiggle the piece as it goes in, and that wiggling causes it to squeeze as you push it in. But then when it's it has that cut in the middle that allows it to squeeze. But the natural wood wants to go back to where it was. Like the cut allows you to squeeze it, but there's tension within the wood when it's squeezed, so it wants to go back open. So by going back open, this is called a barb, this concept. So the barb, it gets stuck in the slot. The tab gets stuck in the slot because it's a barbed tab. This piece is just a straight tab. It's just a piece of wood of a certain size. And the more times that that piece of wood, and it's supposed to go here, the more times that it goes in and out of that slot, the less secure it becomes, because the less tension there is. Because it never had to be squeezed, that means there's no tension in the other direction. It's just the tension of the regular piece of wood against the side walls. That's it. That's all you've got to work with. And not only that, if you recall, we couldn't even figure out which direction to put these pieces in, which means we might have shoved one end in where it didn't fit, leaving a smaller end that now slides off of this piece. So it's almost at the point where I would want to tape these pieces on, tape or glue them, but I can't do that yet because there's obviously more structure that's going to go on top of here. Basically, when it's done, I could decide if it's still loose to secure it. But for now, we're just going to live with it falling off. Anyway, we put the stock on. We should be celebrating, right? There's the whole like gun. Doesn't even fit on the screen. There's the stock. There's the body. There's the barrel. There's the sight. Trigger. What's missing? The magazine. the classic banana clip of an AK-47. So we need to build that in segment 10. And the first section of building that uses a C6 and a B10. That brings us up to 261 pieces. This is only a 315 piece puzzle. So we're close. Anyway, we need a C6 and a B10. Those pieces should both be on these little half-size boards here. What is it? B10 and C6. So C6 is one of those banana clip pieces. There's a C6 right there. The C board is really thick. It's the thickest one. I mean, look at this monstrosity. Just to give you a comparison, there's the C board. And what was that board we were saying before was super thin? Was it this board? This was the G board. There's the G board. It's, what would you say that is, 1/3 of the C board? I would say it's about 1/3 the thickness of the C board. All right, so C6, and next we need B10. B10, there's B10 right there. B10. All right, it's got ink on it, so the ink side goes out. And what goes in there is this hook piece. But I got to be careful. It's sometimes difficult to read a piece like this, or maybe it's my problem. I just want to make sure I got this right. All right, I think it goes like this. But you know, I'm not sure. I admit that this piece is a tough one to read. But I think this is right. So C6 and B10 go together like that. And the other half of that instruction, there's a lot of pieces here. C14, which is part of the clip, and then A33 and A34, which are just going to be basically locking nuts for the two pieces that come through these two holes in B10. All right, so 3 more pieces. That brings us to 264. We need C14 and then A33 and 34. They had a cool thing on Staten Island today. It was vendors, cart vendors. You know, like, you might go somewhere, like, let's say there's a concert in the park, and they have all the vendor trucks selling food. So this was like promoted as like an event where there's going to be a lot of trucks there. But then when we got there was a concert going on. There was like a cover band concert. But I thought it was interesting that in the old days they would promote the concert and then the food trucks were just there. So nowadays they like promote the food trucks and the band just happens to be there. Times they are changing. People will show up for food trucks and be happy that there's a concert going on too. Yeah, I guess people don't respect the arts. When they get there and they hear it, they do, and the bands were good. This was on Staten Island today at Mount Loretta. So anyway, there's A33 and here's A30. No, that was A34 and this is A33. All right, so let's get these pieces on. So this is going to attach to here, and then these two pieces are going to be locking pins. So I think let's lock this one on first. And you just push it on there. I called them locking pins. Locking nuts probably would be a more accurate term. All right. So now this one should be, we just follow the curve, right? Follow the existing curve. Fits like right below the other piece, if you can see that. The two pieces, they're like right together. There's the C6 and there's the C14, and there's a seam in between the two. And now I got to put that little locking nut on. Thought that would go easier, but whatever. There it is. All right. C12, C13, and A39. C12 and C13 are going to go on either side of this piece, and then A39 is going to thread them. So that brings us up to 267. Let's get our C's, 12 and 13. Let's get our orientation matching. That will be helpful. Okay, so C12 is going to go on top, now that we know this sort of orientation, and 13 on the bottom. Okay. Okay. Kind of stuck there. We need our little tool that pops the pieces out. Wow, that piece really doesn't want to come out. Mod on. Wow. These pieces are jammed in there good. I don't want to leave. All right. Well, was that the front or the back that I'm holding on to? I'm looking at the screen, the YouTube screen. The monitor is instantaneous. The YouTube screen is a 20-second delay. And I forget which piece I'm holding. So I'm watching YouTube to see when it pops off which one I'm holding. I'll tell you, it wasn't clear. Let me rewind that and watch it again. All right. Kind of off screen, but I'm pretty sure that I'm holding the back piece. All right. So this is C12. So C12 is going to go on top. C13 is going to go on bottom. Look at these huge splinters. This is why I couldn't get this piece out. It's like still stuck. And this one's got huge splinters too. These C sheets are C boards, C sheets. They're really thick. All right, A39 is going to thread one, two, those three pieces. All right, so A39, it's this piece. It's A39. So the way they show it, it goes first into the C13. You know what? I think they want two A39s. The instructions are kind of cut off, but I think I can safely assume that it's two, that they need both A39s. So let me grab the other one. And the reason I say that is there's two holes in this banana clip thing, and there's two A39 pieces, so they must both go in. But the fact that I didn't photograph it well means that what if I'm missing something else? Like, should I go to the paper and check? I don't know. I probably should, right? I will at some point, but not right this second. All right. So is there supposed to be space in the middle? I'm a little confused here. Is it supposed to be flush or is it supposed to be... Yeah. I'm not sure how deep those pins are supposed to go in. They kind of move around a little bit. At some point it'll probably be clear and then we'll adjust them. Looking at the instructions right now and looking at the next two pictures on the same page, it's not clear. But I'm sure at some point it will become clear and then we'll adjust if we need to. All right, they're sticking out at this moment on both ends. Okay. All right, next up, C5, C4, top and bottom, A31, and A32. So that's 4 more pieces. That brings us to 272. I'm starting to think that all those targets and rubber bands don't count as pieces because we got plenty of pieces here to deal with. All right, C4 and C5. C4, all right, matching their orientation. C4 goes on the bottom. C5 goes on the top. What am I doing wrong here? All right, like that. That's how it is. All right, and then A31 and A32. A31. All right, I think A32 is one of those pieces that I knocked out yesterday. Yeah, A32. That's it. A31, A32. A32 has a hole in it. A31 doesn't. If we pick up C4, A31 goes in the first slot, and A32 goes in the second slot. Now, how do we connect it to this? The first 2 slots? Probably. Okay. And then C5 goes on top, again connecting through the first 2 slots. Sorry if I was off camera, but I'm sure you could follow that. I'll just show you the instructions real quick. So, first 2 slots on C4, the construction that's already there, and then C5. All right. All right. That looks good. Wow. So a lot goes into this clip, huh? All right. A42 times 8. A42 times 8. What are they, bullets or something, A42? All right. A42 times 8. And then B4 and A36. So that's 10 pieces. So this is going to go to 282 pieces. And now we need 8 A42s, A36, and B4. Let's grab the B4 first. I believe that's one of the external pieces of the clip. In fact, it's yeah, it's the bottom piece, and then I guess B5 is going to be the top piece. We might as well grab B5 while we're at it. So 283, B5 is going to go on the top of the banana clip, and then A36 is going to go here, I think. And then there's going to be a bunch of A42s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They give you 10 of them. You need 8 of them. All right, A36. There it is. There's A36. Sort of a chunky piece. Now, I gotta zoom in. It's not really clear to me what that is. No, it's the second one, right? It's the middle one. Okay. So A36 goes into this middle piece here. Should we put that through before or after we do those 8 A42s? You know, I'm not even sure where it goes. Let me take a look at these 42s first. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I accidentally knocked out 9 at the end there. Anyway, I'll just leave 2 of them in there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, is there one of them sticking here? Yeah, there was one of them sticking to the back. All right. Now what the hell do we do with these things? So this thing we were building before, this kind of clips them together. I don't know if these are staples or bullets or something else. They're definitely going to act like staples. I don't know if artistically, aesthetically, in the fiction of this model, I don't know if they're supposed to mean more than staples. I'll tell you, they're not easy to get on. Let me pull both sides and wiggle. Okay, that's the answer. Pull on both sides and wiggle. Oh, did I do that off camera? I'll do the next one on camera. Grab both ends, get them on the outside, and wiggle them on. That's the plan. That's how we do it. Just gotta wiggle them. All right. Get this one on both sides of the clip and then wiggle it. That's it. That's how you put it on. You gotta wiggle it. The banana clip needs to wiggle. I don't know. I'm just giving you the straight up instructions. There we go. Get that on camera. Yep, that's it. All right, that's enough close-ups of wiggling staples onto the banana clip. Let's go back to the wider shot. It actually was good though, because I could see what I was doing on the monitor. It was like bigger than reality. 3 more to go. Kind of boring. I should have been talking about something. So that SPLC, I was saying they're calling everyone hate groups. I should be specific. They were parent-teacher groups. Okay, so taxpayers run the government, right? Like, that's how America works. It's like the taxpayers, people pay taxes, the money's pooled together, and they use it to buy the government. So, like, if you're in a condo, they pool the money together and they pay for, like, landscapers and snow removal and stuff. And if you're a regular citizen, you pay your taxes, and that pays for having government. And one of the things government does is the education system. So the education system has no role other than teaching what the parents want taught to their kids. Because the parent taxes are paying for the education system. So these parents, they weren't happy with what was being taught, so they created groups, because there's power in numbers, to express to the school boards what they wanted taught in the schools. And for this, Southern Poverty Law Center is labeling them hate groups. I mean, you see what's going on here. If you demand, it's like, imagine you were at a restaurant and your food was cold and you complain to the waiter, like, please heat up this food or I'm not paying for it. And the waiter called the police and accused you of a hate crime. I mean, that's basically what's going on. It's like the parents, the taxpayers, don't like that the schools aren't teaching what they're supposed to be teaching, and the Southern Poverty Law Center describes them as a hate group, essentially for like bonding together and complaining as a group. So it's like you're not allowed to identify people who agree with you. You're not allowed to work in a group. Like, that's an exclusive right of the people who agree with Southern Poverty Law Center. If you disagree with Southern Poverty Law Center and you form a group, they will label you a hate group. It seems like this is not really lined up. I'm not sure what's wrong here. Is it supposed to be like sticking out like this? I think yes. Yeah, looking at the picture back here, yes. So I guess that's what the banana clip's supposed to look like. Is it done? Is it ready to be attached to the weapon? I don't know. Let's see what's next. B8. That's what's next. B8. 1, 2, 3. Is that how to attach B8? Let's take a look at B8. I'm not really sure what they're asking for here, but when we take a look at the piece, it'll hopefully become clear. So here's B8. It's a fairly thick piece. So it has to attach to this clip. I think like this. Where did these two pieces go? Well, they're just going to be there for later use, I guess. They don't go anywhere at the moment. Slide it on top. Push it back. And then these will be there at some other point. They're not needed yet. They will be, I'm sure, attached to something. That looks pretty good. That looks like we built this banana clip magazine. All right, and they want us to set up targets next. I don't know why we're not clipping this into the gun. Should we just go ahead and do that? All right, we'll wait to be told. They're building targets. E2 in B1, D33 in B1. All right, so let's build a 288. I mean, we're building targets, so it means we're basically done. So 2 B1s, and then E2 and D33. D33, sorry, D33. E2 and D33. Really, I think you can just pop out any targets times 2. Okay. So that brings us up to 290. 290 out of only... Oh, no. Look what happened to this character. Let's be careful with the next one. Oh, no. I got to blame ROKR for this. They attached him by the head, and that was a bad idea. They shouldn't have done that. Oh, and also the D2 is also a times 2. So, 292. So we're just creating these targets, I guess. I'm calling them targets. Maybe you can call them soldiers. I'm calling them targets because we're building a rubber band gun. And frankly, these guys look like they're going to be targets. But really, we don't know that yet. Maybe they're on our side. We definitely need some glue here. This guy's got issues otherwise. I feel bad even like putting this guy on the battlefield without his head. Maybe I could tape it on there. I mean, it's just a target, right? Maybe it can be reassembled. I don't know. Let's put him back here and maybe he won't fall apart. All right, now we need 2 D33s. There's more. Those are Fs. See, like this guy, F14. Like, there's more characters here than they've asked us to assemble. Like, maybe the next page is just going to be more assembling of targets. Sort of feels like we're done, which was very sudden. We were like moving along very slowly for 10 days, and then all of a sudden we're done. Does it feel like that sometimes? It's probably going to feel like that when I retire too, because that's getting like closer every year, because right now it feels like I haven't gotten anywhere. Like, my plan at this point is basically to wait until I retire so I can start my career. Because I don't know how you have a career if you also have to pay a mortgage and also have to support your family. Like, having a career becomes risky because you can't guarantee that someone's going to pay you what you need to meet your expenses. So I'm basically not going to attempt a career until I retire. It's just too risky. I know that there's some people that are rich and then they can do it. I didn't happen to be born rich. Most people are not born rich. And I just think if you want to do something interesting with your life, you probably don't get to do it till you're 65 for most people. All right, so we're about to finish this. They want us to add the clip on here. It looks like right there, and there's some like trigger here. Yeah, there's something here. I don't know how this is going to work, but let's give it a shot. So there's a little notch here. You see that little notch there? I don't know how obvious that is. I don't know which angle I got to hold this at to show you. All right, there's the notch. And there's a little triangle. And I think those two things are supposed to line up. And then there's this thing moves back here, but it doesn't seem to move in the direction that I need it to. Oh, okay, no, it doesn't go there. Where does it go? It feels like it's going in there. Yeah. Did you see that piece move? So the notch didn't go where I thought. It went in front of that triangle, which is frankly weird. But this is now like built. Like the gun is built. It's completed. We completed the AK-47. Should we try to fire it? Why are we nowhere near 315 pieces? Let me see here. We're just assembling more targets. Let's see what's next. That's it. We just assemble more targets. So times 2 times 3. All right, so that's 8. That brings us to 298. So I guess the rubber bands do count? I don't know. Let's just try a rubber band here. Let's try to shoot some targets. What I'm going to do, you know what? I think I'm going to turn on camera. What is the name of this camera? It doesn't have a name. I'm going to turn on camera 3, but it's not this camera 3, I have another camera 3. It's not currently powered up. I'm about to turn it on. Probably going to take a minute to boot up. Alright, I got to take offline camera 1 for a second. Yeah, let me go to camera 2 while I unplug camera 1 so I can move the plug. And I'm moving the plug so I can plug in camera. It doesn't have a name. It's I sometimes call it the studio cam. It's camera 3 on this other. Okay. I have 2 ATEMs. The second ATEM has 3 video sources. It's going to have 4 when I start using the Handycam. So 1 is the iPad. That's where you see the instructions right now. 3 is the studio cam. Okay, it's set up. All right, so the studio cam is turned on. And I'm going to add rubber bands to, by the way, as you can see, this normally would be camera 2. It would be like, this would be folded back and you would see the spinning wheel. But I knew I didn't need to spin the wheel today, so I didn't plug that camera in. You know, just save a little energy. All right, so let's see if we can get some rubber bands loaded and see if this thing fires. All right, so as I recall, they wanted this like doubled over here. So no, that's not going to reach. Are there different size rubber bands? All right, let's just do 1. Oh, that was when we were testing it. They had us double when we were testing it. But now that we're doing it for real, it's probably just a single. Yeah. All right, so let's test this out here. Okay. Nothing's happening. I'm pulling the trigger, nothing's happening. I remember we were testing this along the way, and it was working, but now it's not, and the side pieces are falling off. So, I'm not sure what to do here. I might have to take a look at this off camera, and then bring it back tomorrow to show you. Because now it looks like an AK-47, but I can't pull the trigger. Like when I go to pull the trigger, it just doesn't move. I'll just put the trigger on camera. So there's the trigger. It just won't pull. I know what's supposed to happen. It's supposed to spin this thing. Let me just do that manually. Or is that the problem? That this thing needed to be pulled back. Let me see. Do we need to cock that? And now it will pull? No, it still doesn't pull. Oh, there was something. Okay, I remember what we need to do. Alright, these side pieces are crap. I'm taking them off. Otherwise, they're just going to fall off. Okay, I think I remember what needs to happen. I think this thing needs to be pulled back. Something. Alright. Let's start by pushing it forward. Alright. Something locks that piece in. We used to be able to find what locked it in. Alright. It's on this side. But it's no longer visible. There was like a spring-loaded piece that kept this bolt locked in, but it's now underneath there, which means there's probably some way to move it without, you know, like some other way to trigger it. Is this it? Let's try that. No. That piece is, it's not going anywhere, and I can't find that piece that used to move. I have to like watch the video. It might be under here. There was some piece that you would pull it down and it was spring loaded and that allowed this bolt to move. But right now it's not doing anything. And I can't get to that piece that... I can't get to that spring because it's under there. Maybe one of these other pieces can do it? No. Probably someone who knows about guns can fix this in a second. I don't know the answer. Maybe I'll have my son look at it tomorrow and he'll figure it out. Alright, so basically there's a spring that we currently can't get to, but there's probably something that activates it. And once that's activated, we can move this bolt. Right now we can't. You remember we used to slide it up there when we were testing it. And then once we reset that, then we can probably pull this trigger. But for right now, it's not working. So here's what it looks like. It looks cool, but it doesn't fire. And when you consider that this is just shoots springs, oh, now I can pull the trigger. All of a sudden I can pull the trigger, but nothing's happening. All right, let me try one more time. It definitely moved when I pulled the trigger, but it didn't move as much as we wanted it to. All right, let's try one more time. All right, let's try. I'm pulling the trigger. The trigger now moves, but nothing else is moving. It's not triggering anything, but at least it moves now. I feel like we're like halfway there. Maybe we can move this now. Ooh, something just happened. But now the trigger doesn't move again. All right, clearly I've got something I need to figure out here. I can't, right now, the action and the trigger are not in sync. And it, I think, might have something to do with setting this. Definitely has something to do with setting this. All right. Last try for tonight. And then we just pick up. Actually, tomorrow we're going to move on to other things, but we could bring this on for a minute and just show it working. Well, it's going to have to be tomorrow because it doesn't work tonight. That's it for tonight. Sorry it didn't work. I mean, how did we not get a rubber band gun to work? Unbelievable. Hopefully there's another video showing it working. Good night.